Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. By GM.
Chapter 209, Part Roman 2. 6 p.m. as the sun began to set. A dim, golden dusk fell across the entrance of a certain building located in Seoul. A modern structure with a cold, pristine ground floor space. Daydream Inc., Limited, Annex. Entry restricted to authorized personnel only. This was the lobby of Daydream Inc.'s Annex building. Yet this sterile, ordinarily quiet and bleak space was currently buzzing with the excited murmuring of people. Wow, check out the atmosphere. Hello, yes, nice to meet you. Dozens of young adults in black suits, freshly entering the workforce, had gathered and were greeting each other enthusiastically. Their faces were bright with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. It was only natural. Congratulations on getting hired. Ha, thanks, same to you. After all, these were the individuals who had recently succeeded in joining Daydream Inc., the renowned pharmaceutical company that had emerged as a hot topic in the stock market over the past few years. Thus, the company had summoned them to its annex building in Seoul via email. New employee orientation notice. Today was the first day of orientation. A 3-day orientation at the Seoul Annex feels a bit luxurious, doesn't it? Absolutely. Wow, this place feels more like an art gallery lobby than anything. Yeah, big companies are different after all. Oh, are we all sales team hires? It seems so. Everyone I've talked to is in sales. Then maybe other new employees are gathering somewhere else nearby. The people, intoxicated by their recent hiring success, happily chatted amongst themselves. There was no reason not to be friendly. These were, after all, fellow colleagues they'd continue to see frequently in this pharmaceutical giant. The victorious new hires. This cheerful atmosphere led some to generously include those who remained outside the conversation. Excuse me, you're a new hire too, right? Amid the bustling crowd, one individual who'd been quietly observing the interior of the annex alone raised his head. A young man around their age with a weary-looking face. Feeling somewhat superior, the new employee who initiated the conversation continued addressing him. Congratulations on joining the company. Let's work well together. However, thank you. That was it. Silence. What the hell? How could a new sales employee have such poor social skills? How did this guy even pass the interview? As the atmosphere threatened to turn awkward, the person who'd started the conversation quickly chattered again. Haha, actually, I have a friend who already works at Daydream. Whoa. Really? Which department? Yep, I think it was research team or something. The crowd responded with explosive interest. Secretly relieved that he'd saved the atmosphere, the employee kept speaking in a subtly proud tone. But you know, he was weirdly discouraging me from joining. He said I'd regret it if I worked here or something like that. Haha. Friends who got jobs earlier always say stuff like that. Exactly. People laughed as if it were typical office worker banter about being overworked. But, apartment. The quiet one opened his mouth again. That friend of yours, which department was? At that very moment. Mic test. Everyone raised their heads simultaneously. Everyone gathered well, then let's begin tilde. A speaker mounted at the corner of the wall emitted a lively, easygoing voice. A man's casual voice continued. Welcome, new hires who made it through the competition of 142 to 1. I'm Kwak Yikeng, the section chief from Research Team 1, who will be leading your orientation today. Shall we start with a round of applause? Woo-wah. The new hires enthusiastically clapped, though slightly confused. Why use a speaker? Why wasn't he appearing in person? Maybe it's something we're supposed to do on our own. Haha, correct answer. He was listening. Exactly. From now on, to build teamwork and company spirit, you new hires will engage in a very entertaining activity tilde. Well, it's just one light mission. Consider it a recreational activity. There'll even be prizes. The new employees quickly took this positively. I guess this is to help us quickly bond with each other. That actually sounds great, haha. After all, many large companies and prominent venture firms nowadays conducted their orientation sessions creatively or uniquely. I heard one company even uses their office for a murder mystery board game. Aha, wow, that does sound fun. This one's similar, you see. Yep, indeed, tilde now then. The speaker's voice grew excited, its tone rising. Let's begin the new employee orientation right now. At the same instant, ta-da-da-da-dak. Lights switched on in the annex entrance. Under the bright lights, things previously unseen began to appear clearly. Down the corridor, previously obscured by darkness, stood rows of heavy iron doors. Somehow, rather than maintaining security, it felt more like something was being cut off and locked away. The atmosphere was heavy and alien. Why would there be something like that in the company annex? But before anyone could linger on their doubts, everyone's gaze was drawn to the spot most brightly illuminated by the overhead lights. There on the front desk, an object that stood out. Ugh! The new employees blinked as they spotted it. A jet-black cylindrical box. A lottery box. It was large and old. Its battered, crumpled appearance was out of place in the modern, pristine marble lobby of the annex. The thick paper cylinder was covered on top, so its contents were hidden, but the silhouette of the lid revealed there were 3 holes. Each round lid was numbered. 1, 2, 3. All right, step forward one at a time and draw a lot. Pick the next number in order and then keep going that way. Let me show you how it's done. You 3 who are standing closest, come draw a number one at a time. Yes, sir. Though they hesitated a bit, the 3 that were called out couldn't refuse and stepped forward. And drew lots. Shuffle. The slips each had something written on them. 1 6 BF. 2 322. 3 recite a nursery rhyme. What? Now look at the desk again. You see the whiteboard behind the lottery box, right? Everyone's attention turned to the whiteboard. Printed sentences were displayed. After going down to 1 BF and reaching room number 2. I will 3. If you fill in the blanks on the whiteboard with what you drew, the sentence is complete. And the mission is to carry out exactly what that sentence says. Too easy, right? Haha. They filled in the numbers on the whiteboard, and the sentence was completed. After going down to 6 BF and reaching room number 322, I will recite a nursery rhyme. For some reason, the completed sentence gave off a strange, unsettling feeling. Basement. At that moment. And of course, there's an amazing prize waiting for the team with the best mission performance. The speaker's cheerful, motivational tone seemed to pick up on the room's mood. You'll get 100 points, usable just like cash in the employee mall. 100 points. May I ask what we can buy with that? Of course, it's enough to buy a robot vacuum cleaner. Ooh. If you could get a robot vacuum cleaner, it must be quite a sum. The atmosphere brightened noticeably. Rationality and realism returned to their calculations. Worst case, it's just a test of courage, right? There's no way the company would have us do anything genuinely dangerous. Besides, with so many people here and teams of 3, there was hardly any room to be scared. Even if there were some surprise, it had to be something even those who were easily frightened could endure. The new hires exchanged nods and smiles. Excuse me, do we have to take the stairs? Oh, wouldn't that be too much trouble? You can use any of the currently operating elevators to move. Ha ha ha. Now go ahead and form your teams however you like. Yes. They talked among themselves, faces flushed with excitement, and reached their hands into the black box to draw their fate. Let's do this. We 3 will go first. We just take this elevator, right? Let's go, basement 6. The mood was better than ever. At least until 34 minutes later, when the elevator doors opened again and revealed only the lower halves of their colleagues. Alug. And it continued. Ding, ding, ding. Each time the elevator arrived and its doors opened, screams split the air and echoed through the annex lobby. Screams, terror, panic. The elevators, arriving one after another, were filled with what used to be bodies, each in a different state. Horrors no one would have imagined encountering in real life. Blood, filth, pieces of viscera, sometimes ash or ice, and even scraps of skin covered with dense writing in pen. There were even employees who, using their own blood, scrawled bizarre phrases or patterns on the elevator mirrors before dying of blood loss. Uog. Those who managed to return alive were in no condition to speak. We have to run, run, run. I am sorry. I'm sorry for knocking on the door. I'm so sorry. Some mumbled in a daze. Then finally, a few who were still lucid appeared. This person is okay. What on earth happened? What is this? A new hire, using the corpse of a colleague as a shield in front of the elevator doors, spoke with a deathly pale face. There's someone there. Down in the basement where they'd gone, behind the door. Someone who's there? A strange employee. And then survivors' accounts came pouring out. When the elevator doors opened, what was revealed was a cold, desolate corridor in the basement. The many iron doors there, and the strange markings found only on the door they were assigned to. The sounds, the smell of blood, the light that came from just that door. And the scene glimpsed through the small hole above the room number plate. An employee. They were wearing an employee uniform, but it was weird, really weird. A child in a lab coat, one with an oxygen tank, one holding a bunch of balloons, one with a cowboy hat and wooden hands, one wearing a lion dance mask. The descriptions of those bizarre appearances made everyone's blood run cold. And then, it responded. It reacted to what we did. It chased after us and then like that. Heads turned toward the elevator doors, now filled with body parts. The new hires realized. This do as the sentence says mission. It was basically a suicide act straight out of a horror movie. They had been swept up into an unreal catastrophe. No. About half of the new hires, those who hadn't yet gone down to do their mission, looked at each other in terror, then bolted for the main entrance. But the annex's only door was already sealed. People clung to the door where the shutter had come down. Please let us out. My phone doesn't work. What do we do? This has to be some kind of prank show. Why, yeah, there must be cameras somewhere. Please open the door, please, I'm begging you. Bang, bang, bang. Even when they pounded on the door until their fists bled, there was no response. A few new hires caught on to another method of communication. The speakers. They all rushed over to the speakers that had broadcast, Section Chief Kwak Yikang's voice, begging for help, pleading in fear. But, beep, no attendant available, automated response system activated. Section Chief Kwak Yikang's voice could no longer be heard from the speakers. Instead, a recorded, cheerful voice played on loop. The main entrance will open once all participants have attempted the mission. In 30 seconds, any attempt to force the shutter will result in death by security protocol. Orientation participants, keep your spirits up. Beep, 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 beep. Alyag. 2 employees who tried to break the shutter had their heads burst open. And then they died. Pandemonium. Uo. Hick. No one could understand how or why this was happening. Faced with something so impossible, so unreal, the chaos in the lobby only gradually died down. From then on, the people in the lobby gathered trembling before the front desk, clinging to each other for more than half a day. Occasionally, there was whispered discussion and some movement to try to find a way out, but at least, nobody so much as approached the elevators. No one seemed willing to complete the mission. Then came a brutal incentive. Mission delay has exceeded 6 hours. This is an announcement. If the next participant does not board the elevator within 5 minutes, death by security protocol will occur. The new hires looked at each other with trembling eyes. Someone had to go. Someone had to get on the elevator. Who would it be? Fuck. The new hire who, hours earlier, had boasted about having a friend at the company, now tried to hide in a corner, avoiding everyone's gaze. Sweating coldly, he looked again at the sentence his team had completed. After going down to 13 BF and reaching room number 666, I will knock and go inside. He's going to die. There was no way he'd survive with numbers that ominous. Run. Then, the next one's up, the ones who already drew. Damn it. There they are, it's those people. The others rushed over and forcibly shoved his team into the elevator. They struggled like mad, but were outnumbered with no weapons or means to resist. No. The doors are closing. As he tried to get up, struggling in panic, he desperately pressed the open button. At that moment, one of his teammates grabbed his hand and pulled it down. It's too late. Thunk. The doors closed. Heek. In a terror so deep he couldn't even feel anger, he turned his head and saw the pale-faced peer staring at him. The one who'd always been weirdly quiet. But now that person spoke calmly, almost as if explaining. Because of the security protocol, someone died, which means even if we just stayed in the lobby like this, we'd die all the same. At this point, we have no choice but to go through with it. And no. Calm down and think. There were quite a few people who came back unharmed. As if to snap them out of it, the other person grabbed that guy's shoulder. At least one out of every 3 teams testified that nothing happened to them. It was true. Nothing really happened. Just, there was a weird person in some kind of special agent uniform silently staring at us. There was really no one inside. For the teams where something did happen, about half of them still had survivors. So, compared to just dying in the lobby, your odds are better this way. Let's move carefully, based on the previous team's testimonies. Gasping for breath, the 2 new hires slowly nodded. It was thanks to the composure of the one who seemed almost like an experienced veteran. The new hire who had tried to act self-important ended up speaking without realizing it. By the way, may I ask your name? The previously silent person spoke up. My name is Jang Hyo-un. Ding. The elevator arrived at the basement. Shaking, the new hires stepped out into the old hallway lined with iron doors. And they found the room they were looking for. 666. Taking a breath, they reached out and touched the door. Knock, knock, knock. I had a dream. A truly strange and bizarre nightmare. A dream in which I entered the ghost story wiki I loved so much. In the dream, I became an elite employee at a horrific pharmaceutical company that pushed workers into ghost stories to make potion ingredients. I also infiltrated the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau, a special agency that rescued people from these ghost stories as a spy. Through that, I encountered so many ghost stories from the Dark Exploration Records, Wiki. A convenience store where you played tag with ghosts, a quiz show where you died if you got the answer wrong, ink wash paintings haunted by evil spirits, exhibitions that charged organs as entry fees, a strange theme park. Fierce and chilling, days teetering between life and death. And yet, I also met unforgettable people. Kim Solium SSI, can you hear me? Ro, I heard 17 employees escaped thanks to your announcements. I hope your wish comes true. You'll be all right, Grapesai. An overpowering afterimage remains. You know those dreams where, even if you forget most details upon waking, a strong impression and afterglow remain like a shock. Especially when the ending is terrifying and traumatic. I survived close calls, endured horrors, worked at a ghost story company, and finally, at the very moment I drank the wish ticket I had so desperately wanted. The truth is, it was black, and did not crashland in another world but was invite in my body as human and I realized that black. No, I don't want to wake up. I don't want to know reality. I don't want to realize that I am still in Daydream Inc. And in the next moment I realized that I cannot sleep. Gasp. Dawn. I sat up in bed, gasping for breath. No, I must have made a breathing sound. If I had a normal voice box, that is. I reached for my throat. SHHHK. A strange hiss of smoke. I could feel the rubbery material of a work suit instead of skin, the hand in the shiny glove wrapping around my neck. I fumbled, the silhouette was human. But when my hand touched the bizarre, rib-like horns connecting from my neck to over my head, I let my hand fall. Again, I realize. I cannot sleep. BZZZ. Your work shift has begun, please wake up. Your work shift has begun, please wake up. I rose from the steel bed and began today's work. As per the contract. Chapter 210. After drinking the wish ticket and realizing the truth, my body collapsed, and the security team uniform from Director Ho, which I desperately forced my body into, ended up having the opposite effect. It drove me into necrosis. So on the verge of death, I made the only choice I could. All you have to do is sign. I signed the employment contract that Director Chung handed to me. Immediately afterward, I lost consciousness, and when I came to, I had already been transferred to some unknown place. A desolate small room. The first thing I saw was a number. 666. A nameplate affixed to the iron door. The space, consisting only of an iron bed and a wash basin, was extremely old-fashioned and utterly silent. A single fluorescent light provided illumination, and everything was deathly quiet. However, during work hours, I could leave the room as much as I wanted. That was because, from the very first day until now, my assigned work had never changed, not even once. You're assigned to security work today on basement floor 13 of the annex. Basement floor 13. My job was to guard this corridor. Security for basement floor 13 of the annex. But it meant nothing. No one ever came. With no windows or emergency exits, this place was nothing more than a corridor lined with iron doors, and I wandered its length without purpose. I roamed the hallway. Red and blue lights flickered. The elevator was visible. The indicator lights flashed, showing numbers. But I could not write it. There were no buttons. I couldn't see any. I could not leave. SHHHK. Thick black smoke filled the air. The pale hallway's fluorescent lights flickered as the smoke trembled and rose. It was coming out from my breath, filtered through a gas mask. I walked shut away from the world. As I stared at the only thing that moved, the swirling smoke spilling and drifting through the corridor. Your work shift has ended. Please return immediately. Your work shift has ended. Please return immediately. Your work shift has ended. Please return immediately. It's over. Just as stipulated in my contract, I return to room 666. Click. The door locks and I sit down on the bed. Silence again. Would most people find this horrifying? Whether it's claustrophobia, or the fear of isolation, or the terror of existing unnoticed in the depths of a horrifying pharmaceutical company, would most people feel fear? Perhaps that would be the case. But I can't remember exactly what such feelings would be like. But even the fact that I can't remember isn't so bad. I simply mull it over for a moment. My work. Security officer of Annex Basement Floor 13. Do not question the entities existing beyond the iron doors. Perform security duties without leaving the designated hallway of 13 BF. Anomalous phenomena occurring upon contact have not yet been identified. The faint shapes that flicker and blur in my mind. If I were to describe it in the style of the Dark Exploration records, Wiki, perhaps it would be written like this. Yes, that's probably how it would go. But even that faint, censored imagination doesn't last long. BZZZT. The silence is broken. Light from a black and white screen casts a shadow over the iron bed. Special entity employee full of dreams and passion. Welcome to Daydream Inc.'s security management team. The low-quality sound of a digital recording echoes through the cell. Yesterday we told you all about the cool work done by the security management team, didn't we? Today, we'll tell you the rules you absolutely must follow during your shift. A small round TV in the corner of the solitary cell keeps playing the same video. It's the security management team new employee training video. It repeats the same information. You cannot leave your designated work area. Two mascots appear. A fox mascot stands still in front of the corridor's elevator, spinning in circles. It's a format I feel like I've seen somewhere before. However, there is something distorted. Is it that which is twisted? The cheerful educational video about the lifestyle of an office worker and Daydream Inc. plays in black and white, moving light across the room. You are a contracted worker, and you cannot break the labor rules. At first glance, it seems like the usual training video for new employees, but there are some differences. It obsessively tells you what to do when your work hours are over. Go to sleep. Do not violate your designated sleep time. You may not wander around. You must rest. That is the normal behavior of a company employee. The light from the strangely bright and cheerful video flickers through the small cell. And then, this concludes the training in this video. Please rest comfortably. Click. It vanishes. The workday has ended. In the now pitch-black small space, only a faint red and blue glow filters in through the iron door. Sleep time. Of course I cannot sleep. But as the training video said, I must not violate sleep time. That's the work rule. So I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. As if I were sleeping. In this way, learning about company work, I continued my employment on basement floor 13 of the annex. How many days have I been on the job? A week? A fortnight? A month? 7 years? Or black. I don't know, and it's hard to calculate, but it doesn't matter. The contract doesn't state a period of employment, so I just remain like this. Soon, work hours will return again. And in the silence, I will. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A sound. I hear a sound. It's the sound of hard joints, wrapped in soft skin, cautiously moving and striking against iron. The sound of knocking on the iron door. A knock. A person. I pulled the door open. Eek. Heelik. The iron door of room 666 opens. The ones holding the doorknob jump back in shock, collapsing into the hallway, about to point their fingers at me. MMPH. They cover their mouths, then lower their heads. Hello. We are new employees, pleased to meet you. They speak. Their voices are stiff, as if practiced, but it's real. And I realize that this is the first time in ages that I am hearing the living voice of someone. No. Are they really alive? If you don't mind, may we visit for a moment? No, it is the sound of the dead. Every living person's voice that reaches my auditory organs comes out crackling, as if from an old training video. As if filtered, as if recorded, every voice I see and hear through the gas mask blurs the shape of the person, making it impossible to clearly identify them. And then, there is no face above the suit. No, their faces cannot be identified. Where the faces should be, it looks as though everything has melted into a mosaic. Red and black, warped as if someone tried to reconstruct damaged film by gathering every last scrap. Why is that? Is it because, according to the employment contract, I don't need to see them, or is it because my collapsing body has also collapsed my recognition system? I do not know. But it doesn't matter. There is no problem identifying them by their clothes, build, and intonation. No problem understanding the situation. New employees, business suits, 3-person teams, panic and confusion, no masks. And one more thing. I turned to the one who had spoken first. Listening to their ragged breaths, I reached out a hand clad in black gloves. Hoop. I took what was in the person's suit breast pocket. A note. After going down to 13 BF. And entering room number 666. I will knock and go inside. This is. I see. Experiment name. New employee orientation, 21st attempt. Missions are assigned using the luck draw box, Q-Turway 382. The structure involves exploring the annex basement and encountering the security team member black responsible for that area. As if sparks leapt from my mutated head, the record surfaced for a moment, lingering as I took it in. I understood what kind of situation this was. Eek. I put the note back into his breast pocket. The one touched by my gloved black fingers shuddered. A large-built person who had been standing in the back stepped forward, as if to calm things down, and gently pushed another new employee forward as he spoke calmly. We were following the company's orders. We are simply carrying out our assigned duties. That's right. If you could consider orientation as part of the job, that is. I looked at the 3 pitiful new employees who had merely participated in new employee orientation. And then, I took a step back from the door, as if inviting them in. Is it all right if we come in? Entry by authorized personnel does not violate work regulations. Thank you. Trembling, glancing about nervously, their stiff bodies stepped into room 666 to fulfill what was written on the note. Then, as if stepping into a pit of fire, they immediately bolted back outside. There was no need for that, though. I was about to reach out my hand to the 2 employees who had almost tripped over each other trying to get out. But before I could, they were already crawling away as if to escape. Right. They're escaping. There's an exit. The elevator right there. Huff, huff. Wait, calm down. The big one seemed to be trying to stop them, but they kept pounding on something. The elevator buttons. So there were buttons after all. Were they just invisible to the security officer? Soon, with a cheerful sound, the elevator doors opened and light poured into the hallway. A brightly lit elevator interior. See close it, just see. I moved after them. With every step, smoke rose from my gas mask. The moment the black smoke entered the elevator. You cannot leave your designated work area. 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 It rang in my head. You cannot leave your designated work area. 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 What? No. What I'm doing isn't leaving my work area. The elevator is currently at 13 BF, and as part of 13 BF, I'm only entering a connected space. Nowhere does it state that the elevator is excluded from the work area of 13 BF. What? It became quiet again. W8. I naturally stepped into the elevator again. The doors closed. Thud. The elevator interior filled with black smoke. The black. Ooh, oh, black nim, TT that's. I heard the staff's groans and mutterings beside me. Maybe the smoke made it hard to breathe. I held my breath and sucked the black smoke into my gas mask. Amid the smoke, the mosaic of human faces appeared, tinged with transparency. It looked as if bodily fluids were seeping from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Still, their breathing seemed steady. I tried to direct as much of the smoke as I could toward the wall to keep it away, but one person, trembling under my gaze, finally spoke. Do you mean we should stay quiet? Mean? Is there any meaning behind my actions with the smoke? Was this how it was done? Such expression means nothing. Hangul. When I formed the letters with smoke, the mosaics wavered in shock and amazement. Even amidst the noise, I could sense a strange relief or comfort. Are you going to attack us? Current status, negative. Their voices brightened noticeably. The reassurance of something familiar, that odd comfort when the unknown reveals an understandable side. Familiar feelings. A dull sigh passed my ears. And then another question. Then where are you going to go? I looked at the elevator buttons. These were things that couldn't be seen from the corridor on basement floor 13. Among them, there was a button that the new employees, glancing at me for my reaction, were reaching out to press. 1F. No. Right now, I cannot set foot on the surface. Leaving the elevator would constitute a complete departure from my designated work area, which was the absolute limit of any loophole I can exploit. I cannot leave. Then why did I board the elevator? Because there are things I can do without getting off the elevator. I reached out my hand. Frozen inside the elevator, the formerly smug new employee struggled to breathe. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on? The elevator was thick with black smoke, and through that smoke he could see a yellow gas lamp-like glare. Fucky. Huge antler or rib-like horns jutted up over the gas mask. The black full-body suit, which revealed not a scrap of flesh, looked like a nightmare crammed into the shape of a human being. The security team, name tag pinned to its chest, felt like some kind of ghastly joke. The thing from room 666 on basement floor 13. If we behave politely, our chances of survival go up. He inwardly cursed the teammate who had introduced himself as Jang Hyo-woon, looking at him instead of the monster. Still pretending to be calm. At the same time, he conveniently forgot, for the sake of blame, that he was not dead yet, and that Jang Hyo-woon hadn't actually put him in this situation. Only now did he, absent-mindedly, realize why there had been dead people in the elevator before. They all tried to escape into the elevator, but there hadn't been anything riding with them. He swallowed. Could it be, did it kill them out of spite because it couldn't board? Then this thing how did it manage to board? The only small comfort was that, apparently some kind of communication was possible, but damn it. Can I really go back to the first-floor lobby with that thing? In horror movies, this is exactly when everyone left in the lobby gets slaughtered. Cold sweat dripped from his chin. But his survival instinct came first. He wanted to get out. He would get out. He was going to escape this hellish, insane underground space. Yeah. At least he wasn't dead. The people left in the lobby could fend for themselves. There was no way he'd be the only one to die here. Almost delirious, he reached out and pressed the button for 1F and... Their eyes met. The yellow glare in the smoke looked straight at him. The new employee froze again. But the strange figure who was holding a lantern didn't stop him from pressing 1F. Instead it too reached out a black hand. And tap pressed 12BF. Basement floors 11, 10, 9, 8 all the way up to 1. It pressed every button, as if gliding down piano keys. Chapter 211. The monster's fingers, wrapped in black gloves, moved as if sweeping upward. With that smooth movement, all the basement buttons in the elevator lit up. The new employees stared blankly at the sight. Now, what did it just do? Cancel. Too late. The elevator moved a single floor in the blink of an eye. Ding. This is the 12th basement floor. The elevator doors opened, completely unguarded. What had happened here just hours ago flashed through like a memory. Who was hoop? What is this? When the elevator had gone to basement floor 12 to complete a mission, it had returned without a single employee, only a pool of red blood spread across the floor. The doors are opening. And now, in the glow from the elevator, the dark hallway of basement floor 12 dimly revealed itself. The new employees held their breath. But there was not a single drop of blood in the hallway, unlike inside the elevator. Before they could instinctively feel relief, something odd caught their eyes. Oily dirt-like substances were piled up on the floor, stuck in the cracks of the elevator. Dirt, eh? Looking for the source, they lifted their heads. They saw lumps scattered through the corridor like landmarks. Lumps that seemed weathered with time. But on closer inspection, eyes accustomed to the darkness could distinguish their silhouettes. An ankle near the ankle bone, an ear and part of a temple, a right shoulder blade. Fragments of human bodies, left colorless like mannequins. Hilly. MMPF. The new employee clamped a hand over his mouth, to keep any sound from escaping. He must not make any noise, because at the end of his gaze he saw something huge. Something standing in the dark corridor. It too was wearing a uniform. A security team uniform, just like the horned monster in this elevator was wearing, neat and unaltered, a perfectly human silhouette, as if a bored security team member was standing there absent-mindedly. But its head was a scarecrow's. A face awkwardly drawn in fresh blood, on a roughly made, straw-stuffed empty sack. From somewhere a song could be heard. All day long standing tall. Angry Mr. Scarecrow. It faintly echoed through the hallway. Chirp, 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 the children are scared. The birds scatter away. Hey, be careful. The hat might fly off. Plop. A drop of blood caught in the Scarecrow's awkward eye, fell from the tip of a piece of straw. All day long standing tall. But since when? Angry Mr. Scarecrow. Had its head been turned this way? Gulp. The new employees froze. The Scarecrow had certainly not moved, but why had it changed? Why was it now one door closer than before? Why was it even closer again? Why had it raised its left hand made of straw? Why was there a grass-cutting sickle in its grasp? Why was its face? GH. At that moment, the doors of another elevator opened with a burst of light and screams. Other people, clearly others who were here for their own missions, could be heard stumbling out of the elevator into this hallway. What is that? Seeing the Scarecrow and the body fragments on the corridor floor right in front of them, they screamed. All day long standing tall. Kind Mr. Scarecrow. Why is the Scarecrow standing with its head turned? Yuck. Close it. And no, run. Too late. And as the new employee who had been watching in a daze realized. Yes, the chance to escape. Yuck. This is the moment. While it's not looking over here, quick. The new employee desperately reached for the close button. But he was blocked by a black-gloved hand. Those bizarre horns sprouting everywhere, the yellow lamp-like eyes behind the gas mask. The security team officer from room 666 on basement floor 13, blocking the close button, didn't even look at him. It just stared blankly out of the elevator. From its gas mask, thick black smoke poured out and pooled at its feet. F-woo. Then drifting low like a mist, the smoke crept toward basement floor 12. Toward the scarecrow. Hey, ha, be careful. The hat might fly off. All day long standing tall. Kind. Whoosh. The smoke surged up, covering the scarecrow. The sound was swallowed, thick and heavy. The scarecrow's figure was hidden by a shroud of dense, pitch-black smoke, and underneath, a new sound. CR, crack, 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 crack. A bizarre noise echoed down the hallway. The new employees held their breath, gasping as they listened. The scarecrow's form, now blacked out by smoke, wasn't even visible as a shadow. Only the sound remained. Only the ruthless, rending noise could be heard. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It sounded like horns or bones breaking, or like something being ground together, or forcibly crammed or swallowed somewhere. And then a wailing, as if begging, could be heard. The sound of someone pleading and trying to escape was mixed with the tremendous noise, and soon, with a final, strangled gasp, it disappeared. The moment's silence returned. At last, the black smoke dispersed again. The scarecrow, which had been hidden by the smoke, reappeared in the hallway. A corpse. The new employees blinked. But what remained unchanged was the blood-soaked corpse, its entire body crushed and lying on the floor. Blood dripped from the scarecrow's makeshift features onto the ground. Plop. Aulia. Ugh. The space filled with screams, but the one in the gas mask inhaled all the smoke again with a single breath. One new employee recoiled in horror, crawling into a corner of the elevator. The doors are closing. Meanwhile, from the next elevator came the sound of someone frantically smashing buttons without even taking a breath, and the doors closed. Oh, over there. The other new employees were escaping safely. At the same time, the black smoke that had surged through the basement floor 12 hallway now cleanly pooled at the floor of this elevator. Yuck. Wait. As he tried desperately to avoid the smoke, someone grabbed his shoulder. His coworker named Jang Hyo-un. He whispered urgently. Don't get on its bad side. That smoke hasn't covered our heads yet. Calm down, let's calm down. He was right. The smoke was quietly pooling on the elevator floor. Huff. The new employee swallowed, catching his breath, and grabbed the elevator handrail. The doors are closing. And thus they left 12 BF. He desperately looked away from the corpse that would be just beyond the elevator doors. But just before the doors closed, he thought he saw it staggering to its feet again. Like a scarecrow. Who? He swallowed with a groan. But the intense impression of what he had just seen didn't leave him. A bizarre being. And the smoke that had turned that bizarre being into a corpse. Suddenly he realized something shocking. We survived. Everyone had survived. His legs shook with relief. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. Wait, then maybe that strange, horned security team member from room 666 was actually helping people escape via the elevator. Wait, if that's true. Yes, maybe there was nothing to be afraid of. Maybe it was fine. Unable to bear being trapped in an elevator with something so horrific, he tried to rationalize it, turning his head. Excuse me. He made eye contact with the security team member. However, Tha Nk had its arm always been that, melted. The security team member's arm was abnormally long, and strange, there were too many feet. Its melting lower half swelled and warped across the elevator floor, mixed with the smoke. And it had 37 eyes. All the eyes stared at him, unblinking. What is that? That thing, what is it? This is the 11th basement floor. An external shock briefly interrupted his panic. Another stop. The doors are opening. I shall now proceed with the extraction of optic nerves. I will now be connecting the mouth to the navel. Would be great to have no feet, too. On basement floor 11, an employee in a doctor's coat was conducting a cheerful consultation for surgery in room 910. Whoosh. Once again, the one in the gas mask looked out with its 37 eyes and sent forth smoke. Soon, the strange being in the doctor's coat became a bloodless corpse with its limbs stitched together in the wrong places. Alug! Again screams escape. The people who had been holding their consultation, as if hypnotized, fled room 910 and boarded another elevator, and this elevator's doors naturally closed as well. The doors are closing. The new employee looked down at his feet. He couldn't see the floor of the elevator, because the security team member's melted lower half was covering it. Ba-thump! He heard a heartbeat-like sound from the wall, because the upper left part of the security team member's torso was spread wide, stuck to the wall. And so it continued. This is the 10th basement floor. This is the 9th basement floor. This is the 8th basement floor. With every floor the doors opened and closed. With every strange event the smoke caused, the figure inside the elevator grew stranger. It got bigger and more distorted. This is the 6th basement floor. This is the 5th basement floor. The shape of the thing riding the elevator is getting more and more grotesque. It's so bizarre and impossible to even look at. It's a strange black. It's just strange straw. This is the 4th basement floor. This is the 3rd basement floor. This basement is an endless basement. At last he realized what was strange. Now the entire elevator was made of sticky smoke and yellow lights and a crown of thorns and bone-grave curves of black. That's it. This is basement floor 13. He's being sucked back to basement floor 13 and... Ding! What? This is the 1st floor. The doors are opening. Light pours in. Hellos. The moment the familiar ground floor lobby comes into view, the new employee collapses. Someone rushes over and pats him on the back. Slowly, just breathe out. The fellow new hire named Jang Hyun, or whatever his name is, him. That fellow new hire Jang Hyun, or whatever his name was. Him or Somyon else. Grab Shasarm and Hebreathes and Andoutin Dinganthus Moktil Susabout or Black Nim. Black Nim. Excuse me. Someone speaks. He unconsciously turned his head. At some point, the figure of Black Nim, the security team staff had returned to normal. A man with a horned gas mask, radiating an odd sense of authority. Jang Hyun was speaking to him. Did you just help us? No. The smoke moves. Eek. But instead of covering over his head, the smoke forms letters. Duty of an employee. After a long silence, Jang Hyun finally managed to speak. Yes, thank you. His voice was hoarse, almost as if he was choking up. Then he turned and began to help another teammate, who was trembling in the corner of the elevator. Maybe he'd lost his mind from the terror. Crazy bastard. He needs to get out of here now. The new employee snapped back to his senses. He hurriedly got off the elevator, desperately avoiding his coworker. In a situation this insane, trying to help someone else recklessly was a sure way to die. Self-preservation was the only way to survive. He barely pulled himself together, still shivering in fear and panic. What's that? Ooh. Fortunately or unfortunately, the chaos and all the various survivors who had returned meant the lobby was full of noise and distraction, so not many people actually saw the security team member inside the elevator. The yellow lantern-like eyes briefly turned to the lobby as Jang Hyun helped his coworker out of the elevator, then suddenly stared straight at him. And then, be grateful for your luck. The doors are closing. The elevator started moving again. To basement floor 13. 13 BF. The new employee stared blankly at the floor indicator, then collapsed onto the lobby floor. He was drenched in cold sweat. The elevator doors closed. I am alone again. Smoke rises, and I can feel my body, which had been warped and distorted, slowly returning to its proper shape within the framework of the security team uniform. Something stirs. I brought my hand to my chest, but felt no heartbeat. My insides were so completely destroyed that I couldn't even tell if I existed or where I was. But the strange, pulsing sensation lingered for a moment. And I savored it. Like a bottle of nostalgia. Ding! The doors opened on basement floor 13. A silence flowed through the basement. In the dark hallway, I saw gloomy iron doors, flickering with red and blue lights. But there was something else, too. Target confirmed. Guard teams. Employees in familiar uniforms emerged from the hallway, facing me. It seemed someone must have reported that I'd acted out of protocol. It was a misunderstanding. I had never once set foot on another floor or above ground. I had properly carried out the security of my assigned area. Question. But instead of paying attention to the letters I had made, the guard team each drew their own special restraint devices, mutating into contaminated forms. Egu, everyone's so tense. A white hand suddenly shot out from behind. It's fine, please give us a little space. A bright, inappropriately cheerful voice rang out, and a research team employee walked out from the center of the security team. I still couldn't make out his face, which looked like a melting mosaic, but I could tell from his outfit and employee badge who he was. His identity. Hello. Quack Jekking. It's been a while since I've met you in person. No, it's the first time, isn't it? Ha ha ha. His face, behind glasses, wore what seemed to be a calm smile, but his voice betrayed a barely contained excitement. I'm the manager in charge of our security team's new special division employee, and today I'm also in charge of the annex experiment. He didn't seem at all afraid of the stares from the guard team, and as he took out documents from his jacket, he grinned at me. I'd like to start with a few simple questions, haha, goodness me. Why don't we begin by introducing today's visitors of basement floor 13? Seems these folks forgot to introduce themselves. Let's see. Lee Jiangin, age 28, Park Yang-hee, age 25, and... His voice paused as if to build suspense, then emphasized. Jang Ho-woon, age 26. What? Just now. Do any of these names sound familiar? Ha ha ha. What did he just say? Chapter 212. A familiar name. Someone I already knew. For a moment, it felt as if something inside me was surging up again. But I did not react. Mr. Employee. Because I knew it would be unwise to reveal anything here. Why is that? Suddenly, a strange sensation began to form in my mind. It felt like dragging up an anchor from the depths of the ocean by force. With my previous sensations lost, my scrambled brain and consciousness struggled to think as before. Jang Hyo-woon. Dead. The image of the corpse collapsed on the floor of a room in a resort. But right, as a resort staff member, he was reconstructed in a contaminated state, and Jang Hyo-woon was brought back. And I handed over the wish ticket. If the wish ticket really did successfully reach Jang Ho-woon, and that's why he survived. If I was now seeing him live as a human being again. My broken mind reached a conclusion. I very slowly realized that what I was feeling was relief. A direct emotion felt for the first time in far too long. It was almost like a dull ache. How did you feel hearing those names? Lee Young-in, Park Yang-hee, Jang Ho-woon. And the judgment, painfully pieced together, that letting the notorious researcher in front of me know about this would never be a wise decision. How is it? I stared at him in silence. Quack Jekking's expression, so full of expectation, finally soured as my silence dragged on. Once again, no response, huh? I guess the memories of the sacrificial medium we used as an intermediary are meaningless. Haha, sorry about that. But as a scientist, I just have to ask these things, you know? Ha ha ha. Quack Jekking gave an awkward little laugh, then muttered to himself as if carelessly. Still, I got to see something interesting today, Mr. Employee. You've acted just like a machine with no reactions for half a year now. What? Half a year? I hear if you have a fun event like this every 6 months, it keeps you from wanting to quit. Isn't that right? I realized it. It had been no less than half a year since I'd been shut away here on basement floor 13. No, had it really already been half a year? It must have been fun. 3-person teams of obvious new hires, exploring the annex basements with your help. Quack Jekking pressed on, subtle and persistent. Didn't you feel any deja vu? Seeing that scene, did any similar work or experience come to mind? Silence. Did you feel any sympathy? Silence. Goodness me, you really are the silent type. But then, why exactly did you help them? What? Your assigned work area is clearly basement floor 13, after all. Well, I understand you used a loophole by not leaving the elevator, but still. Quack Jekking's eyes glittered with excitement. What was your reason for going so far to help? What? Was it just because you felt like it, or out of a sense of duty to save people? What? Haha, silence is a meaningful answer too. Or is it due to confusion? I wonder if similar results would appear even with just a slight change in variables. I raised my hand and pointed to room 666. More precisely, to the old-fashioned TV in the ceiling corner, where the employee training video played. Lo, and I formed a sentence with smoke. Work Rule 17, cooperate with your fellow employees. A line from the training video. Kwak Jekeng recognized it immediately, even the font. Oh, I see. The sound of the researcher hurriedly scribbling on a tablet PC filled the air. So it's because of the training video. That's haha goodness. Well, shall I say gentle or generous, or perhaps that rules and order are important keywords? I understand, special division employee. Haha, yes, I get it. Then his pen stopped, and his voice became subtle. But you know it was a bit pointless, wasn't it? The participants you helped. He raised both hands in a mock surprise gesture. Weren't actually fellow employees, haha. What? I know. They weren't new hires, they were just test subjects. From the start, this wasn't even a real orientation for the field exploration team. It was a research experiment project inspired by the format, with the same name. Experiment name, New Employee Orientation. They were not real new employees. Strictly speaking, they were people who had applied for entry-level positions, but, for various reasons, failed the hiring process. But the company sent them emails as if they'd passed, deceiving them. The reason being, they were basically just temps recruited as samples for the experiment, supplementing the civilian exploration records, planned in order to collect significant additional data from darknesses in cases lacking precedent of exploration by ordinary people with no prior knowledge. From among the unsuccessful applicants, those whose aptitudes matched were selected and put through a simulation in a form similar to the orientation given to successful new hires. It's difficult for the company to arbitrarily release the darknesses under its jurisdiction to the civilian sector. Therefore, the company's records of exploration are built up by the field exploration team, experts in darkness exploration. There was, at least, the orientation program where new employees, those closest to being civilians, were exposed to darkness. But even then, only those darknesses that could be used to test the employees' skills were selected. That's why one researcher came up with a brilliant idea. Let's recycle the applicants. There was no need to separately recruit subjects while avoiding the attention of public authorities, making it a particularly convenient time to secure experimental participants. Of course, it's not all just a scam. There is a compensation that is somewhat deceptive. Any unsuccessful applicant who successfully completes the mission in this experiment can be specially recruited into the field exploration team as a regular employee. Thus, the company's official justification is as follows. Let's generate additional successful candidates and give them a chance to join the company. So, in other words, well, you may end up meeting them again later as colleagues, but anyone who survives by completing the mission in this experiment is given an opportunity to join the company. So, in a sense, it essentially becomes an orientation after all. And I know, Jang Hyo-woon passed. What? But was it really Jang Hyo-woon? Would you like to meet again? I tried to recall the faces of the 3 new employees I met earlier. I can't remember, they were melting mosaics. Do you prefer a certain age or gender in a coworker? I don't remember their voices either. They sounded like a low-quality radio. Do you have a preference for a corpse? I turned to Kwak Jekeng. No preference, not even one, really. What? I raised my hand. As the smoke moved, Kwak Jekeng's face brightened. That's right, using words to communicate like this. Warning 1. Reason, request for work outside of working hours. Cumulative warnings, 1/strikes left until disciplinary action, 2. From room 666, an announcement began to play in my head. The signal for the end of my shift. Your work shift has ended, please return immediately. Your work shift has ended, please return immediately. No, but this interview is more like a casual. Warning 2. Reason, request for work outside of working hours. Cumulative warnings, 2/strikes left until disciplinary action, 1. Smoke began to rise at my feet. Kwak Jekeng fell silent. I could see the tense shoulder muscles of the nearby guard team members. Though I couldn't see it, I could sense the barrier set up between me and Kwak Jekeng for safety. However, on basement floor 13, my assigned security area, I know I could ignore that and discipline this researcher if I so choose. I know. Haha, right, of course contractually guaranteed break time must be observed. I agree wholeheartedly. Through the melting mosaic, I seemed to see Kwak Jekeng's sly smile. It was the poise of an experienced researcher of darknesses. Knowing the right timing. I wish you a pleasant rest, we've got plenty of time. But there's no real sense of regret in his voice. From the center of the guard team, with a cheerful wave and picking up his handwritten interview notes, Kwak Jekeng smiled. I am your assigned researcher after all. Well, I'll do my best to help you from now on. For a long, long time, I look forward to working with you, even at your new post. Some time later, I opened my eyes in a different place, not in basement floor 13 of the annex. A new work site. Filled with excitement all the way to the top of his head, Kwak Jekeng typed away. Recording the results of the experiment was a true delight. Especially in a case like this, where so many test subjects produced unprecedented outcomes through complex interactions. To think this was possible. Just how in the world did anyone manage to make a contract with something like this? Kwak Jekeng stared into his PC, his eyes still spinning with laughter. On the screen was a neatly transcribed version of the field notes he'd written, a summary of the experimental record. New employee orientation, 21st attempt. There are documented cases of interactions between orientation participants and the guard team officers in charge, or the special division employees on each basement floor of the annex. And without question, the longest entry of all was this. 221 security officer of basement floor 13, hereafter referred to as 130,666. To think we could actually meet. Ever since Director Chung first said he would be assigning him special tasks, he'd been quietly hopeful. But for it to actually appear, Kwak Jekeng recalled the employee who had interrogated him, that bizarre figure with horns, a gas lamp, and swirling smoke. That strange being, summoned into the vessel of the field exploration team's fastest promoted member. Of course, compared to that time, the being he met again now seemed somewhat mechanical and bound. But isn't it only natural to be curious as to why it turned out that way? Did side effects manifest or something? It was truly fascinating. All the more so as he analyzed the tendencies observed in this experiment. He couldn't help but read over the notes he had written for himself. This entity, while serving as the security officer for basement floor 13 for a period of 179 days, strictly complied with all labor regulations. No non-cooperative or aggressive anomalous cases, which are commonly observed in special division entities, were recorded during this period. However, in the recent experiment, the entity identified an irregular loophole in the regulations and boarded an elevator that had stopped within its designated security zone, accompanying experimental subjects who had entered the area. The entity displayed a tendency to facilitate the survival of multiple experimental subjects. Here's the thing, though. This behavioral tendency is similar to the dream essence collection trait exhibited by the employee's body prior to death, which was used in the employment contract process for 130,666. Indirect influence of the self is suspected, and further experiments are requested. This is 100% going to be censored. He figured that either it would be marked as a researcher's personal opinion, or that the content itself would be deleted outright. Well, the fact that an entire employee was used as a living sacrifice in the Special Division security contract isn't really that surprising, but the identity is a problem. Would they really want to reveal that it was that elite employee with the fastest promotion record? They'd rather not be specific, especially if, without ever being told, some crazy research team member managed to figure it out on his own. Shrugging as he typed even faster, Kwak Jekeng thought back to that interesting employee, Kim Solium. Because the next part was even more interesting. Anomalous aggression of 130,666. When exposed to the entity's smoke, hereafter referred to as 130,666 humanoid darkness entities are transformed into corpses. No signs of life are detected. Analysis of blood and cell samples confirms these are human corpses at the initial stage of decomposition. CCTV footage of the elevator during activation of this ability by 130,666 intermittently shows the entire elevator covered by 130,666, exhibiting a phenomenon similar to a supernatural phenomenon. He hummed as he recalled the guard team staff in the annex basement who were turned into corpses. They were slowly being restored to darknesses, but as if suffering from aftereffects, they were going through a confusing and bizarre state of transformation. Guard team members sometimes showed unusual reactions just by being near them, as if contamination was flaring up. Kwak Jekeng grinned. They really are interesting fellows. So, of course, an interesting idea occurred to him. No additional significant risk factors have been identified. 130,666 consistently resumes the form of an employee before exiting the elevator. Therefore, thus the entity is certified as being in a state suitable for official duty within the Special Division. However, dedicated personnel will be assigned to prevent unexpected incidents and fatal safety accidents. Kwak Jekeng was beyond thrilled. This had already been approved by higher-ups, and with personnel especially chosen by himself. Safety Supervisor, Security Management Department, Guard Team Unit 3 Leader alias J3, real name Black. Control Support, Security Management Department, Special Management Team Member alias Badger, real name Park Minseong. And so, 130,666 will meet 2 security team staff members at its newly assigned worksite. Chapter 213. Before opening my eyes, I heard a voice echoing in my mind. Instructions. You have been assigned to a new post. Follow the researcher's instructions. You have been assigned to a new post. Follow the researcher's instructions. Hello. I opened my eyes. Nice to meet you. I was assigned to be in charge of I'm your assistant. The first thing I saw was a mask. Not a melting mosaic of a face, but a coated paper mask covering it. It wasn't the familiar field exploration team mask I knew. It looked more like a child's crayon drawing imitating it. But I knew that animal. I'll try not to get in your way as much as possible. You can call me Badger. Badger? I recognized this person in the security team uniform. Supervisor Park Minseong of the D Squad. My son B. Let's work well together. And he couldn't recognize me. Now then, I'll just give a brief introduction. Of course, there is nothing in my current state that matches my former self, Kim Solium, except physical size, and he's never seen this appearance before. But then something unexpected happened. Why? Another person's voice. From the tone, the slow, flat intonation, I knew who it was. I saw a slender human figure in a security guard's uniform, pressing down the brim of his hat while standing at the door. Why are you here? J3. Sergeant. You shouldn't be here. What? I tried to speak, but realized my vocal cords weren't where they should be, and I didn't know where in my melted body they even were. The smoke spelled out words. Employment contract. You said you were quitting. New employment contract. Permanent employment. I lowered the smoke. Sergeant, what do you mean, quitting? The person in the Badger mask stiffened, his voice tense with confusion. Uncertainty and confusion showed in his short, quick breaths and hesitation as he tried to figure out the situation. And then, as if suddenly realizing something shocking, he inhaled sharply. He'd remembered. A mutual acquaintance, someone who recently left the company safely. And the one who lost contact. Ro. There was no answer. The one in the Badger mask stared at me, frozen. Then looked back at the sergeant. The sergeant did not deny it. Instead, he opened the door and left the room. Click. The iron door locked. And no, it's just. He tried to calm his breathing. It came from the Badger mask. The signs of contamination, flaring up from agitation, were hidden by the mask. Only after more than 40 seconds had passed did the Badger mask, having completely shaken off the identity of a teacher from the kindergarten affiliated with Black, finally take a deep breath. And then I heard, It'll be all right. The sound of footsteps approaching. Being on the security team, that means at least you can communicate, right? There's got to be a way. I recovered too, right? I moved the smoke. Impossible. Contamination is when a being that was once human is transformed by supernatural phenomena. Recovery from contamination means regaining one's original human body and mind. And, impossible. I don't have the former. Soliama. I started to form another word, but instead I scattered the smoke and contained it inside my gas mask. For some reason, I felt resistance to continuing. A desperate voice came. So doesn't it feel strange to hear your real name? It doesn't matter at all. Don't you have any reaction, confusion, or anything? It'd be normal if you did so. Showing a strange reaction to one's original name is a typical sign of contamination. It has nothing to do with me. Solium. Teb. Park Minseong, about to say my name again, suddenly flinched and gripped his wrist tightly. The security team's control wristwatch. Tick-tick. The ticking of the watch. And now a warning chime, which I hadn't heard before, faintly sounded for me as well, since I shared a similar contractual relationship. Risk of safety rule violation detected. Time remaining until confinement for retraining has been reduced by 7 seconds. 71 seconds, 70 seconds, 69 seconds. A restriction to control the actions of contaminated security team members, like the guidance I hear in my head. He must have realized he violated the safety rule against using real names on the job. Thus, I witnessed one of the specific mechanisms not described in detail in the dark exploration records. But it does not matter. What matters is, you have been assigned to a new post. Follow the researcher's instructions. Work. What should I do? Only in the silence did I finally begin to look around at where I was. A rusted iron door, an enclosed space. It resembles basement floor 13, room 666 of the annex, but it is not the same place. But I can tell where this is. Daydream Inc., main building, underground isolation cell. Back when I was still human, this was the very place I'd been assigned to clean as a disciplinary action. This was also the place where I had been transported together with Supervisor Park Minseong, after losing consciousness upon clearing the hungry hangman. This was the isolation corridor accessible only through the security team's equipment storage, and the isolation cells within. But I can feel it. This place is much deeper inside than the isolation cell where I was quarantined, after being rescued from the hungry hangman, darkness. Far, far deeper than the place I visited for disciplinary cleaning in the innermost core, located in the central isolation sector. My instincts as a staff member tell me so. And then there was the shape of this sealed room. I ran my gloved fingers across the lamp on the desk. A lamp, a wooden desk, a bed, a towel. I recognized this setup. Company housing. It's the exact same room as when employee Kim Solium stayed in the company dormitory. Every item down to the smallest prop has been obsessively replicated. It feels almost ritualistic, ceremonial in its arrangement. It's as if they're trying not to offend the mood of the darkness bound by the employment contract, or trying to placate it. At the same time, I sense that they're waiting for my reaction. Is this Kwak Jekang's doing? It's the kind of thing that researcher would do. I swept my gloved fingers across the desk. Should I be angry? My shattered, melted brain tries to think as it used to, but it's difficult. So then, does this mean that from now on, I'm not responsible for the annex basement, but for security in the main building's underground isolation cells? That's not difficult. But if that's the case, that person isn't needed. I stared at the badger mask. I could feel the badger mask's unease. He stood stiffly as I asked. Job description requested. My job is to work with you, Ro. Inappropriate designation. Reason informal. The one in the badger mask turned his head, glancing at the CCTV in the corner and letting out a small sound. Maybe out of concern for contamination, the CCTV lacks audio functions, but I can feel someone watching from beyond it. They're watching, and there's no need to give that supervising researcher unnecessary reassurance about my current state. Noticing the meaning of the warning I made with smoke, Badger's words change. Then what should I call you? Haha, let's just say we're coming up with another nickname. Even roe deer was something that you originally. His bright tone faded for a moment, then returned. Is there any other animal you like? Favorite animal? I waited for something to come to mind. But I felt nothing. Unknown. That's okay, I'll think it over. I heard him steady his voice. Job description requested. Include concrete examples. So, when you receive an assignment, I'll accompany you and go around with you. I'll help make sure you're not uncomfortable. The one in the badger mask spoke kindly. But then, if you feel uncomfortable, just tell me first, or the Sergia. What's that he's holding? Sensing my gaze, the one in the badger mask hastily tried to hide what he'd been taking out of his pocket. But as if realizing something, he carefully took it out again and held it up for me to see. A syringe-shaped object. It resembles a dream essence collector, but it appears to serve the opposite purpose. Injector. For subduing Special Division employees. He slowly nodded at the words I formed in smoke. Don't worry, I won't use it, really. Why? Recommended for use in appropriate circumstances. For example, collapse of bipedal form, loss of smoke control, when extreme anxiety is observed, when you seem anxious, when extreme anxiety is observed. Criterion, the emotional state of the control tool user. A wavering sound came from the badger mask. I couldn't tell if he was crying, laughing, or relieved. You haven't changed, have you? Right, ma'am, it'll be fine. And for some reason, as if reassured, the trembling and movement seemed to calm down, as if feeling at ease. He reached out as if to pat my shoulder, but soon let his arm drop. Click. Sergeant, we. The door opened, and the sergeant entered. There was no sign of resistance in his physical reaction, as if he had accepted the unexpected situation rather than run away from it. Rather, he walked over without hesitation, making the one in the badger mask flinch. Then he stretched out his left arm in front of me. Sergeant. Here. From his outstretched left hand, some round objects appeared. Nostalgia candy. This, do you want some? I cannot eat it. I have no mouth. I don't even know where any organ that could be called a mouth is. Maybe one had never been made in the first place, since there was no need. I just believed I had one. Above all, I cannot remove the gas mask. Silently, I pushed his hand away with my gloved fingers. Not possible. I see. The sergeant withdrew his hand and just stood there as if lost in thought. And then he asked, What kind of darkness did you enter? Wish ticket. I dispersed the word before the badger mask could see it. J3 asked no further questions. He simply raised his head beneath the hat in silence, and then, through the melting, mosaic-like features, I saw his face. Ro, calm down. What is this? Why can I see it? Are you in pain right now? Even his voice is clear. I can distinguish it. I can perceive it. What is this? Why? Maybe there is another truth I simply haven't realized. I understand. Why is there smoke? Because more than a human, he is something closer to a ghost story. The sergeant's contamination is so powerful and deep that no amount of security team training can ever remove him from the boundary of existence. None of this means anything. I don't think you're in pain, at least. And yet, nevertheless. Then it's okay. I felt the same strange ache that I'd felt in the elevator slowly start to return. The sergeant stepped right into the smoke, then with an awkward motion raised his hand and patted my back, as if doing it for the first time in a very long time. It'll be all right. I inhaled the smoke. The swirling black tendrils on the floor were gathered up. The sergeant glanced briefly at the nostalgia candy. I'll try bringing something else. I shook my head. The nostalgia series is not necessary for my work. What I need now is something relevant. Your work shift has begun, please wake up. Your work shift has begun, please wake up. It was time. Requesting work briefing. Oh, that's... so passionate. Both figures whipped their heads toward the source of the sound. See, I'm contacting you at exactly the scheduled time, right? Good morning. Well, not that it's really morning, but I thought some small talk to start the shift would be nice. The voice was coming from the CCTV in the corner. The sergeant stepped forward to stand in front of me. Oh, the speaker and recording function are only enabled for two-way conversation like this. It's been a while since I've seen such ethical and considerate working conditions. Ha ha ha. Is he out of his? Anyway, let's get to the point. As your supervising researcher, I'll explain your duties very clearly. I shook my head at the sergeant, but he simply stood there in silence. Only Kwak Jekang's voice from the CCTV rang out noisily through the sealed room. This is very important work directly connected to the company's goals. That is, to efficiently produce as many good potions as possible. And there's a prerequisite for that, isn't there? The explanation continued, as if it were the most obvious thing. A smooth supply of darkness is suitable for extracting dream essence as potion ingredients. The kind of ghost story that can be managed by the company, into which humans can be periodically sent to extract dream essence. Only it sounded as if something absurd was about to come next. And someone strong needs to consistently bring those ghost stories to the company, you see. The heavy breathing of someone researching darkness echoed. And one of those people is you. Please subdue suitable ghost stories for the company. Ensure efficient production of dream essence. A new assignment had begun. Chapter 214. Well then, good morning once again. Special Division Registration number 130,666. Are you all prepared for your shift? My, looks like the support staff are running late. Sergeant of Security Unit 3. Have you been playing janitor or guard for so long you forgot how to go out at all? Those are more like forepaws than hands now, haha. Hey, are you listening? Well, in any case, it seems the support staff are finally ready to safely transfer you, Special Division employee. Let me introduce today's worksite. Badger over there probably knows already, and apparently the security team has also been notified. There's been a suspicious request from the sales team. As you know, our company is a rather special pharmaceutical company. So naturally, we also have some special clients, shall we say, important people who are useful to society. For those kinds of clients, Daydream Inc.'s sales representatives sometimes make direct house calls to sell our products. When the bill is large, sometimes there are regular deliveries too. But just now, the sales team members making a regular potion delivery have officially sent a request for help to Daydream Inc. They claim to be experiencing some strange phenomena. And you know what, there's a really fun, or rather a really nice, strong scent of darkness about this, isn't there? Because these salespeople aren't asking to be rescued, they just keep asking for the answer. They say they're being chased by something and trapped in a room, but don't know the answer. They're rambling that they don't know who to trust or which choice to make. And apparently every time they've come to this house for regular deliveries before, they felt something strange, felt chills. Specifically, on rainy days like today. Rain is pattering down outside the window. Rumbles. Thunder rolls by, ringing in their ears. On edge, the two office workers in suits had just entered this house on the outskirts of Seoul and been shown to the sofa. If you'll wait just a moment. Yes, thank you. Who? People from the sales team of Daydream Inc. were commonly referred to as delivery staff, and Lee Jin-young held the position of supervisor in said team. He let out a sigh as he adjusted his tie. The middle-aged woman who had let them in and was now heading upstairs, saying she would inform the client of their visit, was already only visible from behind. She probably isn't a family member of the client. She must be the housekeeper here. It didn't seem likely that people important enough to have custom pharmaceuticals developed and supplied just for them would do their own cleaning and dishwashing. Still, it's odd that they buy the medicine themselves. He glanced at the box his superior was holding. They were here to introduce and sell a special potion. It was only after joining the company that he learned Daydream Inc. didn't just develop anti-hair loss products, but also sold more unusual medications. And that the ingredients were not exactly mainstream, something special. It's not like extracted from human bodies or something, right? The hint of illegality was a bit unsettling, but really, what big modern corporation isn't skirting the line in some way? He figured he'd just keep his head down and collect his paycheck. Still, it was a bit unpleasant. That's just how sales jobs are, though. And this was his first time coming here for a regular delivery. His superior had brought him along to cover for someone on vacation. "Assistant manager, are you okay?" Not really." The company worker, who apparently had a sensitive digestive system, replied gloomily. "I heard this isn't a particularly difficult customer. Maybe it's the rain." The supervisor thought back to the conversation before coming here, about today's regular delivery customer. They're the kind of customers you'd have to put a little more effort in but still manage to close a sale with. But that house feels a little off, especially when it rains. "It feels off?" "Yeah, you know that feeling, like when you're somewhere with bad energy, like a tunnel where an accident happened, kinda." That's why I always bring a talisman, just in case." "Is it really that bad?" "Maybe it's just that he's not feeling well today. Anyone would feel a bit out of sorts on a damp, gloomy, overcast day like this." "The house is nice, though." The supervisor shrugged to himself and glanced around the expensive townhouse in Seoul. It was upscale and spotless. Definitely the kind of wealthy home where someone else does the cleaning. The supervisor felt a twinge of deprivation as he looked at the dust-free floor. Then suddenly he saw it. There was something shabby under the sofa. He absent-mindedly reached out and picked it up. A thin, smooth texture. Sketchbook paper. It was the kind of thing a child would use. Without thinking, he flipped the paper over. H. Unger Y. The words, scrawled in what looked like a child's handwriting, appeared. Around the letters, clumsy stick figures made of circles and lines were drawn in various colored crayons. Did the kid draw the rest of the family? "Hey, someone's coming." For now, the assistant manager set the paper beside the sofa and turned to greet the clients who had come downstairs. "Hello." "Yes, nice to meet you." The couple spoke in unexpectedly gentle tones. "Are you here for the delivery?" "That's right." And the assistant manager changed his expression and smoothly greeted the clients. "It's your usual C-grade delivery." He handed over a sealed box. The couple opened it, checked the bottle of greenish liquid inside, and nodded in satisfaction. "I wonder what that even is." The Daydream Inc. Sales staff who didn't know much about the potion could only sneak a glance. "Does it make you young again, or something?" In any case, the payment for the special potion wasn't made on the spot, and rumor had it that what the clients paid with wasn't even money. "I heard it's for helping the company out with something." Maybe they helped cover up illegal activities or got involved in a rigged bidding process. At least, that's what the sales rep guessed. Of course, he didn't breathe a word of this out loud. In any case, everything went as usual for a regular delivery after that. Before leaving, you flatter the client and keep the mood pleasant, so they'll continue the contract. And as usual, the sales rep just tried to think up some light small talk. "Oh, does your child like to draw?" "Pardon?" "They left something here." Remembering the drawing he'd seen earlier, he reached out and groped around the sofa. He was sure it was right here. There was this cute crayon drawing saying hungry. It was. He blinked. All he felt was the smooth leather of the sofa. He turned his head quickly, but there was no sign of a drawing. That's strange. He was sure he'd left it on the sofa. "What paper?" "Oh." As he turned to explain, the couple looked at him quizzically. "Our eldest already moved out, college already." "Is so?" A reaction like that was no different from saying, "What are you talking about? There aren't any kids here." "Damn it." The couple, now watching him with suspicion, soon stood up, saying they'd put the potion away, and as soon as they left, the supervisor's superior shot him a look of disbelief. "Are you insane?" "I'm sorry." But he felt wronged. What the hell is going on? "No, but it was really there. You saw it too, didn't you, assistant manager?" "What are you talking about?" "I mean the drawing like a page torn from a sketchbook. Looked like a kid scribbled on it." "Like that over there?" "Oh." The sales rep got up and went over to something he spotted nearby. Under the kitchen table, half hidden beneath a carpet, was a piece of paper. "Hey, what are you doing?" "You see this, right? It was something like this." He flipped the paper over. There was probably another child's drawing or writing on the back. "It hurts. I am hungry. It who RTS. IWNT Tuller Av." The paper was filled with those crooked words. And all around the words were clumsy drawings of family members. The adults were holding black sticks and nooses, and where their faces should be were eerily red and black, distorted facial features. As if staring out from the paper. A chill crawled up his spine. Something was off. This was the kind of thing you'd expect to see from an abused child, the sort of drawing brought to a psychologist. Assistant manager, I think we should at least check on this. Hey. His boss tapped him on the back. What's the first saying they taught us in training? Don't you remember? Curiosity killed the cat. Do not try to find out about the client or the performance of the products you sell. Ignorance. It was training that went exactly against the usual professionalism expected of sales positions. That's probably why they emphasized it first and foremost. Ah, right, you still don't even know what kind of medicine we're delivering, do you? The less you know, the better. The same goes for the clients. It's better not to know. IWNT Tuller Ave. The sales rep looked down at the drawing and the words, then finally sighed and nodded. Yes. His boss patted him on the back. The sales rep bent down to fold the paper and put it back on the floor. All right, let's just be careful heading out. Lev. Thug. Suddenly, all the lights in the house went out. In the pitch-black darkness, the two salesmen reached for each other in confusion. It was dark. Is this a blackout? Yes, I think so. It was strangely quiet. Normally, when the lights go out suddenly, people would make noise or talk to check what's going on, right? But in the oppressive darkness, only the sound of rain outside the window filled the silence. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Excuse me. No answer came back. The outline of the house was just barely visible in the silence, as if it were holding its breath. A chill. Let's just go outside and take a look, see if it's a blackout in the whole neighborhood. The two headed for the front door. Because of the rain, it was dark, but not so dark that they couldn't find their way to the door. But somehow it felt wrong. The smell of rain. There was the scent of damp earth. It wasn't a smell you'd expect in a well-maintained house. The supervisor took a shallow breath, uncomfortable, and stepped forward. Up ahead, his superior seemed to be fumbling for something in his pocket. Was that his talisman? This lock, hold on. He seemed to be struggling with the front door lock, probably because it was unfamiliar and dark. Should I try? Sure, but... Why are you still holding that piece of paper? He turned his head. He saw the paper in his left hand. Drip, drip, water was falling from the paper. That smell of rain, it was coming from here. Beep, beep. Creak. A sound. The supervisor, stiff with tension, turned his head back forward. The assistant manager, who had been holding the door lock, was looking back at him. No, it was just his head that had turned. Thunk. His neck snapped the other way, and his lifeless body toppled like a toy. He froze in shock. A corpse. From the assistant manager's twisted face, fluid began to ooze from every hole. Tears, mucus, and spit dripped onto the floor. Like rainwater. Hick. Rolled. A small, round device fell from the dead man's hand and rolled to the employee's feet. Instinctively, he picked it up, even as he thought. His empty mind buzzed with tinnitus. What is this? What is happening right now? At that moment, oh my, I'm so sorry. You must have been startled by the sudden blackout. Are you all right? The flustered voices of the couple came from above. It was a bit muffled, as if they were calling from upstairs, but the important thing was they were voices. Human voices. Reality snapped back into place. Relief, fear, shock, helpless confusion. Unable to take his eyes off the dead assistant manager, he barely managed to move his lips. I'm fine, it's nothing. Where are you? You're okay, right? Because this is a single detached house, sometimes we get blackouts like this, goodness. That startled me. The sales rep, barely managing to catch his breath, stood up. He lifted his hand to throw away the paper he was holding. Liar, liar. The words on the paper had changed. And then, something flashed through his mind. Are you still there? Pardon me. His mouth opened. His voice was shaking. You definitely said it earlier. Our eldest already moved out. Oh, well, yes, why? But the phrase eldest child is only used when there's a younger child. Then where is the younger one? A deathly silence. Pardon me. Too late. It's too late. The sales rep began to run, desperately, in the opposite direction from the staircase. Too late. It's too late. He felt his neck go numb from fear. His survival instinct screamed. Something's wrong. Need to hide. But where? With trembling hands, he unfolded the paper again. Thud, mud and dust wet from the rain dropped to the floor. But before he could even flinch at that, the contents were revealed. The words had changed again. Bath tub. Bathroom. He looked up and saw a door labeled bathroom in English. In a split second of hesitation, the sales rep finally opened the door next to the bathroom, stepped inside and locked it. Hig. The dark silhouette in the pantry looked terrifying, but for now he tried to steady his breath. And held his breath, because he heard something coming down from upstairs. Step, step. Too late. It was getting closer. The footsteps grew louder and louder, closer and closer. It's too late. They were standing right outside the door. The employee stifled both his sobs and his breath, but soon he heard the doorknob turning. Click. The next moment, he realized it. The door hadn't opened. It's just it had been locked from the outside as well. Too late. It's too late. What exactly is this? What decision was he making right now? What is this? Please just rest now. There's nothing to be done now. What was he supposed to believe? In his confusion, the sales rep tried to unfold the paper again with his shaking hands. But then, he realized what was in his other hand. The manager's talisman. With trembling hands, he checked it for the first time. Pager. It was a pager. A small, old electronic device called a pager, which was widely used decades ago. On it, as if preset by his boss, 505 was entered. That meant SOS. His desperate mind drew the connection. Where does this connect to? Maybe the talisman wasn't a literal charm, but a means of calling for help. Clutching at straws, the sales rep hurriedly pressed the button, hitting what looked like a send button over and over. Please, please. And then, processing your request. A businesslike voice. It echoed in his ear like a faint whisper. Would you like to call the security team? An additional fee will be charged. Why, yes. Whatever it was, he needed help. Help, please. Who should I trust, I mean? Where should I go? PL, please tell me. I don't know what the answer is. Processing your request. The employee rambled incoherently, telling what had happened so far, this strange house, the rainy day, the drawing, the lie. The child. That child who drew this. Is there a little one here in need of care? The sales rep fell backward. The pager which had spoken in that bizarre voice dropped to the floor. And from the shadow that formed where it landed, a black silhouette began to rise. Process complete. Security team assigned. Employees clad in the uniform of Daydream Inc. as security team. Chapter 215. The security team members looked up. A dark pantry. From beneath the shadows, the sales representative had fallen to the floor and was holding his breath. At that moment, he locked eyes with them as they emerged through portable transport equipment. Little ones, no. The one wearing an animal mask drawn like a child's crayon drawing, a badger, suppressed his own triggered contamination. Soon a calm and businesslike voice followed. Employee from Sales Team 4. Why, yes. Identity confirmed. We will now begin calculating the fee. The sales rep swallowed. Clad head to toe in black uniforms, faces covered, equipped with all sorts of strange devices, they themselves were like living ghost stories. Supernatural, unmistakably assigned to special duties. Yet for a moment, their presence brought a sense of relief. Of course, the very next moment, the incomprehensible situation flooded him with fear again. So what am I supposed to do? As he rolled his eyes, trying desperately to grasp the situation, the sales rep spotted something. The security team member who followed was carrying a black portable carrier in his hand. A metal carrier, seemingly for animal transport. Wait a minute. Why, you're not going to put me in there and take me out, are you? No, of course not. Badger gently patted the carrier. It was a moment of relief for the sales rep. There's already someone inside. Don't think too much about it. The sales rep, who seemed half-crazed by this incomprehensible situation, looked on as Badger gave a bittersweet smile inwardly. And then, it's cramped. Holding the carrier in one hand, J3 seemed to have little interest in the situation itself. Of course, it had been a very long time since he'd been out for work, not wearing his security guard uniform. Though calling it out was a stretch, considering how cramped their current location was. In the meantime, Badger displayed an absurd level of courtesy for a security team member like himself. He announced in a businesslike tone, "All received details have been confirmed. We will now proceed to..." "Who is it? Who's there?" "Tadadadadadek." A sound like raindrops hitting the door gnawed at their nerves. Fingernails were scraping. 10 fingertips scratched at the door. "There's someone else. There's more." The voices whispered, as if gasping for breath. The sound was terrifyingly close, because they were pressing their heads to the gap in the door, whispering through it. Too late. It's too late. The couple was peering inside, into the very room they themselves had locked. The sales rep felt frozen to the marrow of his bones. But, are they human? Can't say. The astonishingly calm conversation of the security team came from right beside him. Maybe they used to be. Out of habit, J3 reached to adjust his non-existent security cap, and instead patted his mask. Something like the faded eyes of a beast flashed over it. Then he carefully set the carrier down on the pantry floor, right next to the sales rep. Can you wait here?" "Why, yes." But it wasn't directed at the sales rep. "You all right?" Tap. The iron bars of the black carrier rattled softly, as if the animal inside was responding. "I'll be right back, wait here." Tap. Another response came. J3 gently touched the carrier, then straightened up. If you don't want to get hurt, stick close to this side over here." This time, the words were for the sales rep. "Absolutely, do not handle it carelessly." The sales rep swallowed and nodded, and he pressed himself to the side of the black carrier, sensing that this was a form of protection. A strange chill radiated from within the carrier. "Then we will begin." Leaving the sales rep behind, the 2 security team members moved to the pantry door and opened it with force. Their bodies blocked the view, so he couldn't see outside, but he heard the rain get even louder. The sales rep shrank himself as small as possible. He caught a glimpse of the security team members heading outside. The door closed, and the sound of the rain faded. Thud. Screed, scritch. Something was being ripped apart. The noise was thunderous. The sales rep, without realizing, gripped the carrier tightly. He did it to avoid imagining what was happening outside. The cold kept him alert. Inside the carrier, something like strange smoke seemed to slither up and rise. After a single moment that felt endlessly long. Boom. The roaring stopped, and even the rain ceased. The door opened, and there were the 2 security team members, standing as if nothing had happened, checking their equipment. Suppression complete. They're fine. A faint hope rose in the sales rep's heart, nearly causing his legs to give out. Then, can he leave now? The employee got to his feet and looked out the door. And in that instant, he understood what suppression meant. MMF. He suppressed a scream. The hallway was slick with moisture. The wallpaper and floor were soaked, shining with a dark, clammy reflection like spattered bodily fluids, almost like blood. And directly opposite the door, there was the bizarre form of the couple, their bodies twisted and fixed, all their limbs bent backward and locked in place. As if determined to break and crush every possible means of movement, to thoroughly prevent any resistance, the 2 were twisted into monstrous, centipede-like shapes, each joint pinned in place with colored push pins like oversized tacks. Overwhelming force and violence, and alongside that, childish school supplies. From every hole in their faces, fluid was running down, as if displayed on the dark hallway wall. Just like his dead superior. No, even more inhuman. All right, it was a collection job. Collection, starting with information gathering. MMH. The security team member, gaunt and slow-moving, approached what had once been the couple, whom he had smashed and pinned in place. He pulled a push-pin from the mouth. Hey, is there a child here? It was one of the things the sales rep had said into the pager. A chill ran through his chest. Even more horrifying, the couple's mouth opened and began to answer. Please help us, please help Hick. Answer the question first. Suddenly, tears streamed from their eyes. The child is in the bathroom. That poor child, please help. You're already trapped too. It's too late, please help. The security team member called Sergeant just stared at them. What's upstairs? There's something evil, don't go up. No, you need to run away from here. Maybe you can still escape, somehow to the outside. Pondering, the security team member raised a hand toward them. And in the next moment, enough. Snap. With a sound as clear as it was final, the couple's necks were broken. The skinny security officer, with one hand on each neck, crushed and twisted the bones with such bizarre strength, spinning them backward. With total nonchalance. Did he just kill them? We've confirmed everything we needed then. Yeah. Understood, Mr. Caller, you should be all right now. Please hand over what you're holding. His hands trembled. Something was terribly wrong. No human could do something like that. Mr. Caller. The sales rep forced himself to look down at his own hand. He was holding the sketchbook paper, and on it new words appeared. I am SCR'd. Truly. A monster. Suddenly, the sales rep turned his head to the spot right beside the pantry. The answer the paper had been hinting at all along. The place even the dead couple had mentioned. Biath ar umtub. The bathroom. The sales rep ran. No can do. His head was seized. Gasping for air, the sales rep looked up and saw, covering his face, a grotesque and enormous shape. A beast's forepaw with countless claws. Stay right here. The sales rep blinked. The fear of death left him paralyzed. He's going to die. Teacher, let go of what's in your hand. Listen to the rules your colleague tells you. That's how you can be the perfect teacher. His hand loosened. The sketchbook paper slipped away. No. Should I read it? No, you'll get contaminated if you read it, so later. The sales rep moved his eyes, the only thing he could control. Run? Where should he run? Front door, living room, upstairs, window. Right. He could escape through the window. Why didn't he think of that? Yes, if he died going out the front, he could go out the window. He had to escape right now. He struggled, trying to crawl to the window, kicking, pushing at the beast's paw with his nails, but nothing worked. He couldn't give you. If you go there, you'll die. Just stay still. Die why? Because you get closer to the source. The source? He turned his head. You should remember, you said it yourself, Mr. Caller. What? When you reported, you said it. This house felt strange now and then. The employee stopped in his tracks. He remembered what he'd yelled into the pager, the desperate plea for help. What his superior had said. The rain. That house feels a little off, especially when it rains. The sales rep looked at the window. Outside, the rain fell in a steady drizzle. On rainy days, that's right. The slow, apathetic voice crept chillingly into his ear. They say if you open a black umbrella inside the house while it's still wet, something will come in. If you leave wet shoes upside down, a ghost will wear them. Sergeant, is that true? No. The sergeant glanced at Badger with eyes devoid of reflection, then continued in a slow voice. Most of it's just nonsense. Oh. But sometimes, they say things like that can actually cause it to happen. Darkness. The employee, who had once been a supervisor on the field exploration team, filled in the word the sergeant didn't bother to add. The sergeant's explanation wasn't finished. And you know there's that other story. When you're walking with an umbrella in the rain, and you hear a strange whisper, a voice talking to you from somewhere beyond, don't answer. Because it's not human. The sales rep met the sergeant's eyes. Hey, did anyone keep trying to talk to you? At that moment, Supervisor Lee. The sales rep froze. Supervisor Lee, are you there? A familiar voice came from the front door. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Supervisor Lee, open the door, will you? What's going on in there? It was. Why aren't you coming out? The voice of his dead superior. Knock, 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 knock. The body of the assistant manager, whose neck had been twisted and left in the entryway, had vanished. Now only the sound of someone knocking on the door from the other side echoed beyond the rain, accompanied by the assistant manager's voice. Open this up, you need to come out too. All strength left the sales rep's body. The sergeant released his grip on the employee's head. With a thud, the sales rep collapsed to the floor, looking dazed. Wow. Badger watched this, quietly impressed. He realized the sergeant's expertise in exploring darknesses, concealed behind that lifeless manner of speaking. It was the kind of skill the clever youngest member of the D Squad might have gained after a few more years on the field exploration team. No, well, since they were both now assigned to the security team, it was a meaningless thought. Badger caught himself, thinking he'd almost been rude. Meanwhile, the voices multiplied. People, there's people here. Are you all right? Egu, this old woman here fell down. Could you help me? Wait a minute, the grandmother of this house died years ago. Don't listen. Something's wrong here. Upstairs, the master bedroom, past the kitchen door. Voices came from every direction, as if everyone who had ever been in the house had suddenly regained consciousness after the blackout. They drew closer and closer, along with the sound of rain. Where are you? Don't answer the voice from upstairs. There's no one up there right now. Be careful, I think there's something wrong here. Footsteps. And then... the door opened. What? I'm coming, where are you? Even the dead assistant manager. Lug huff. What is this, what's real? Which of these is the real monster? The sales rep tried to review what he'd heard to sort it out, but Badger grabbed him. Calm down, it's all rigged, Sergeant. In a situation that would make anyone's heart race with terror, the sergeant calmly knelt down and spoke into the transport cage. He addressed whatever was inside the cage. What do you think? Does it sound right? Tab. Well, then should I do it? Tab, tab. Still. Tab, tab. The sergeant fiddled with his mask and reluctantly shuffled aside. A single tap meant yes, 2 taps meant no. Seeing this agreed-upon signal, Badger gave a wry smile beneath his masked face. Really, nothing had changed. Then I'll unlock it now. Badger approached the transport cage and undid the lock. Clank. The metal bars fell away, and the door of the cage opened. Smoke began to spread across the floor. And from the hollow darkness of the cage, a whole leg stepped out. A black leg wearing black work boots. He knew it was the same uniform as the rest of the security team, but stepping out of the cage, as if walking out through the thick black smoke, was a bizarre figure with horns. A tall man, impossible to believe had been crammed in that cage. The sales rep's trembling gaze met those yellow eyes. Recommendation, do not make eye contact. Lower your head. Close your eyes. The employee hurriedly dropped his gaze. An instinct above panic. Don't keep looking. Cold sweat ran down his neck. But the letters made of smoke continued to follow him. Recommendation, do not make eye contact. Lower your head, correct. Close your eyes. As if in praise. And then, all around, the sound of tearing, like what he'd heard before, began to ring out. SCREECH. The sound of bursting slime, the sound of wailing. The security team was suppressing the things that were approaching. How is he telling the difference between people and monsters? Or maybe that man, not making a distinction at all. The sales rep curled up. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of his chest. He thought he might die. Just then, the letters in the smoke changed, as if reacting to his muttered thoughts. Select which of the following is dangerous. The couple, the sketchbook paper. He want the sales rep to choose. Reflexively, he opened his mouth. The couple. Look at those things coming toward them talking like mad ghosts or whatever they are. That couple must have been ghosts too, definitely. The couple correct. Of course. Maybe anything that spoke to him in a human voice was dangerous all along. Is that what it was? The couple was dangerous, so don't be afraid of us, the ones subduing them. Is that what this man is trying to say? If so, it makes sense. The sales rep, regaining some reason and composure through this logic, remembered what he needed to do. I must have been trying to calm myself down after panicking. Anyway, these security staff were at least rational beings he could talk to. If the security team really did come to save him, and if there truly was another being trapped in this house, the younger child, then it was right to talk more specifically about that. It's already been mentioned, so he can do it. About the writing on the paper that gave him advice. The employee swallowed with a dry mouth and spoke up. The sketchbook paper. At that moment, the sketchbook paper, correct. But even after looking again, it didn't change. Select which of the following is dangerous. The couple, correct. The sketchbook paper, correct. So what this means is dangerous. Both are dangerous. Why? Same thing. Absent-mindedly repeating that meaning in his head, the sales rep's mouth opened of its own accord. Then what was I supposed to trust? I mean, what was I supposed to believe in? None. On rainy days. Don't respond carelessly. To unfamiliar voices. Recommendation, do not make eye contact complete. The sales rep looked up. But the dark man was no longer in front of him. Only a wisp of black smoke remained, exchanging questions and answers with him. Almost as if distracting a child's attention before giving them a shot, diverting him somewhere else. To cut off any sudden action. Now the tearing sounds had stopped, and the area was filled with bodies fixed by the security team like the couple. The only consolation was that it was so dark he couldn't see them clearly. And the black smoke. The sales rep absent-mindedly watched the black smoke he'd been conversing with vanish, as if sucked away. The smoke drifted down the hallway, toward a spot next to the pantry where they had been trapped. That was now the only place any noise was coming from. The bathroom. From inside, an endless series of horrible screams could be heard. I looked at the bathtub in front of me. Inside, rainwater was echoing as it filled up. A transparent, deep pool, drawing in and swallowing victims who respond to its call. Letters scratched themselves into my mind. Equals. Echoes of rainwater. The superstition that whispers heard on rainy days are a call from ghosts, modernized as a power of the Church of the Luminous Unknown. It is under the mimicry sect. On rainy days, it targets victims who approach the rainwater pit, luring them by mimicking the appearance and voices of those previously lost. In addition, speaking is used in chillingly broad ways, including letters, notes, or drawings. It borrows the form of an either or lost cause ghost story, forcing victims to agonize over whom to believe, but in truth, every option leads to ruin. The victims are toyed with no matter what, stuck in a ditch. It twists the human belief that picking the right person means survival. However, this ghost story was deleted for failing to meet wiki registration standard due to the following reasons. 1. Insufficient connection to the affiliated organization, Church of the Luminous Unknown. 2. Similar ghost stories already confirmed among registered disasters under the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. A discarded ghost story never formally registered on the wiki. And my job is to register this with Daydream Inc. I looked down at the rainwater in the tub. Still, is this really okay? Chapter 216. The dull head thinks as it stares into the darkness before its eyes. A ghost story under the Church of the Luminous Unknown, deleted from the wiki. Yet it exists here because it exists even in the delete log. At first, once it had gathered enough recommendations, it was registered on the wiki, but those later deleted for failing to meet the standards of registration could still be found under deleted creepypastas. If that's the case, is this ghost story truly a power created by the Church of the Luminous Unknown? Or, since it was deleted for insufficient connection to the Church of the Luminous Unknown, is it separate? Just what kind of world is this place that has summoned me into this grotesque body? Confusion spreads along the brain that was collapsing in slow motion. The smoke wavers. "You all right?" A voice is heard. It is the one wearing the badger mask. A gaze is felt, peering in from outside the bathroom. He seems to want to talk. "Stand by. But I must make a judgment. That is to say, if a ghost story that might belong to the Church of the Luminous Unknown ends up in the hands of Daydream Inc., what effect, what side effect, could that possibly bring about? Does it even matter? It does not matter. Worrying over the origin, the root, the contradictions of the ghost story holds no meaning. The only thing that matters is carrying out the task assigned to me. That is the purpose of my labor contract. Nothing else is necessary. I have one thing to do. Verification in progress. To determine whether this darkness is suitable for Dream Essence production under Daydream Inc. There were 3 points used as criteria. 1 must yield Dream Essence through clearing. 2 must allow improvements to survival and return rates based on a manual. From this, it can be inferred. The likely meaningful way of clearing is enduring without ever coming into contact with the rainwater until the rain stops. The enticement on a rainy day. Because this legend has its root in luring rather than direct slaughter or violence, simply guarding one's mind and locking the doors already grants a chance of survival. If exploration records pile up, its behavioral patterns could also be deduced. Criteria 1 and 2 are suitable. And then the final, 3rd condition. 3 must be easily isolated or contained. I looked down into the bathtub filled with rainwater and slowly tapped my chin with a finger. I made an estimate, and I reached a conclusion. Conditions met. Suitable darkness. And proceeding with suppression into a transferable form. I carried out the task. But right now, I covered the rainwater in the bathtub with mist. From now on, what is hidden by the smoke will regain its original form. Unnecessary descriptions and records deleted. Back to the original form. From the bathtub came a death cry, a scream of pleading echoing through the bathroom. The scream of one whose existence is being erased. It resembled the scream of a victim. The method of this thing, which had learned for a long time the process of luring prey, had grown far more sophisticated than drifting superstition. So you've learned deception. A dead victim becomes a new bait, weaving together truth and falsehood to create convincing choices and lure in another victim. It disguises, it mimics. It toys with both sides. Listen to one side, then doubt. Listen to the other, then doubt. And by then it is already, quite literally, too late. As each sense of strangeness and each fragment of truth is realized, the prey becomes mentally weaker, until eventually they choose one side and follow its words. Whichever side they choose, the end lies within this rainwater. This time, it just so happened to take the form of the couple and the child's handwriting in the sketchbook. But that, too, is the end. The rainwater, shrouded in smoke, is now endlessly spitting out the corpses it had consumed. Thud. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a body pushed out from the bathtub and striking the floor echoed together through the bathroom. The tiled floor filled up with corpses. Corpses piled up. I covered with smoke, gathered it, and covered again, repeating the process as I watched its end. The rainwater pit, having spit out every last fragment, began to boil and evaporate. Delete. More. Until you lose your identity and are crushed. More. Like me. More. I felt my body covering the bathroom collapsing further and further, until it reached the point of no return to the razor's edge, until I lost everything. Dear. Stop. Inappropriate form of address. Reason unofficial. I retrieved the smoke. From behind came the sound of the one wearing the badger mask, panting. Sorry. There was no need to apologize. That's right. If a ghost story's very identity is deleted, then it cannot be used as darkness. From behind the gas mask, I exhaled smoke and swallowed it again. My collapsing body slowly began to recover. I felt the eyes of the badger-masked man tremble as he looked at the pile of corpses. How did you come to be able to do something like this? I don't know. I don't want to know. What matters is the next stage of the job. Prepare containment unit. The one wearing the badger mask silently brought over the transport cage I had been kept inside. I confirmed that even excluding the space for me to fill, there was still enough room inside. So then, flinch. The bathtub itself, torn up and seized in my grasp, the rainwater within it shrank in fear. I willingly crammed the bathtub filled with rainwater into the transport cage. Thump. The sound of the iron door closing rang out. Confirmed. It was done. Carrying the containment unit as it was, I stepped out through the bathroom door. Silence softly wrapped around the house. The rain that fell beyond the window continued, but instead of chill and strange unease, there was a peaceful darkness there. The sound of rain was gentle. Ordinary. The sales team caller, who had been under the sergeant's watch, seemed to notice it too. Hope spread across his face. It's over. Affirmative. The employee sank back down again. This time not from fear but from relief. Soon the lights in the house returned. Flash. The newly brightened interior looked as ordinary as if nothing had happened. Let's go back. And the other security team members reported the present situation as they returned to reality, having exited the ghost story. Midst that, the relieved sales employee finally managed to stand, smiling faintly. Thank why. There was nothing to be thankful for. Remaining phase. Fee calculation. Pardon. Because everything comes at a price. Calculation complete. The estimated fee shall now be executed. At the words coming from the dead superior's pager, the sales employee blinked and lifted his head. How much will it be? A manager shall be assigned shortly. Remaining time 30 seconds. Wait, hey, Suddenly, a thought passed slowly through my head. Anyone who regularly visited this place on rainy days would already have been no different from being bewitched the moment they stepped into this house. Just like the employee's dead superior. But, could it really be that Daydream Inc. did not know? That the couple, who had regularly purchased special potions, had been swapped out as victims of the ghost story. Or perhaps that they had already long since been receiving those potions in the state of residents trapped within the ghost story. And that sales team employees could be dragged into that situation. At the end of the day, as long as the payment could be collected, did it really matter how this would get resolved, either this or that? Or rather, on the contrary. That's not something for security team employees to decide. Let's go back. Wait. The security team returned to the company. The shadow of the pager once again swallowed the security team. And I was also stored back inside the containment unit and transported to the underground isolation room of the main branch. But the thought kept returning. The face of the caller, carrying an expression that seemed to say, I survived, gradually becoming covered with unease. That crumbling pile of mosaic. Goodness me, truly the kind of talent our company desires. No, should I call you a godsend instead? Ha ha ha. To think you would capture it directly. A cheerful, chattering voice. It was the voice of my assigned researcher, Quack Jekeng. After receiving this assigned task's report, he flipped through pages excitedly. The grade, what level will it be? At least D, I'd say. Even just C would be enough to bring out some truly interesting, such a wide variety of exploration records. This is a fine darkness indeed. Let's call it Whispers on a Rainy Day. Well, shouldn't the two security team members who were assigned as assistants at least give you a word of thanks, Mr. Employee? Must have been fun, huh? Brought back old memories, playing at being the field exploration team again. The man in the badger mask clenched his fist, then released it in resignation. I added one more count to the accumulated tally for the researcher. And... question. Of course, you can ask anything you want, but... question. The caller's specific settlement cost. In that instant. So that's what you become curious about. The researcher's voice turned exceedingly soft. As if he wanted to act affable. Naturally, I should answer. But this is the first time you've been curious about something not required for the task, so, is there perhaps nothing else you want to ask in relation? Any question at all is fine. As if he wanted me to dig out something more. Why not ask whatever your heart leads you to? It doesn't have to be task-related. I drew with smoke. Cost inquiry, task relevance present. Issue of efficiency. Task variations depending on cost. Possibility of triggering caller's aggression or sudden behavior. I kindly attached an example phrase. Sample phrase, money's worth. After a silence. That right, well, I suppose so. The researcher's voice, deflated and a little flustered, came through the speaker. Most caller employees don't actually understand the costs, so it usually doesn't get to that point. And the cost is rarely money, it's labor. This caller will most likely be processed as working at a branch office for several years. A branch office. The branch offices of Daydream Inc. was a setting not described concretely in the wiki. Well, isn't that fine? He'd even get extra pay for getting assigned elsewhere. For a moment, a spark of something like worry or curiosity flashed through my head, but it soon sank beneath the mush of broken thoughts. Because in my mind, the notification that work hours had ended was already ringing. Your work shift has ended. Your work shift has ended. Your work shift has ended. Oh dear, has it gotten so late already? Then I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Employee. The speaker clicked off. And so, in an instant, the chamber I was in fell into a soundless stillness. I sat on the bed. The training videos no longer played. In the space made to resemble a company dorm room, silence spread. On the bookshelf, a few books. On the desk, a laptop. But all were props, non-functional. They could not be interacted with. Here, until the next shift arrives, I cannot work. Quietly. Knock, knock. Is it all right if I come in? I turned toward the iron door. Someone was standing outside. Not just standing. Soon I heard the soft sound of the iron door being opened. Security team. The man in the badger mask and the guard sergeant. My teammates. Sorry we're late, took a while to wash up. From outside, other security team members closed the iron door. But they did not leave. Hey, listen. The man in the badger mask held something out to me. A thick, heavy, rectangular object. I got permission to bring this in. The sergeant said something like this should be fine, and yeah, it really was. A book. 12 must-read classics for young adults. I figured you'd be bored. I accepted it. The people sitting across from me seemed to smile with genuine joy. And also listen. His voice sounded slightly tense. I was thinking, would it be okay if we called you Roe Deer, at least when it's just us? The sergeant said it would be fine. Yeah, if it's not work hours, an informal designation is allowed. Affirmative. Great. From beyond the mask came the sound of a smile. And then he sat down beside me. You did well on your first security team shift, Roe. The hand that habitually reached toward my head fell back down. Because there was no form of hair to ruffle. I raised both hands. Roe. A dull desire. A desire I had not felt since signing my labor contract, surfacing dimly and coarsely from deep below. The desire to have a similar form. The desire to interact in the same way. A desire that felt like it wanted to be expressed in such words. Wait just a sec, hey. I covered my form with smoke. But I did not know how to create it. Like how one cannot learn how to breathe, what had once been instinctive could not be reproduced artificially. I groped over my face. Bone, rubber, silhouette, and a throat that did not exist. Nostalgia candy that could no longer be consumed. Nostalgia. Request. What kind? I completed the sentence. Request. Nostalgia kitty. The two security team members shot to their feet at the same time. Because they understood the meaning implied in that request. W8 hold on, Sergeant. The sergeant was already gone outside the iron door. And as if to disregard the immense distance to the rental storage front desk and the entire security clearance process in between, he returned in an astonishingly short time. In his hand was the requested item. Here, onto my outstretched hand fell a red thread-like item, pale from the bony hand that held it. An item in the form of red yarn. Nostalgia kitty. The very same item once used after rescuing Supervisor Park Minseong, when he had gotten contaminated in the hungry hangman ghost story. Its effect was, when worn, it fixes the target into the form of their body and mind at their healthiest point in the past 10 years. The more severe the subject's mutation, the faster the yarn breaks. I accepted the nostalgia kitty and wrapped it around my neck. Chapter 217. The red thread of nostalgia wrapped around my neck. The first thing I felt was clarity. The sense that everything was distinct and in its proper place. I blinked. I could blink. Eyelids and eyelashes, a clear vision through the cornea. I looked down at my hands. There were no black rubber gloves. Only the bare skin of a human hand lay exposed there. I clenched and unclenched my bare hand. Yes, this was how it used to feel. This was the sensation. The shock faded naturally, leaving only a trace, and what remained was familiarity. Natural feelings and sensations. And in their place, a forgotten sense of familiarity entered again. Yes, a feeling. I clearly remembered this. Thud. Wet. I lowered my head. The bare hand was gone. All that's left visible were divine hooves and scales, attached to amorphous, melting flesh. Forcibly, I put on the gloves. Forced on. Forced more. Row. More. And more. Done. Human fingers. Fingers with a silhouette resembling those of a human could be seen. And through them I saw it. The floor. On the floor lay a single thread, as if worn out and frayed. Pilled, dirty, discolored, now completely worthless. The thread had snapped. Wait. It was a delusion. Did you think Nostalgia Kitty could help you? Did you think what you are experiencing now was contamination? Did you believe there was a chance you could return to a time when your body and mind had been healthy? Did you believe you could return to the comfort of ignorance, embraced by the peace it offered? That by taking a hint from that, you could know the direction Toak discover Rawetana Vigatethus world reset Irgol Sredern Tobing human Reddern home finale Reddern home did Irilithing cough such things. Did you hope for that? Did you believe it could happen? Truly? I'm making an absurd wish, the wrong wish. Yaukamedo realize thinks that Yao should never have ni dead to know Iwawignet in a grotesque but Yao have stayed in the underground for 6 months alone with nothing but ghost storas and corpses theferafi. Wearing the nostalgia kitty was a mistake. Not all of its effects could be good. Having gonli a humanche ponli abidi capable of interaction is impossible. In other words, these are emotions Yao should have felt in the first place had you truly been human. It means my fear and despair would return too. And once experienced, they do not disappear even if the brain and body collapse like mush in an instant. They remain. Unbearable. Smoke rises. It keeps rising, filling this space completely until there is no gap to escape through. It could fill everything, and yet it is not enough. The space is not enough. Row why? I stood up. The one in the badger mask fell into the thick smoke. I carried him to the bed, let him rest. I faced the sergeant. He said nothing, because work hours were over, and he had neither the duty nor the authority to control me. So Pardo, is there nothing I can do for you? I opened the door of the isolation chamber and walked out as I was. The black smoke pouring out filled the isolation corridor. Red and blue lights flickered on, just like the 13th basement floor of the annex. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. The alarms rang through the corridor, and also inside my head. You cannot leave the designated area. You cannot leave the designated area. You cannot la. You people did not assign me a designated place to remain after work hours. You only assigned me a new workplace. You did not designate my space, not through words, not through a signature, not through implication. Therefore, I can choose my own place of rest after work hours. I can go anywhere. I stopped, but the unbearable weight did not vanish. Why doesn't it vanish? Why? Right. I kept moving my feet. Riding the smoke, the distance narrowed. The isolation corridor soon ended. The rental storage front appeared. Because the guards had left their posts to prepare equipment and arm themselves to subdue the escaped containment entity, only a few remained at their stations. I knew that there was a miscalculation in their numbers. Since no unrealistically rapid movement ability had been observed in contained entity, 130,666, the miscalculation that it would require at least 3 times longer to reach the rental storage led to the incident. A situation that could be recorded in exactly those terms. And the few remaining security team members sank into the smoke. From one of their bodies, I found a key, and with it, I opened the door of the rental storage and stepped out. I kept walking until I arrived at the central elevator. Ding! The elevator stopped, I boarded it. The floor I had to go to was already decided. The 17th floor is where the researchers who scout for new darkness work. 17th floor. The doors are opening. What appeared was a neat office space of glass and marble, which I had once visited in another form. The smoke that had filled the elevator poured outward, pressing down on the office. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Ugh. Run. Those in lab coats rushed toward the emergency exits. Someone who inhaled the smoke collapsed. Others wailed, sobbed, burst out laughing, clutched their heads and muttered. Some prostrated themselves. All of them melting mosaics. I stepped forward among them, until what I sought appeared. Toward the office I already knew. Research Team 1A. There in the clean and spacious room at the far end. Before he could run. Before he could hide. I gathered the smoke spreading through the corridor, pooling it at my feet, then sent it upward until it filled and covered an entire stretch of hallway. Thus I isolated Research Team 1's office. With smoke, now no one inside could escape. Darkness and stillness pooled before the hallway. Within it, I opened the door. There was only one person on night duty. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Evacuation alert. High-grade darkness containment failure. Amidst the blaring alarms, he was simply scanning CCTV footage with rapturous eyes. From the isolation chamber to the corridor I had passed through, Kwak Jekeng, who had been checking the monitors, lifted his head toward the open door. The expression of one who realized something. You, or rather, one. You were Kim Solium, weren't you? I advanced. It wasn't the vessel, it's always been you from the very start, from the ver. I seized his throat. His feet dangled in the air, the white lab coat hanging beneath him. Here to kill me, out of anger, ha-ha-ha. At first, fear and dread filled his eyes, but soon they brimmed with ecstasy and curiosity. But aren't you curious? I truly cannot figure out what you are, how you harvested dream essence, how you crossed between darkness and human. Through the lenses of his glasses, Kwak Jekeng's eyes fixed on me. He was smiling. In fact, isn't it that you don't even know what you really are? You don't want to remain bound to the company, do you? I can help you, Director Cheng Dali. Who cares about that? A researcher should be true to research, to seek the origin, the truth, understanding. His voice, frenzied, shouted. Conviction and fervor burst forth. If what you want is to know why you were summoned here, why you took that form, then I will cooperate fully. No, I earnestly beg you to let me cooperate. His eyes glinted with rapture. To die here like this wouldn't be so bad, but I can't endure it because there are things I must see. I released my grip. The neck in my hand dropped to the floor. But Kwak Jekeng, without complaint, looked up at me with eyes gleaming with rapture. Yes, a wise choice. I bent my knees and crouched down before his face. And meeting his eyes, I spoke in smoke. Don't want to, okay? Can't trust you, can I? Wait. The smoke traced letters. Untrustworthy thing. Subject for deletion. W8. His panting grew louder. I gave a warning. Warning 3. Reason, insult directed toward employee. Cumulative warnings, 3 strikes left until disciplinary action, 0. From the black gas mask, smoke billowed out. To encircle Kwak Jekeng's head. Wait, just. He stumbled backward. I did not follow, but the smoke did. It wrapped around his features. The researcher, choking as his breath was gradually cut off, coughing, wheezing, straining in agony, finally squeezed out a desperate word. Then, with his free hand still flailing behind him, his fingers slipped again and again until he barely managed to grasp his drawer. A place where twilight-class darkness was kept in temporary storage. From inside, fumbling, he pulled something out. If we use this, what do you think, sir? He barely managed to extend it toward me. A red thread. Its form was strikingly similar to what I had just used. The smoke writhed. But then, recalling that it was not yarn, that it was thin and narrow, I stilled it. And I realized it had a completely different purpose. If we make it so betrayal is impossible, so one must be reliable, is that enough? There is only one darkness that fits that description. Red finger. A darkness that literally fulfills the words of the children's song, hook your pinky and promise, promise. When a single vow is sworn and a thread is looped around the tip joint of the pinky finger, that vow will come true without fail. Because to break it is to die. The method is. Lips trembling, Kwak Jekeng made a sound that was half laughter and half sobbing as I tore open its packaging and pulled at his pinky finger. You know this darkness, don't you? There is nothing I do not know. So long as it has been written. I bound Kwak Jekeng's pinky finger with a red thread. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he smiled. I swear, I will not betray you. I looked at him. Invalid. Reason and accuracy. Then I will cooperate fully. Invalid. Reason and accuracy. Slowly I reshaped the smoke. Accumulated failures, 2. Remaining attempts, 1. Sweat dripped down Kwak Jekeng's face. In that case, could you tell me exactly what vow you want? If I make something up again and look suspicious and die, that'll be troublesome for both of us. The smoke traced a sentence. Suggestion. I will never go against your will henceforth. Kwak Jekeng's eyes shook, because he understood the encompassing, absolute meaning in the words. But his mouth opened, for there was no other choice. I will never go against your will henceforth. Snap. I pulled the red thread. The end joint of the researcher's pinky finger was severed. Blood splattered. Clutching his left hand as blood spurted, watching the tip of his pinky roll across the floor, Kwak Jekeng laughed. Thank you, sir, thank you. 6 minutes later, I returned directly to the isolation chamber. Noise was rising outside the door, but it did not matter. Even if the 2 security team members were gone, it was fine. It only meant they had returned safely. I simply thought about this new situation. About what being bound by thread had returned to me. About fear and about the unbearable. And I reached a conclusion. I must know why I exist here in this form. Who exactly it was that summoned me. To do that first, I must uncover the secrets of this company. What lies beneath the main building. What exactly the Cheerful Research Institute was. And if, even after learning all of this, there is no possible way, then I will give up. It was at this moment that I made a decision. Now that's an exciting plan, friend. I got up. On the bed where I had been lying alone, something was there. A fluffy body, pink endearing ears, black eyes, and a bow tie hung around its neck. And, Mr. Rodeer. The call. Braun. At last you speak my name, friend. How delightful this is. The good friend was right there. Note S. 1. You, 2 different ways to say you were used here. The first was somewhat more casual, while the second has a more respectful undertone depending on the context. But it can also sound condescending and meant to be demeaning. Language is weird and context is key as per usual OTL. By the way, during the time that Solium was being observed after his human form unraveled, Kwak Jekeng had been talking to him kind of respectfully, teetering between Kopnida, Inus, and here and there. For most of his tirade in this chapter, he speaks informally, but then slips back into formal speech, Kopnida, Inus, when he brings up the red finger. Chapter 218. That familiar voice. That familiar comportment. It has been such a long wait. 6 months, goodness. Hardly a period too short for even an entire program to rise and fall, wouldn't you agree? Mr. Rodeer, I fully understand just how dearly you must have missed this brawn in the meantime. And today, at last, here we meet again. Oh, just like the start of a brand new season. Words with the flair of a talk show host. The presence that had always been in my front pocket, speaking with me, was there again. Friend. I picked up the rabbit plush. The doll, small enough to fit in one hand, kept its familiar appearance even as it was shrouded in black smoke. Soft fur and neat seams. Two black pebble-like eyes gleaming in the light. And beneath the pink head, the black bow tie, sitting neatly as always, just like how I had placed it before. A fake. What looked like a bow tie on the original Good Friend was actually just a hairband I had purchased at that boutique in Death Lane. But what was beneath this doll's head was a real bow tie, tied in the proper way. Decisively, the new Good Friend plushie I had custom-made through the process at Cheerful Theme Park could not possibly have a bow tie. Because the previous Good Friend had burned itself. Therefore, this was no different from the prop laptop on the desk that had only a shell for a body, or the books on the shelves that consisted only of covers. A set piece made to reproduce Supervisor Kim Solium's company housing environment. A counterfeit. My word correct, as sharp as ever, friend. Then, what are you? I am your summoned friend, Braun. The unmoving eyes of the rabbit doll glinted again in the light. I merely made use of my cotton-stuffed body merchandise to help you focus, Mr. Roe dear. When I realized the voice was not coming from the rabbit doll itself. It was coming from within me. I simply accepted it as coming from the doll because I had found it there. And this was because it was imitating the speech of the Good Friend. Yes, merchandise, far more elegant than counterfeit, wouldn't you say? A faithful effort to reproduce my cotton-stuffed form that my friend shares his every move with. The quality is a little coarse, but not bad. What? Oh, or wait, did you perhaps think this voice was fake as well? No. Ah, splendid, that's a relief. But haven't you known all along? 6 months. The time I spent alone in the Annex's 13th basement floor, a place with nothing but corpses and ghost stories. Even then, you could have spoken to me at any moment. But you didn't, because that period was tedious, unremarkable, boring, of no value to communication. Isn't it your very nature to relish the thrill and delight of appearing at the single most interesting moment? As an entertainer. So that's it. The host, who could have spoken at any time during those 6 months, turned away from the painful, dreary stretch and instead appeared now, mimicking the Good Friend's image, choosing the most fascinating timing. Very well, slander and rumor are a star's fate after all. The sound of arms crossing. Good heavens, and to think I even made a special guest appearance in that tacky training video from the 2nd week onward. What? Training video? Special entity employee full of dreams and passion. Welcome to Daydream Inc.'s security management team. The endlessly looping training video, playing on the old black and white TV in the corner of room 666 on the Annex's 13th basement floor. Security management, team's special division employee training. Yes, that shoddy piece of propaganda, repeated again and again in that cell of a room, with not a shred of entertainment or inspiration. Even though I greeted you countless times, Mr. Roe dear, you never responded. What an insult that was. And in the middle of that was the rabbit doll. The host with the TV for a head. Did he appear? Did he greet me? That was... Well, it didn't matter. Because it was information irrelevant to the work. How heartbreaking. Yes, friend, you had no intention of recognizing me at all. Of course, it is precisely a host's duty to make even such an audience lend their ears. But fortunately, this form seems to stir in you the desire to listen. Truly, I am honored, Mr. Roe dear. It took me a step too late to understand that the last remark had been sarcasm. And also that it was not only sarcasm. I realized it slowly. Still, it seems my dearest friend has recovered quite a bit of that lively wit of old, quite proactive, ever since today's little excursion. Well, because the nostalgia kitty had, for a fleeting moment, let me know what I truly felt. I had been able to think in a manner similar to before. Indeed, indeed. But, does that mean anything? Within this smeared, untruthful form, within these limbs of melted brain and flesh, where I cannot even tell what attaches to what. And inside this horned monstrosity, into which all that has been forcibly stuffed, Would it not have been better not to realize that there is still something akin to a mind? This dissonance. So that's it, the mask has devoured you, Mr. Roe dear. That's all right, it's a side effect common to all talented entertainers. Now then, behold this merchandise body. I fixed my gaze. The fake good friend lay in my hand. This frugal little body is a fake. Yes, indeed. That splendid cotton-stuffed form you provided me anew lies more than 15 miles away, deep underground. And yet still we are able to speak like this. And surely we can share friendly exchanges as before. Friend, would you set me upon the towel? So I did. Yes, much better. From the black smoke pouring out of the gas mask, my gloved hand moved. I folded the towel twice, carefully smoothed the middle and placed the doll upon it. A habit I once had. As though after finishing a suffocating darkness exploration, I would care for my good friend's resting place upon returning home. As though it were still that way. As though this plush doll, which called itself my good friend, was still bound by the constraints of the good friend. As though it were still that way. It was a deceitful imitation. Oh, but every show begins with imitation. The whole process of mirroring reality, yet presenting it more symbolically. Mime, skits, stand-up, wordplay, critique. At each branching choice, crafting the most meaningful imitation to grant laughter and significance. Building a bond with the audience, moving them through that process. A show is, at its core, a lie that reflects the truth, but is it really meaningless then? The voice dropped to a whisper. Because it is a lie. I did not answer, but the other already knew. My answer. That's right, it does have meaning. Oh, most certainly, in every moment of tears and laughter. The polite host tapped his fingers against the table, as though struck by a good idea. It is the same with you, Mr. Roe dear. Shall we take a look together at the mask you are wearing now? I turned my gaze aside. Oh, the smoke makes fine stage effects, and I do quite like those light-like eyes. You'll make an excellent crew member. Rather rugged and cool indeed, but, Mr. Roe dear, it seems you prefer the mask you wore before. Because of familiarity and the bond tied to it. Why, that too is a fine quality in an entertainer. Then what if we make that a midterm goal? Let us connect with the audience through imitation, just as this brawn here is doing now. If you cannot return to being human, then pretend to be one. It's time to learn a new ability. Mr. Roe dear, isn't this your specialty, collecting marvelous skills and items? Like purchasing items in the Space Shopping Mall. Like receiving tattoos at Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Like exchanging clues in the Faceless Market. My appearance, desperately preparing to survive the ghost stories, to survive within them at all. I remembered. And then above the rabbit doll, like a burst of fireworks, a small golden effect appeared, drew out a single phrase, and vanished. New objective, master the splendid art of disguise. Well, fine. I nodded. Let's find an appearance through which I can interact with people. Even if it isn't real. Excellent friend. Now I do hope you won't forget me, and that we'll go about together. I placed that fake good friend into the pocket of my security team uniform. Just as I had done before. And I began to plan. Just as I had done before. I flipped through the pages of the dark exploration records within memory, making a list of possible methods. And the moment the morning shift began that day. Without fail, a company employee came to the isolation room for duty. But it wasn't someone from the security management team. Haha, we meet again so soon. Quack-jecking. The assigned researcher arrived in a completely disheveled state. At least his pinky finger seemed to have been treated, but it was blunt. One joint was gone. The excuse that the surveillance cameras are broken, that there's no choice but to visit, that we've devised countermeasures. Well, the fact that such excuses work is one of the company's advantages. But that doll. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he noticed the environmental incongruity. The doll's gone from the desk. You took it with you. Perhaps it helps stabilize your mind or attachment formation. I exhaled smoke. Question whereabouts of the team members. The one wearing the badger mask. The guard sergeant. Those two won't be coming today. A light, very light interview process had to be conducted, you see, so instead I've come. Ha ha ha. I gave no response. Do you like those two? For what reason? Surely there are quite a few with whom you've formed rapport. What about other members of the field exploration team, if you were to meet them privately? Not interested, though. The same smile stayed on Quack Jeking's lips, but his complexion had gone pale. It was clear some psychological scars remained. This researcher needed to be made to understand that the position of questioner had shifted. Question: Director Chung's work orders regarding 130,666. You're curious what Director Chung said when assigning you to me? Well, if it's Director Chung, then yes, it's quite likely she knows at least something about your identity. Perhaps she even personally led your summoning. Wiping away the sweat pooled at his chin in a haphazard motion, Quack Jeking laughed fervently. However, Director Chung isn't the sort who talks much, so unfortunately, for now, it can be summarized in about 2 statements. Educated in the regulations as an employee. Discover effective ways of use. And then remain on standby until further instructions. That's about it. You've noticed, haven't you? In short, it's no different from training a dog. Find out what food pleases it, what punishments make it obey. Yes, that's what we were told to determine. Ha ha ha. Mr. Roe dear, how about making the man before you into a dog? It could be an amusing practice stage for your art of disguise. No. Anyway, I believe we've arrived at the same inference. Once your methods of use are sufficiently established, Director Chung herself will begin assigning you darkness collection tasks. The one who nearly walked on all fours produced an interesting conclusion. It matched my own. And that most likely is where the hint lies. If it was Director Chung who summoned you, then it would surely have been for those tasks. A hint toward my existence. Especially if a researcher like me were to stick close and observe, yes, if you provide even a small pretext, then I could learn very, very much. HM. Request to reduce time required. You mean shorten the time it will take to reach that point? Then, in that case. I formed words in black smoke about how one might force a response from Director Chung. To be utilized. Containment failure incident of 130,666. Himzaha. I continued to explain through the smoke. Various examples. Quack Jekeng jotted the words down hastily onto paper, and when space ran out, he even scribbled across the back of his own hand. He was also adding ideas of his own. And when I chose one among them, his mouth split into a wide grin. This is quite a good method, isn't it? Then let's try tricking them like this, ha-ha-ha. Add false rule to 130,666, usage manual. Rule cannot endure boredom. The archival database of Daydream Inc. has been updated. Security Management Team Incident Record. 130,666, Containment Failure Incident. Written documentation of the emergency situation in which contained entity 130,666 escaped from the containment chamber located in Isolation Corridor L13-6 at approximately 01:26 a.m. October 28, black. Process. Entity 130,666 disabled the locking mechanism of the containment chamber's steel door by utilizing black smoke emitted from its gas mask, exited into the isolation corridor, and proceeded directly to the rental storage facility, then entered the 17th floor research sector via the main building elevator. Total elapsed time for this sequence was 3 minutes 13 seconds, during which no security processes were activated. 4 security team personnel at the containment chamber and rental storage incapacitated. On the 17th floor, 15 research team personnel evacuated and 6 were incapacitated. The 6 who failed to evacuate on the 17th floor displayed bizarre psychological trauma after smoke inhalation. Contamination suspected. Upon entry to the 17th floor, 130,666 proceeded directly to Research Team 1's office and engaged in one-to-one interaction with the assigned researcher, Research Team 1, Section Chief Quack Jekeng. Rediscovered in the containment chamber after 6 minutes 12 seconds. Special notes. CCTV error. No recording of the incident due to CCTV errors in the containment chamber and Research Team 1's office. Suspected special condition originating from 130,666's smoke. Assigned researchers' survival, minor distal extremity loss, chest contusion, and hairline fractures of ribs 5 and 6. No life-threatening condition. Recovery potion prescribed. Subordinates, passive testimony. At the time of the incident, both the control officer and the assistant for 130,666 were on site, but displayed limited assertiveness in interviews regarding the entity's danger. Verification required on whether 130,666 possesses mental class interference related to fascination or enthrallment. However, it was testified that standard work hours had ended and no control equipment was carried. Disciplinary measures were considered for negligence, but deferred due to no rule violations. To prevent recurrence, control duty work hours for the relevant security team staff will be more broadly reconfigured. Result: strengthened isolation and security. To strengthen isolation room security, to assign additional video-based training sessions, to prepare disciplinary room for 130,666, to increase number of patrol staff for isolation corridors. Various experiments and observations of 130,666's abilities authorized to prevent similar incidents. And a few days later, a page is added. Additional experiment results. New assignment for 130,666. After several experiments, the assigned researcher demonstrated that the cause of the entity's escape was boredom. He testified that during the containment failure, he had promised 130,666 a more interesting task than this. It is further speculated that the initial 6 months of security duty in basement floor 13 may have provoked its displeasure. Therefore, the researcher strongly insisted on assigning the entity a more interesting task to placate it. Therefore, with authorization from Managing Director Cheng Black Square of the Development Department, a special assignment was issued. Collection of anomalous phenomena occurring at a certain public broadcasting station, commonly known to the public by the nickname, The Man in the Screen Ghost Story. For detailed information, see Black Square Record C16548. And additional measures. By authority of the assigned researcher, considering the nature of the task, a new auxiliary role transfer officer is temporarily appointed. Assistant Manager Lee Seong-hee, Field Exploration Team, B Squad. Supervisor Kang Yihak, Field Exploration Team, I Squad. The dolphin-masked moral retributionist and the pony-masked gold mammonist made their appearance. Chapter 219. In one of the many offices in Daydream Inc.'s main building. A small framed employee with long curly hair was seated at a conference chair in that tidy space. An elite employee of the Field Exploration Team, already wearing her dolphin mask atop her head. The several documents laid out on the table before her, which she was reading, were today's special assignment. It had been assigned only yesterday. And it was specifically designated to her. And then, "Hello, Assistant Manager." Assistant Manager Lee Seong-hee lifted her head. As the office door opened, an employee entered, cheerfully greeting her with a bow. "I'm Kang Yihak. Please just call me Pony." "Yes, hello." It was an employee Lee Seong-hee was acquainted with. If you managed to survive about a year after joining, employees gradually began to remember each other. There was even proof of that. Promotion to supervisor. You just got promoted to supervisor this time, right? Yes, we all got promoted together. Phew, haha, isn't it nice not having to buy drinks for promotion? Kang Yihak laughed, tapping her chest with a thump. Right. Roughly half the Field Exploration Team recruits, those who had survived without dying or retiring, were almost all given the title of supervisor, en masse this year, just before the next recruitment batch of new employees. Of course, the few with outstanding performance had been promoted 2 or 3 months earlier, but that was something Kang Yihak would rather pass on. Because she had realized recently, there's no need to go out of my way to make myself spend money. Isn't it human nature to expect someone to share a little if they seem to be doing well? And here, being promoted early didn't mean you suddenly earned much more, or had some really good darkness falling into your lap. Of course, if there were a substantial reward than, say, something glittering and golden or perhaps green, that would be a different story. But in the grand scheme of things, just an itty-bitty raise in salary was a loss. Thanks to that, she was able to suppress the reward center in her brain that craved the dopamine rush of short-term gains. There are people who just like being the boss first, I guess. Kang Yihak recalled a colleague who had been promoted before her. Baek Deoksu, the goat-masked employee who always wore an eye patch. That employee had obsessed over information and items from the start, constantly buttering up the superiors, and in the end had gotten promoted first. So he really did invest aggressively from the beginning in squeezing information from the Sunbees. But lately, that guy had grown strangely quiet. Clearly, he must have realized the truth that investment was best made in darknesses. And once her thoughts reached that point, other colleagues came to mind. Those who were no longer in the field exploration team's headquarters office. Tilda, there was that guy who got promoted to supervisor really fast, and there's that person who's truly exemplary too. Do you happen to remember? Kim Solium, Go Yeonjun. Both recalled the same employees, and both nodded. Yes, they were good people, it's such a shame. Lee Seong-hee furrowed her brow, as if truly lamenting the loss. Sensing it, Kang Yehak gave a light smile and changed the subject. There was no need to sour a superior's mood over something that wouldn't even pay her. Congratulations on your promotion as well, Assistant Manager Tilda. I also heard the news that you've been newly assigned to the B Squad with your promotion. Oh, that's right. Lee Seong-hee nodded. Ha, so how's B Squad? Work is the same no matter where in the company, really. But information about the elite squad was money. So Kang Yehak softened her tone even more, as though coaxing. But still, since the people you're working with have changed, if there's anything you'd like to say, you can tell just me. Me? You don't have to, of course, yes. Don't hit a superior's nerve. Once again, there's no need to foul a superior's mood. Especially if that superior was rumored to have been transferred to the B Squad for drowning two of her own higher-ups in a darkness while in the C Squad. Long-term perspective, long-term perspective. With a quick change in stance, Kang Yehak sat down again politely. Then I'll also study the documents diligently. Sure. And so, after the appropriate pre-work small talk ended, they were nearly finished reading and reviewing the documents laid out on the table. Greetings. A research team employee appeared. The one who would be briefing them on today's task. Section Chief Kwak Jekang of Research Team 1. At the appearance of a superior from another department, they all rose with suitable courtesy. Have you all gone through the materials? Yes, sir, we have. Tilda, well, of course our elite assistant manager Lee has done it, but Supervisor Kang, you're also quite fast. Is it because you're a supervisor now? Thank you. Nope, it was because she had already found a corner from which to extract a little side income from this assignment. And Kwak Jekang knew it too, but regardless, he smiled as he looked at the two, before moving on to the most important matter. The introduction of the darkness that held their very lives in its grasp. Then, this is the superior you'll be serving today. The office door opened. The one who appeared was wreathed in black smoke. Strange bone-like horns, towering like a crown. Yellow lantern-like eyes and sources of light gleamed from within the black security team uniform. At the familiar sight, Lee Seong-hee's eyes went wide. The owner of Flower Golden Resort. Mr. Masco, no security team employee. To think she would see him again. With a broad, beaming smile across her face, Lee Seong-hee rose and stepped closer. It's really good to see you. Have you been well? The special division employee of the security team did not move, only looked down at her. And though one of the eyes seemed for a moment to glance at the researcher, he soon lowered his head toward Lee Seong-hee and raised a hand. Question, current health condition. I'm always healthy. Yes, truly still the same kind and gentle employee. As expected of our elite assistant manager, Dolphin. To think you're even acquainted with such a powerful security team employee. At that, Kang Yehak quickly looked for a place to step in and approached. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Please just call me Pony, Mr. Employee. She even went so far as to request a handshake. That was a mistake. In the instant that chilling sensation passed through her head, from the black smoke extended a gloved hand that clasped her outstretched one. The other had, shockingly, accepted the handshake. But an uncanny sense of crisis climbed Kang Yehak's throat. Cold. A chill went down her spine. Warning bells bleared in her head, the primal alarm alerting her of power and greatness. And yet it somehow felt familiar. As though she had once encountered it before, somewhere in a darkness maybe. Well, in any case, Since it would be difficult for this person to simply walk into a broadcast station, that is why both of you from the field exploration team were called. But before Kang Yihak could recall who it could have been, the handshake ended, and the task briefing began. With a slight smile, Kwak Jekking explained why the two of them had been summoned. Simply put, it was because they needed two people familiar with darknesses, but not yet heavily contaminated. The employees who usually assist are from the security team, but they can't exactly stroll into a broadcasting station in broad daylight. Ha. Exactly that. This particular ghost story had arisen in a place crowded with the eyes of the public, a broadcasting station. To properly confirm it, cooperation from related parties was necessary. Excessively conspicuous supernatural beings or security team members could not possibly make normal outings during the day, and they couldn't naturally step to the forefront here. As the researcher explained, saying, "We've already secured a PD producer," Lee Seong-hee smiled brightly. "So we'll be bringing back the dangerous darkness from the broadcasting station." That's right. Well, that sounds good. If Daydream were to isolate and secure that darkness, then no ordinary people would be caught up in the dangerous ghost story any longer. Rarely ever did Lee Seong-hee feel glad to take on a task that started from such a premise. Soon, the method of transport of the employee was introduced. Now then, the employee will remain inside here. The two of you can carry and move it. Seeing the security team employee be stored, as though by some lie inside the black transport case, the two field exploration team members felt an uncanny sensation akin to what they felt within darknesses. And they were also handed a communication device in case of an emergency. A small walkie-talkie. It's a radio connected to the security team handlers. Well, if an emergency situation occurs, just use it. The researcher laughed, saying that if they were rookies, this alone would have made them nervous. And a quick preliminary call was also conducted. Click. Can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Yup, Supervisor Pony from the I Squad is right here, and I'm Dolphin from the B Squad. Pleased to work with you. Silence. B Squad. Yes. I see. Carry him carefully, don't drop him. The languid male voice slowly explained how to call the responsible security team handlers in case of a problem, and even how to communicate briefly with the employee while he was inside the case. If yes, one knock, if no, two knocks, that's how. Oh, understood. Kang Yihak realized that while the security team voice beyond the radio spoke with Assistant Manager Lee, Section Chief Kwak Jekang was barely suppressing his smirk as he watched. But that had nothing to do with her. Realizing there was no money to be made there, Kang Yihak immediately turned her head away, toward something that did smell like money. The transport case holding the employee. Dark black and cold, it emanated an eerie presence even just sitting on the floor. Haha, then shall I carry him? This kind of task should be left to a subordinate, shouldn't it? How much would it be worth if she could slip away with this transport case as it was? Somewhere in the annex was said to be a darkness that would give back in gold the weight of whatever amusing thing you offered it. What if she offered this case? Kang Yihak drew closer to the case. Watching from the side, however, Dolphin spoke. Excuse me. Yes. I'll carry it, the case. Yes. And so, Assistant Manager Lee Seong-hee picked up the transport case. It was cold and light. Though a dense darkness was within, Lee Seong-hee stroked the iron bars without hesitation and asked, Are you comfortable? Tab. What a relief. Humming to herself, she held the transport case dearly in her arms. Then, together with Pony, she set out for the site. To the broadcasting station. That you're the people the agency introduced us to, right? Dreamwalking. Yes, Eyes. They were guided into the entertainment department's editing room through a prearranged entrance for associates. There, a producer with dark eye circles, wearing a haggard expression, received them alone inside a sealed room. He seemed to trust the meticulous identity papers Daydream Inc., used whenever employees were forced to handle supernatural matters in the civilian world. At that, the PD drew a breath and continued. To think I'd actually meet people who specialize in this kind of thing. So, this is really something like an exorcism, right? Of course. Perhaps because the two strange people in suits and masks gave a peculiar sense of reliability, The PD calmed slightly. Even so, his face remained pale. Flesh sunken, his features were steeped in worry and fear. Not just the PD. On their way in, the head writer, 2 assistant writers, and the lighting director they passed all looked unwell. Something known to everyone here to this extent. Why, you've heard the story, haven't you, about the current situation? Assistant manager Lee Seong-hee recalled. An internet post attached to the documents on the table. A chilling urban legend circulating among civilians. Has anyone seen this man on a PBS broadcast program? Photos attached. Anyone remember PBS? Even kids in school now have probably at least heard of it. It was an old broadcasting channel from about 20 years ago, now long shut down. Back in the 80s and 90s, a lot of the popular variety shows of the time aired on PBS. Things like Parlor Sports Day, The Family is Coming, Hot Talk, Joyful Saturday Night. Attached were a number of images. Large, colorful subtitles, low-quality resolution, exaggerated audience reactions, and sound effects. Scenes from various Zero's variety shows that now looked tacky, yet stirred a faint sense of nostalgia. They all had one thing in common. Every single one had lots of people. You know those variety shows with tons of people. Packed with panelists, or special episodes with dozens of participants, or else hundreds of audience members reacting on cue, captured in sound and shot on screen. Before observational variety shows or YouTube content blew up, these kinds of shows were the trend. There are still plenty who miss them. On the flip side, many found them messy and tacky. But anyway, back then, this style of variety basically dominated. And during that time, a rumor quietly spread among PDs and editors working in the studios. Take a look at this. Phode == It was a still image, seemingly captured from video, showing people competing in a sports meet on a traditional floor mat style set. Parlor Sports Day, exactly as described, one of PBS's variety shows. And the photos didn't stop there. They kept going, these scattered captures from completely different variety programs. The Family is Coming, Hot Talk, Joyful Saturday Night. And finally, == Did you notice? == The images were shown again, this time with red circles drawn around the corners. A single man. == It's the same person. == A man with black eyes staring at the camera. Wearing a cap, lips curved in a closed smile without showing teeth. == They say this man was spotted in most of the variety shows broadcast on PBS, whether among the cast, the audience, or just in the crowd. An editor noticed something strange while working, and upon checking, realized he really was there. And as people began discussing it, they realized something else. This man only appears in episode 6. == A caption followed beneath the photos. == To be precise, the rumor is that he only appears in episodes ending with the number 6. Creepy, right? But you know the broadcasting world is full of ghost stories. Ghost sightings are common too. So it was just something whispered among insiders, maybe appearing in the odd ghost story magazine at the time, getting faintly rumored among viewers. And of course, in probability, it wasn't impossible that the same person could repeatedly get on panel shows or into audiences. But then one anomaly occurred. == A newspaper article was attached. An incident where broadcast data was lost due to a power outage at the station. == Because of the blackout, there were problems saving edited footage. Documentaries and news were affected too, but the important part is this. Among the lost data was the final edit of Hot Talk, episode 166. In the end, episode 166 aired only as a highlight compilation of previous episodes. And that's when things started getting stranger. That man started appearing in every single highlight reel. Chapter 220. The mood of the post plunged chillingly straight down. Hot Talk mid-year special episode had been hastily put together after a blackout had erased the footage. Episode 166. With the episode patched together from highlight reels of earlier broadcasts, the images attached on the post from that episode showed assorted shots of panelists and audience members. And there was no need now for circles or zoom-ins, because by this point, anyone reading the post already remembered the man's face. Black eyes, smiling mouth. Mid the cheerful scenes of old talk show variety programs where everyone else laughed and chattered, the man alone stared at the camera, among dozens of others. Episodes 157, 158, 160, 162, 164. All of these episodes were spliced together and aired as episode 166. Lurking in the corners of lively variety shows. Back then, this man had never been discovered in those episodes. Otherwise, there would never have been talk of him appearing in episodes with the number 6. But once they were re-edited and aired as episode 166, he was shown to the forefront. Before, he definitely wasn't there, or at least he hadn't been found, but now the man was present. And compare this. Two photos side by side. A red-circled zoom-in of the man in the screen, captured earlier. And a zoom-in from episode 166. When the two identical camera angles were compared. His expression had changed. Only in episode 166 did the man start grinning with all his teeth bared. And the pupils of those black eyes staring into the camera seemed eerily dilated. The grainy photo exuded an uncanny dread. They said this was the expression he wore in every highlight shot. Chills down the spine. Realizing this was no ordinary matter, the broadcasting station staff began to take measures on their own. They started checking people much more carefully before entry, regardless of whether the set was indoors or outdoors. Panelists, audience members, anyone. To see if someone resembled the man in the screen. It was the 2000s. Back then, they hadn't gone to such lengths to verify people's identities. So this level of stringency stood out, and rumors spread among celebrities filming and the on-site staff. It seems that was when the captures of the man in the screen also began to circulate. All sorts of stories spread. That he was a PD who died in a broadcast accident, the son of a former director who took his own life, a construction worker who died during renovations, or that an occult horror special had summoned something strange. But nothing was ever proven to be true. Rituals, exorcisms, it didn't matter. The phenomenon never vanished. He kept being found. And so in the end, the production crew changed their method of response. So how did they handle it after that? They just kept deleting him. Once the final edit was ready, the editors would run the footage again and again, searching for the man. If he was there, they cut him out. That way he stopped appearing in the broadcast, and gradually the ghost story was forgotten. Since the man no longer appeared, interest faded maybe. Occasional captures claiming the man in the screen has returned turned out to be other people with a similar look, ending up more like explanations than rumors. And so the uproar came to a close. That's how I knew it up until now. But recently, I heard a chilling story from a friend who's a TV writer. This is too long, so I'll bring it up in the next part. And now that man's appearing here again. Barely swallowing his saliva, the PD spoke with a pale face before assistant manager Lee Seong-hee, who had just finished recalling reference 1. A look of terror. You mean the man in the screen? Yes. The bizarre, terrifying phenomenon once seen in the now-defunct station was now reappearing in the entertainment department of the modern-day MBS channel. We're doing our best to delete or avoid it, but we realized this isn't something ordinary, so we agreed to call in professionals. The two field exploration team employees had all at once become exorcism experts. Yet, true to their naturally steady temperaments, they maintained a calm demeanor. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. Whether it's a ritual or whatever, just please make sure that man stops appearing. If possible, I'd prefer it resolved peacefully. Yes, don't worry. Once collected by the company, the entity would no longer appear in this broadcasting station anyway. Lee Seong-hee smiled lightly as she recalled it. Countermeasure for the man in the screen. The subject darkness is currently estimated at C to D class, showing the typical characteristics of a supernatural phenomena manifesting in video media. If not observed, appears with increased frequency. If observed, appears in more aggressive forms. Management procedure, provisional. Regulate the entity's anomalous appearance, frequency, and aggression. Endure until the optimal time. Then place the video data in a storage medium that does not allow automatic playback, and return it to a proper containment location. Failure may result in death. Surprisingly, the proposed countermeasures in the documents were well prepared. It was nearly a clear manual in itself, though, as always, there was the caveat that none of it had yet been verified. If things go well, maybe Mr. Employee can even rest. It would be best to call him only at the very end. Then I'll guide you inside. Yes. The PD led them into the editing room. No entry. Under construction. The door opened. Kriuk. Contrary to the sign posted, a perfectly intact, empty, and dark editing room lay within. All screens were off, all equipment powered down. The signs just to keep others out. As for editing, only urgent work that absolutely requires the equipment in here is done, and only during the day. Otherwise, we try to do it outside, either in other studios or remotely from home. This was a modern solution that hadn't been possible at the old, defunct broadcasting station. These days, editing software and equipment specs have become standardized and widely accessible, making it possible. Inside the editing room with no one present, the air felt cold, stagnant, as though weighed down. Ahem. Then Kang Yehak, studying the room carefully, spoke up again. Golly, this isn't your run-of-the-mill attachment. She clicked her tongue and said gravely, this is it seems dangerous. At this rate, we'll need more time than originally planned, and far more preparation in advance. How long will it take? Looking solemnly at the PD, Kang Yehak declared. Congratulations. Pardon. You're very lucky. The fact that you're here is thanks to this most sacred artifact we've gone to great trouble to bring. Tech. She gestured lightly toward the transport case. You'll be able to skip preparation time entirely. This is not just an extra fee level, but something we'd normally draft up an entirely new compensation estimate for. She looked at him reassuringly. But this time we'll just do it for you. Because you're busy people. Because you're people who bring laughter to the nation. Even if we'll be suffering a loss, we'll endure it this time. The dazzling rhetoric hit the PD's already frayed nerves, shaken by fatigue and fear. His dazed expression slowly settled into a nod. Thank you. Haha, please keep making good shows for us, however. Kang Yehak frowned. We'll need to remain in this editing room for 3 days. No one is allowed to enter. Yes. And since the schedule has to be extended like this, we'll unavoidably have to charge for it. There's no helping it. Her patter flowed on with, as you can see, it's hard for our kind of business to register formally, so payment can only be taken in cash or goods. And in the end, the PD ran downstairs to the first floor of the station to withdraw money. He even removed the gold accessories he was wearing and handed them over. Kang Yehak accepted them gratefully, reassured him not to worry, and sent him off. Now you can rest easy and sleep. Thank you. The moment the PD left the editing room, Kang Yehak turned back to the group, both hands full of extra profit, grinning broadly. Now all we have to say is that it would normally take 3 days, but thanks to our skill, we finished in 1. An outrageous trick. Oh. Watching silently, Lee Seong-hee finally spoke. You're really good at lying to people. Lying, not at all. It's simply knowing how to create extra income in ways that nobody notices and nobody loses from. Swiftly, Kang Yehak divided the gold and cash into 3 portions. Her hands split the shares by market value with practiced ease. Anyway, once we handle this, that guy will save money in the future, and even if it's not the case, the money he just spent will be reimbursed by his higher-ups or someone. Isn't that right? Now, if we split this equally among the 3 of us, that's fair, isn't it? Between me, Dolphin here, and our splendid Mr. Employee too. She quickly turned toward the transport case and extended some of the gold toward it. Him too. Yes, of course. Well, if not cash, then gold works just as well, I guess. What do you say, Mr. Employee? As if he would accept that. Teb. See that? Indeed, an entity that understood the greatness of gold. Silently, Kang Yehak threw an invisible victory cheer into the air. Lee Seong-hee froze briefly, then lowered her head toward the case and asked seriously, Are you in need of human money? Tap. Shall we give you more? Tap. Pardon me, but does the company not pay you a salary? Silence. The transport case remained still. Somehow it seemed Mr. Mascot was confused, best not to press too hard. But it really seems like he isn't being paid, doesn't it? After some thought, Lee Seong-hee decided instead to put this kind Mr. Employee's mind at ease. Work talk. I'll do my best. Tab tab. So even if she didn't work hard, it was fine. Truly a kind person. All right then, shall we begin preparations for entry now? Yes. With the brief capitalist commotion concluded, Kang Yehak quickly went to the entrance of the editing room and shut the door. Thud. The editing room became a sealed chamber. Turning on the screen, the central equipment monitor lit up, and on the desktop appeared a file of a variety show mid-edit. And immediately, the next passage came to mind. The reason those tied to The Man in the Screen, Ghost Story feared the editing room most of all. The reason they were here. Has anyone seen this man on a PBS broadcast program? Photos attached, too. Hello, since so many of you were curious, I hurried to write this. In the last post, I said the ghost story about The Man in the Screen faded because he was deleted during editing. And I mentioned hearing a chilling story from a friend who's a TV writer, right? That was this. The truth is, saying they deleted The Man in the Screen was a lie. At first, it was possible. They could cut him out and create a clean final version. But as time passed, as more episodes piled up, as editing went on, even after deleting and deleting again, he kept appearing more often. And as that happened, the man's appearance grew stranger. Before, he was the kind you'd pass over unless you looked carefully into the crowd. But at some point, just skimming past was enough to make you hit pause at the sheer wrongness. That's what he became. What exactly he looked like, I don't know. The editors couldn't even say. They only repeated one phrase. He looks angry, they said. Eventually, the workload hit a breaking point. Even after deleting, he kept appearing. And so, in a field already notorious for overnight work, the burden grew heavier. Veterans who normally wouldn't touch this sort of task had to spend sleepless nights hunting down the man in the screen and cutting him out. Until finally, they devised a new method. Source prevention. They would simply stop including large crowd shots where the man in the screen might appear. They wouldn't film the audience at all, only add sound, or else zoom in tight on one or two reacting people. That way, lots of people wouldn't be caught on camera at once. It seemed like things would ease up. It seemed plausible. After this method was suggested, the mood relaxed somewhat, as though a real solution had been found. The PD and assistant director who proposed it sighed in relief and went into the editing room to try it. And the next day, both were found dead in the editing room. The PD hung from the ceiling with an electrical cord. The assistant director sat in a chair, artery slashed with a shard of broken monitor glass. A suicide note lay right in front of the door. But the handwriting was a mess, and no one could even tell what it was written with. The PD who handled the scene, who once worked with my writer friend, said it was like something scribbled by a severe schizophrenic, rambling nonsense words that made no sense. It was so shocking that he only vaguely remembered the contents. But one night, recalling the words and trying to reconstruct them, he realized the gist of it. Like this, the man in the screen doesn't want to be deleted. He is angry. Says to air him immediately. I only conveyed it as it was. I don't want to die. I'm sorry. That night he said he was too terrified to sleep. He ended up staying at a temple for several days. Even without that, most people in PBS's variety department were so traumatized, so stricken with fear, the whole department basically shut down. Those around my age might remember. The sudden news articles about 2 PBS variety staff dying, the weeks of canceled shows for mourning around 2 to 3 weeks straight. That was actually this. They built a new editing room, but the atmosphere never recovered. PDs quit en masse, and even writers and other production staff avoided signing new contracts. That's why almost everyone who worked in PBS back then wore eye masks. Officially, PBS's shutdown is often attributed to socio-political power struggles. But clearly, this incident dealt a fatal blow to the variety department's morale. Still, there was one relief. When the station closed in 2008, the man in the screen ghost story truly ended. But you know what? This is from a variety show that aired just yesterday. At the end of the post was a high-quality photo. Episode 36 of A Midnight's Elegant Burst of Laughter, timestamp 6 minutes 23 seconds. The MC and a solo guest conversing warmly. Then, the camera panning briefly over the staff's reactions. And seated among the mosaic-blurred staff. Do you recognize him? The man in the screen is watching. A smile with every tooth bared, pupils grotesquely dilated, eyebrows twisted in fury. Looking beyond the camera. At you. PBS is gone. But there is a broadcasting station that inherited its equipment and staff almost entirely, reorganized and rebranded. Do you know which one? MBS. And A Midnight's Burst of Laughter is an MBS variety show. What? Don't watch MBS variety shows live for a while. Something began to flicker on the editing room monitor. Because no one knows what might happen. Chapter 221. A dark, cramped editing room. The massive editing monitors. Only one of them lit. On the sole light source glowed a blue desktop background. And on it several video file icons. Variety show footage. Having already discussed their plan beforehand, the two field exploration team employees moved without hesitation. First, let's check if it's really a darkness. Yes. Verification process. The hand gripping the mouse moved, and the pointer slid across the desktop. Click. The selected icon spat out footage. It was raw video intended for MBS, Kind Karaoke, episode 26. Wow, you really sing well. You flatter me. On the brightly colored karaoke set, two guests and the MC laughed across a table. It was a format currently popular as a broadcast content strategy against YouTube. A small-scale music talk show featuring glamorous guests and a witty but not overly aggressive host. The bright and cheerful set design, laughter, and even the production staff's cheers gave the room a buoyant air. There. The video was paused. A passing cut of the karaoke room interior. On the dark little window in the karaoke door. The man's face. Staring straight at the camera. Who? Visible even in the dark. More twisted, more blatant than in the attached screenshot of episode 36 from the forum post. As if straining to be noticed by someone beyond the camera's lens. A sight that would have frozen anyone in terror at their desk, or sent them screaming if they stumbled on it by chance. Okay. But the two field exploration team members quickly closed the video and clicked on another. Because they were used to it. Click, click. Their hands moved quickly, selecting other variety show files and episodes ending in 6. And then they realized. Recent trends in variety formats meant large, boisterous crowds were uncommon. Especially shows with audience participation or mass reaction shots, they were almost non-existent. Which meant no crowds. The man in the screen could no longer sit hidden among a sea of people, pretending to be just one of them. So instead, he appeared in stranger, more unnatural ways. In a rooftop room variety show where guests sat on cushions chatting, the man stood outside the veranda, staring into the camera. In a fishing variety show on the river, the man pressed his face close beside the cast, concentrating on their rods, staring into the camera. In a talk show with an MC and actor guest seated at a table, the man stood behind them, unmoving, staring into the camera. His expressions grew more grotesque. His postures, too, sometimes mimicking the gestures of the MC or guest. Almost like mockery, yet with such stiffness and wrongness that chills crawled down the spine. By this point, even the most money-obsessed opportunist began to feel a rising dread. Kang Yihak swallowed hard and shut off the footage. But she didn't hesitate. I'll put it in. Yes. Assistant manager Lee Seong-hee, inserted the prepared USB into the editing machine connected to the monitor. Executing the simple disposal method the company had provided. Place the video data in a storage medium that does not allow automatic playback and return it to a proper containment location. Provisional. Given the darkness's patterns, it was a rational attempt. If watching videos in the editing room where the man in the screen appeared led to death, then the solution was simple. Store the footage separately, seal the editing room, and be done with it. If the videos couldn't be played, the phenomenon couldn't occur. Regrettably, the production crew would be told to rely only on the untouched raw data outside the editing room. So we just don't provoke it and load everything into the USB as it is. Exactly. Click. As soon as the USB connected, Kang Yihak swiftly opened the removable disk. With practiced ease, she selected every file ending in 6 on the desktop, along with the in-progress editing folder, and dragged them all in at once. It was a motion she'd done so often it carried no hesitation. And then, as expected of massive files, a loading pop-up appeared. The footage began transferring into the removable disk. If they could just endure this part. Copying. Excuse me. Lee Seong-hee spoke. Why is your hand there? Kang Yihak lowered her gaze to her hand. Instinctively resting on the keyboard, her finger was pressing the control key. A habit. When you drag files or folders directly into a USB storage, the system treats it as a move. It's a cut. But if you hold control while doing it, it becomes a copy. A natural instinct developed in any senior student juggling endless extracurricular work and assignments. A backup. Kang Yihak looked at the files, still transferring into the USB storage. And at the files still remaining on the desktop. The ones containing the man in the screen. At this rate, the originals would remain in the editing room. But files being copied couldn't be deleted. No. Cold dread trickled through her veins as she stared at the copying pop-up, waiting for completion. The numbers climbed steeply. Please. 90%, 92%, 95%, 97%, 99%. Complete. In that instant, Kang Yihak slammed the delete shortcut. Are you sure you want to? Permanently delete these 6 items. Now. It had to be quick. Her hand mustn't slip. No, her hand didn't slip, but strangely, unnaturally, the mouse double-clicked, and instead of deleting the footage it played, and... You locked eyes with the man in the screen. Do not delete. On the desktop, dozens of video files all played at once. Audio overlapped, lagging, stuttering. Strange noises burst out. Playback positions scrambled, skipping, shutting off, and relaunching, switching randomly. The screens flickered. From the screens. Something was coming out. The footage stuttered and blinked. Each second switched to another variety show clip, zooming in. And in every one edited into the scene was the same presence. The man in the screen. His face. The man's mouth, hideously round, gaping wide, moved. Anyone standing before the editing monitor could only see it. Kang Yihak's gaze locked. Lee Seong-hee's gaze locked. They could not look away. They were ready to listen. He was angry. After he spoke, they would die. He was... Tap. A sound. Tap-tap-tap. Smoke. Tap-tap-tap-tap. The transport case. The employee. Kang Yihak bit her tongue, drawing blood, and snapped back to her senses. She quickly reached out. Her hand brushed against the lock on the transport case beside her. It unlocked. Clang. The sound of iron bars opening. But the employee did not emerge. Instead, thick black smoke poured out like mist, and veiled the field exploration team members' vision. Through the smoke, dozens of yellow lamp-like lights gleamed, scrambling the monitor's light and shapes. The man in the screen was no longer visible. For only the lights shone in the smoke. In that moment, freed from the darkness, a field exploration team employee inhaled deeply and straightened. Kang Yihak realized her face had been so close to the editing monitor, she had nearly pressed her nose against it. A chill prickled down her back. The distorted audio of 6 separate variety recordings echoed like screams in the cramped editing room, caught in a lag loop. Kang Yihak still saw the dense, heavy black smoke flowing from the transport case and the yellow eyes within it. Lee Seong-hee seemed almost completely enveloped. Mr. Employee. Kang Yihak made the rational choice. Could you please just tightly wrap up that monitor, restrain it just once? Then we'll get back to work immediately. That was the security team's very role. But the black smoke did not touch the monitor. No, she realized now. It was actively avoiding the monitor and editing equipment. The smoke drew out words. Concerns upon contact. Deletion of darkness. Increased risk of death for 2 accompanying employees, Dolphin Pony. The reason non-physical entity anomaly, insufficient data. Wait, so does that mean that just by coming into contact with it, that editing room ghost would be affected? And he's holding himself back out of concern that some insane variable might occur. That's what he's saying. And one of those variables is that the darkness itself could disappear. How strong is this thing? A shiver of exhilaration ran down her spine. But her mouth spoke rationally. Then to resume the task. And the instructions given by Mr. Employee were very simple. Do not look at the darkness. Of course, that's entirely reasonable. But when a person cannot see, their accuracy and efficiency drop drastically. All the more so when it comes to the delicate task of repeatedly closing the frenzied flood of playback pop-ups, finding the files on the desktop, and permanently deleting them. Still, someone has to be watching, I think. And Mr. Employee kindly answered that question as well. Observer, me. At that moment, dozens of yellow eyes blossomed above the black fog, all fixed upon the monitor. Yellow eyes on a black background. Kang Yihak was about to connect something in her mind. Yes. And simultaneously, Assistant Manager Lee Seong-hee began to move. Her quiet dialogue with the black smoke, leaning close, had just concluded. Expected results if start is delayed. Darkness collection fails. Casualties occur. Because she had received the signal. Teb. The elite team slid into the fog, taking cover under the desk with the monitor. The smoke receded slightly, as if clearing space, and she snatched the mouse from the desk with her right hand, pulling it down to the floor where she sat. Right. The mouse works even when brought under the desk. Thanks to modern devices, most equipment now uses strong Bluetooth connections. Lee Seong-hee set the mouse flat on the floor for balance. Then, gripping it tight, she dragged it sharply down to the lower right. That'll always force it to the bottom right corner. She had aligned the unseen cursor on the hidden monitor. From there, nudging slightly upward, landed exactly on the show desktop button at the bottom. Click. Did it work? Tab. But only for a moment. Again the recordings burst open, grotesque sounds echoing through the dim editing room. The man on the screen was still there. For once, Kang Yihak actually felt cold sweat trickle down her neck. She forced a smile. And one of the yellow eyes in the smoke turned to her. Input devices. Mouse Dolphin. Keyboard Pony. Damn. Yep. As expected, earnings come with labor. So Kang Yihak scrambled to grab the keyboard, dragging it down under the desk, crouching low until nearly prone. The Bluetooth keyboard worked smoothly as well. I'll pull up the desktop, so please designate the deletes, Dolphin Nim. Kang Yihak began hammering the Windows key +D. She repeated it like crazy. Sometimes a video opened first, diverting the icon click. Sometimes, just before completion, hitting the desktop key closed the deletion pop-up. And the sound grew clearer. Sweat slicked their hands. Yet Lee Seong-hee stayed calm. Relying only on touch, she adjusted the pointer, carefully learning Mr. Employee's signals to reduce error. They could not simply select all icons with the keyboard to delete, because the recycle bin was among them. They had to precisely designate the proper files with the mouse, excluding the bin. Then Kang Yihak would hit the permanent delete key. The timing had to be right. before it was too late. Repeat. To catch exactly the files Kang Yihak had grabbed before, so that in that instant, the permanent delete shortcut could be triggered. And in a single moment, Tab, Lee Seong-hee realized, Kang Yihak's delete key had struck at the perfect timing. And she remembered. The pop-up on the unseen monitor Mr. Employee was watching, but she could not see. Are you sure you want to permanently delete these 6 items? Was it correct? Tab. Yes. Lee Seong-hee immediately set her hand on the keyboard Kang Yihak held, mashing enter. And the mouse she held in her own hand, she slammed it against the floor, smashing it. So it could never accidentally double-click and play a video. Then she smashed the keyboard too. Crunch. The sound of ragged breathing and silence filled the editing room. What, is it done? But Mr. Employee was still surrounding them in black smoke. The monitor was hidden. Something else had to be done. Tab. At that moment, a hand in a black glove extended from the smoke, pointing lightly toward the editing machine's main unit. The USB. Nearly collapsing forward, Kang Yihak rushed to the unit and yanked the USB out. Only then did the black smoke surrounding them finally recede. With vision restored, they straightened. The editing monitor now showed only the blue desktop background. No recording, no man, no bizarre lag or voice. It was over. The man in the screen phenomenon was successfully contained inside the USB. Kang Yihak dropped to the floor. Alive and with money earned. Dopamine shot through her brain's reward center, pounding her heart. This was happiness. But the next instant, she jolted up so hard her head struck something. My apologies. I left the original files on this computer midway, that's why it dragged out the time. At times like these, it was best to admit it up front. That way it passed lightly, without bigger losses or expenses later. Still, I cleaned it up well enough. She rolled the small magnet still held in her left hand. It was her custom equipment, which she obtained as a free perk with her promotion to supervisor. It was a tool with the ability of once per day, a 50% chance of instant unlock. Its flaw was that no matter how much time you poured in, if you yourself could never break the lock, this tool wouldn't either. But overall, it was a satisfying item. And this time, too, it had performed. If I hadn't been able to open the case right then, I might have died, high risk truly does mean high return. And to think it ended so quickly regardless. It must be thanks to working with such capable people, and we even made extra earnings, what a blessing. I'm glad it wrapped up well. It was at that moment. Mr. Employee, silent in the transport case until now, responded. Tab. That's a no. Kang Yihak swallowed. You don't mean you're displeased with the extra earnings, do you? Tab. Then, what the security team's special division's employee was denying. The task isn't finished. We misunderstood something, didn't we? Lee Seong-hee's calm voice sent a chill up Kang Yihak's spine. There's something we missed, right? Tab. Before she could even ask what that meant. Could it have been film back then? Pardon? The variety show recordings. Even into the mid-2000s, they sometimes still used film, right? Suddenly, Lee Seong-hee spoke as she gazed into the USB. Or rather, into the data stored within it. Even if it wasn't film, the footage would never have left this place, right? Since proper editing couldn't be done outside the editing room. Yes, that would make sense. Lee Seong-hee raised her head. But now it is left. Kang Yihak understood the meaning. She had just experienced it firsthand. The man in the screen reacted to the act of deletion itself. If the trigger wasn't the editing room as a place, but the act of editing recorded footage itself, then. As for editing, only urgent work that absolutely requires the equipment in here is done, and only during the day. Otherwise, we try to do it outside, either in other studios or remotely from home. Then every personal computer of the PBS Variety Department's production staff that had ever handled editing. The man in the screen was in all those places. As they left the broadcasting station, they began frantically calling for the security team. Chapter 222. Oh, fascinating. That man in the footage from the 2000s, who once had no way of leaving its confines, can now visit home offices thousands of miles away even after closing the editing room. Editors of the 21st century have unintentionally extended him an invitation. My blood went cold. Or rather, if I had a human body, that's how I describe it. I was in the crate, carried in the hands of the two field exploration team employees, who were now sprinting out of the broadcasting station in panic. One of them was already on the line with the company's security team. This wasn't so much a rescue request as it was a report of a catastrophic, uncontrollable incident. The fatal spread of the ghost story. What? The guard team sergeant immediately grasped the severity of the situation as soon as they heard. Hold on, stay where you are for a moment. Then they ended the call to contact the company in more detail. Meanwhile, I was thinking, how could the anomaly be contained when it now resides in perhaps dozens of personal storage devices and might even be on the cloud? But that was not something a small group could handle. It would require the power of a large, coordinated force. However, remaining still and simply waiting for the company's response is not the duty of a contracted employee. No, rather, time is too tight to sit idly by and wait solely for the company's decisive action. The man in the screen had already been provoked once during the isolation procedure in the editing room. At worst, the stage leading to full catastrophe had now accelerated. First, immediate action. Contact the client. Yes. While Lee Seong-hee was also reporting to the field exploration team, Kang Ye-hak snatched up her phone and got the PD on the line. Hello, sorry to call so suddenly, but I have something I need to ask you. Hello, sorry to call so suddenly, but I have this thing I need to ask you. Kang Ye-hak glanced at the black smoke for confirmation, reading the words obediently. Right now, are there any staff members from PBS's variety department currently working from home or in their personal studios on editing sessions? Specifically, episodes ending in 6, the ones where the man in the screen would appear. Especially around this time of the day. Anyone working on the episodes right now is a top priority. Of course, there's bound to be someone, but why do you? Please get in touch with them. This is an urgent matter. Oh, yes. The PD's voice was reluctant, but soon he seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and what he had hired them for. He hurriedly started messaging and calling around in a panic. And soon, why isn't she answering? What? A flustered voice, frantic typing. Wait, hold on, I tried calling her, but why won't she pick up? PD님, please listen to me carefully. It's too late. Sensing the chill in the PD's voice, Kang Ye-hak quickly cut in. PD님, immediately remove every file ending in 6 from the shared cloud storage your department uses. Delete them if possible. And make absolutely sure to pass this on to everyone editing footage in the variety department. From this moment on, do not touch any episodes ending in 6, if anyone currently has them open. She read the words formed in smoke as if water was flowing, her voice quick. Tell them to deliberately avoid looking at the man in the screen, and not to attempt deletion either. What exactly is going on right now? We'll explain everything later. Even just talking about this puts you at risk. Your department made a grave mistake, a severe miscalculation. Though she'd never been instructed to, Kang Ye-hak smoothly shifted the blame onto the variety department. Who, still, since you hired us, will try our best to contain this on our end. First, give us the address of the person who's gone silent. The terrified PD immediately gave the address to the field exploration team. It was an office in Seoul, 20 minutes away. As we sped toward it in a hastily hailed taxi, Lee Seong-hee whispered to me through the carrier. The chances that she's already called the police, probably high, right? Tab. A wisp of smoke slipped out of the case. Difficulty in assessment. Reason, psychological factors. Humans always want to believe, stay optimistic in times like these. Calling the police meant something far beyond mere supernatural fear. It signified that something truly serious had happened. Because of that, there was a high chance that whoever was involved would wait it out, at least for a while. And then, after a few minutes, they finally reached their first destination. As they stepped into the elevator, beep. It was the security team. The field exploration team member urgently grabbed the radio. But we've already sent a support request, but I don't know exactly when it'll come through. A response typical of Daydream Inc. came back. Upper management, well, they're delaying the decision. Who seems they don't want to spend the money it would take to clean this up. Crass, but very on-brand for a capitalist corporation. Lee Seong-hee's expression stiffened slightly. Then, could we at least have the security team member assigned to Mr. Employee accompany us? The security team can't leave company grounds during the day on their own. We'd need equipment for that. However, the sergeant's voice sharpened. Because of my assignment, I'm wearing gear that allows me to leave during the day. So, if the situation calls for it, if deployment is necessary, Hey, that employee you're carrying in the crate, isn't he hard to control? He seems like he would be. All eyes turned to me. Affirmative. That's right. It's unbelievably hard. We're absolutely in need of help to contain him. The field exploration team members shouted this as they held the elevator. I see. There was a faint sound of approval, almost proud. A soft, fleeting laugh slipped into the sergeant's voice, then faded. I'll be off then. And the moment Lee Seong-hee and Kang Yihak stepped into the elevator. Beep. From the shadow of the walkie-talkie in their hands, a black silhouette emerged. The sergeant. Unlike usual deployments, the uniform covering his body was now topped with a heavy, intricately patterned hood. Beep. The elevator's CCTV switched off. A heavy sense of pressure and wrongness filled the confined space. The sergeant reached out and took the carrier from them. I'll keep reporting to the company through another staff member, so don't worry about that. Yes, sir. Ding. The elevator arrived at their floor. The three of them quickly made their way to the assistant director's apartment number that the PD had given them. The front door was ajar. From inside, laughter spilled out. The sound of a variety show. Tension settled on the field exploration team members' shoulders. I'll go in and take a look. The sergeant opened the door. From inside the crate he was carrying, I could already see the scene through the open doorway. The assistant director lay collapsed on the floor, both eyes gouged out. Blood covered the cramped living room, an overturned chair, a desk, and on top of it, the computer monitor. Its screen flickered. The editing software was open on the display, showing a man's twisted expression in close-up. Black eyes, a smile bearing teeth, mouth open, gaze fixed straight at us, and crunch. The monitor and the computer tower crumpled together in one brutal motion. A massive black beast's paw withdrew back to the sergeant's shoulder. Since he's already been stored in the USB, then smashing everything else like this should do it right. That was correct. But the dead would not return. It was already too late. And there was more. But you know the door, it was open. The sergeant tilted his head, sniffing through his mask as he spoke. Someone else was here and ran away. Someone who was in another room. There had been a witness. To what extent they had been caught up in this phenomenon, or what they had seen, was unknown. Just then, a new message came from the PD. 4 people aren't answering their phones or reading messages. With this, it was confirmed that 4 of the PBS Variety Department's editing staff had gone completely silent. And one of them had even left a bizarre message in the group chat. Im looking gamal uking, im looking plisiwan timtaliser ri. Yoril going toady. Even from the screenshots, a chilling aura seeped through. Please call me back. The PD's desperation was evident as he begged for news about what was happening, whether the assistant director in this apartment was okay. He also sent over the addresses of all those they had lost contact with. Everyone on site understood. The situation was rapidly escalating beyond the point where individuals could possibly contain it. First, I'll report the witness situation to the company. Then we'll head to the home of one of the others we've lost contact with. Come on, assistant manager. Kang Yihak cut her off. Shouldn't we just leave this place before the police arrive? Lee Seong-hee looked at Kang Yihak. She didn't seem very interested in the corpse. Instead, she scanned the house as if checking whether there was anything of value, gauging its worth. We've done enough, haven't we? There's no guarantee we won't be too late if we chase down that address, and it's not like this job comes with any special hazard pay. Honestly, our work should be considered done back at the editing room. Oh, we've already reported everything to the company, so let them handle the rest. You should take a break, assistant manager. Haha, we've definitely earned what we were paid for. And if someone dies because it's too late? Kang Yihak gave her a thumbs up. Well, that's for the company to deal with. Lee Seong-hee smiled faintly and simply looked at Kang Yihak. The sergeant standing by seemed detached from the scene, blank-faced and still. What? Oh dear, Mr. Rowe dear, you seem impatient. Am I feeling impatient? Yes, of course, an uninvited guest who ruins the mood of the show is an unwelcome nuisance, especially one with neither wit nor charm. How dreadful. Oh dear. Braun seemed to be recalling the man in the screen he had seen. I thought back as well to the reaction of the late-night talk show host whose face had filled the monitor in the editing room, alongside that man's face. Look at that pitiful sight. He can't accept that he doesn't deserve to appear, and so he's desperate to be seen, even if only for a moment in some clip of footage. Of course, on set he'd be thrown out in an instant. This is the only way he can appear, I suppose, good grief. Mockery. Contempt. Not the dull, hazy fear I had felt, but vivid verbal scorn. But listen. A generous offer was given. If my friend here is so worried about this pathetic, third-rate, worthless intruder's whereabouts, I can invite him to my splendid talk show as an audience member. Even a shabby little corner seat would thrill him. In 3 days, no, 2, he'd burn himself out from the glory and vanish completely. What do you say? No, I cannot make that decision. HMRIC. You mean you can't send him to a talk show because he's company property, correct? The employment contract that mortgages your time and judgment must state that quite clearly. That's right. I cannot take any action that would clearly cause loss to the company. Even more so if the task was explicitly ordered as work. Even if I found a loophole, getting caught would only lead to harsher restrictions. Oh, it's fine, friend, cheer up. Constraints are essential for good content, don't you think? What matters is that we've met like this and are experiencing something fun once again. It isn't fun. Oh my, doubting yourself again. No worries. Your mental pillar, your companion in adventure, your soul's entertainer is right beside you. Let's go with that. For now, I had to focus on the next task. I tore my gaze from the eyeless corpse and pressed down the strange throb in my heart. Then, the moment I began to communicate through smoke. Beep. The security team. The voice came through immediately from the radio pressed by the sergeant. Sergeant. It was Badger, Supervisor Park Min-seong's voice. Over there, row 130,666 is safe, right? Yeah. Who, thank goodness. His tone quickly shifted back into the professional, courteous voice, typical of the security team. The company has finalized a response plan. I'll connect you now. All eyes from the field exploration team turned to the radio. The crackling static gave way to the sound of a phone being connected somewhere. And then a voice came through. It was Kwak Jekeng-s. Hello. It's been a long time since we last spoke like this, hasn't it? Not since you signed that contract. The news has reached all the way up here, you see. A woman's calm, deep voice. Director Chung. I've been hearing good things about your recent work. Seems you've adjusted quite well, Aside from that anomaly, this case was clean. Who? Director Chung. Gasp. The other employees also did their part quite well. Ha, thank you. Kang Yihak quickly replied politely, but Director Chung continued speaking as if she hadn't heard. I read the report that this could lead to large-scale civilian casualties. Seems it's become quite a powerful darkness. The choice of words confirmed my suspicion. Mr. Employee. Then, I formed words with smoke and showed them to the sergeant. His eyes narrowed. Perhaps because he already knew, given his position. Tap, tap. The sergeant tapped the carrier lightly as if patting it, then read my words to Director Chung over the phone. 130,666 is asking. Question. The man in the screen. Registration status as a darkness in the past. if this phenomenon wasn't originally one the company already had in its possession. The memories, have they returned? The conversation I'd had with the sergeant in the dream incubation chamber of the Cheerful Research Institute. What do you mean by disposing of darknesses? I mean, even if someone clears it, if essence can't be extracted from it anymore, they throw it out. The company manual was unnervingly clear. This was a phenomenon that had abruptly vanished in the 2000s. Yet now it reappeared suddenly. When a darkness loses its supernatural presence, dream essence can no longer be harvested from it. In such cases, after the deletion procedure of its registration number, it's discarded, although some are recycled through research or recharge processes. One keyword stands out: recycling. They deliberately released this into the civilian sector again to restore its supernatural presence, so it could start producing dream essence again. The sergeant likely knew. He would have been in the field exploration team when this ghost story was first registered as a darkness. And with that knowledge, the redacted portions of today's work documents took on new meaning. Refer to Black Record C16548. Refer to Disposal Record C16548. Daydream Inc. had intentionally reintroduced this disposed ghost story into the broadcasting station, to let it thrive until it could once again be harvested. You're well informed. We merely took the phenomenon already in place, managed it for a time, and returned it. No one's lost anything. Of course, this is production know-how that must never leave the company, so everyone who's heard this, keep it to yourselves. Li Xianghe's tense breathing was audible. Director Cheng's calm voice continued. That will be all for now. I'm telling you to return. Will the security team be dispatched? Of course not. What? Why should my company waste valuable manpower and resources on a civilian disturbance? Director Cheng spoke calmly. Why use a tiger-hunting blade to butcher a chicken? It's cumbersome, wasteful, and I detest that. The cleanup will be handled by the organization meant to handle cleanup. Organization. Yes, the very one funded by taxes for that purpose. And if you pay taxes, you should make use of what you've paid for. Being swayed by emotion and spouting personal opinions on company matters is something only a fledgling like Director Ho would do. Director Ho, the agency that Director Ho held a grudge against. Conveniently, this works out perfectly. That foolish bureau will follow the report trail and resolve the supernatural disaster, all the while unaware that our company has secured the only original copy of the ghost story. You should hurry back. I lifted my head. It's been a while since the report was filed with the Disaster Management Bureau. They'll be showing up any moment. From somewhere, a bell began to ring. Chapter 223. The sound of a bell. Jingle. The clear chime was proof of existence, a sign of some sacred force that wards off evil. Jingle. Then came footsteps. A brisk, unhesitating stride, an alarm in motion heading straight for its destination. Lively yet not frivolous. The footsteps drew closer and closer to the office, stopping briefly at the open doorway, casting a shadow inside. And then, let's see, the civilian who arrived first is no. An agent of the Disaster Management Bureau appeared. A long scar across his neck. A smile. Black Tortoise Team 1. My former superior. So we've got the cult company here. Agent Choi. His smiling mouth belied the cold, calculating eyes scanning the scene. With a heavy gaze, Agent Choi swept over the blood-soaked living room and the corpse of the assistant director who had gouged out her own eyes. Not a coincidence, is it? Jingle. Agent Choi gestured casually behind his back. But I knew what was there. A massive jackdaw. An illusion of blue light shimmered faintly along its steel edge. Agent Choi moved his arm. Well then, I surrender. Kang Yihak threw up both hands and dropped to her knees with a dramatic thud. Oh, our knees being offered at a discount now. But Agent Choi didn't so much as blink. Yeah, even better. Wait. Desperately fending off the jackdaw's descent, Kang Yihak spoke faster. Hey, Agent Nim, you remember me, right? We met in that darkness case where you got that super expensive conch shell. Of course I remember. Agent Choi smiled faintly. You're the cult company employee who tried to use injured kids as hostages to escape, aren't you? That wasn't me. That was Assistant Manager Butterfly acting on her own. The sergeant stood there, blank-faced, wondering what this back-and-forth was about. Actually, we were just passing through to see if there were any useful darknesses to claim, but this clearly isn't our league, so we were about to leave. Oh, Tilda, so you're saying you have nothing to do with this mess? Does that even matter? What matters is this. Kang Yehak quickly turned her head, speaking solemnly to the sergeant. Director Chung, are you still on the line? She already hung up. Okay. Grinning, Kang Yehak looked back at Agent Choi. What matters is we're offering darkness intel we've gathered at rock-bottom prices. She made a crisp, clear gesture, pressing her thumb and forefinger together in a circle. Heavens! Rock-bottom, come on. A good civil servant pays full price for good intel, and as for you, civilian. Agent Choi pulled his hand from behind his back with a smile. And stepped forward. I'll make sure they put extra snacks in your prison meals. The jackdaw swung. Thud. But a massive, black, beastly forepaw blocked its path. The sergeant's mutated left arm. Even so, the jackdaw's blade had driven deep between the monstrous claws, as if it might sever them outright. Crackle. Sparks flared where steel met claw. Just looking at that trembling paw suggested unimaginable pain, yet the sergeant did not flinch. He merely stared at Agent Choi over the jackdaw's edge. We're just going to leave now. We won't try anything, so let us go, we'll cooperate. Ohu, how can I cooperate with you if I let you just walk away? Agent Choi's reply, given with a smile, faltered mid-sentence. He looked back at the sergeant. His expression changed. You? Because of the day uniform security gear that obscured silhouette and features, he hadn't recognized the other man's identity. Now, with the transformation, he realized. That night, when Director Ho placed those bindings, the same sergeant I'd met in the dream cultivation chamber the night Agent Choi had caught me doing work as a spy. In that moment, a surge of immense conflict and emotion flashed across Agent Choi's face. But in the next second, it was suppressed, smothered. Priorities reasserted themselves. His voice returned to a professional, measured tone. So even the security team is here? Wow, this must be serious. I'll need full statements, as quickly as possible. There's a misunderstanding here. We were just here trying to earn some extra profit, that's all. If you could just guarantee that part. I'll just tell you everything. Lee Seong-hee raised her right hand and stepped forward. Assistant Manager. Is that so? Yes, yes. Without even glancing at Kang Yehak, Lee Seong-hee spoke brightly. An agent working hard to save civilians deserves our help. So could you please put the jackdaw away? The security team officer looks like he's in a lot of pain. Agent Choi studied Lee Seong-hee's face for a moment, then finally retracted the jackdaw with his usual easygoing smile. All right then. He quickly listened to her briefing. Lee Seong-hee gave a precise account of the man in the screen's actions and the clear potential for this crisis to spiral out of control. For a moment, it seemed like she might mention the USB in her possession, but she glanced at both the sergeant and the carrier holding me, then deliberately chose not to. She must have thought it would put us in danger. Okay. All the while, the blade of the jackdaw remained right in front of the carrier crate's bars. I held my breath, kept the smoke inside, so the other person wouldn't detect anything. Agent Choi listened to Lee Seong-hee's testimony word for word, never letting his guard down. Only at the very end did he finally withdraw the jackdaw. Egu, thank you for your cooperation. Not at all. Helping good people is the right thing to do. Tilda, really? Same here. That's my day job, fulfilling work helping good civilians, but... Agent Choi's gaze fell on the gold insignia visible through Lee Seong-hee's mask. Elite Team, Dolphin, Assistant Manager. And why are you working for Daydream? Plenty of good people have died because of that company, right? Lee Seong-hee smiled faintly. Well, I try to stop bad things wherever I see them. Is that so? How about just quitting? Lee Seong-hee didn't answer, and Agent Choi let the subject drop. Oh, looks like he's about to leave. Right. This was a simultaneous incident affecting multiple editors. Agents were likely deployed in teams, each taking separate locations. He'd learned what he needed here, so now he'd leave the cleanup to the Vermilion Bird team and head off to support the other Black Tortoise teams. I knew the procedure. I'd done it myself once. Friend, you seem upset. Oh dear, are you all right? I'm fine. No, rather, I can't even tell. This dull brain of mine isn't good at drawing proper conclusions. I don't know exactly what I'm feeling. I only watched, through the bars of the carrier, as the familiar figure stepped out the office's front door. Like what I was saying. Agent Choi paused at the doorway. He turned back, approached, and spoke in a low voice. To the sergeant. You know me, don't you? You know the employee who goes by Deer, too. The sergeant met Agent Choi's gaze. What happened? Don't tell me that crap about him being listed as missing, presumed dead after the train ghost story incident. I want the truth. What happened to him after that? Did he actually use the wish ticket? The sergeant replied slowly. The wish ticket was used. Agent Choi's expression went blank. And then? What happened after that? The sergeant gently tapped my carrier, then turned his head toward me. Not happening. The jackdaw slammed against the bars. Unauthorized use of supernatural disaster. A flash of yearned light sparked through the cage's bars. Aye, sir, showing up at a crime scene with a suspicious carrier like that. Anyone would take it for a mobile containment unit for a supernatural disaster. Should I just split it open to check, see what it's for? It's not like that. Then answer me. The sergeant didn't respond, because he couldn't confirm how I wanted to proceed. The silence stretched for several seconds, and Agent Choi, who had a supernatural disaster to contain and civilians to rescue, began to show signs of impatience, then seemed to give up. On getting answers right here and now. All right, I suppose, maybe you just don't feel like talking, that's your right. Instead, he chose another approach. But maybe over a hot bowl of Xiaoliangtang, after you've had some time to rest, you'll feel like opening up. The moment Agent Choi reached into his coat with a sly grin, I realized. And no matter how you slice it, this situation is suspicious. A daydream employee just happened to hear a rumor and came here to catch a darkness, and the timing of the report is so convenient, isn't it? His instincts were chillingly sharp. When witnesses are involved at a disaster scene, their statements often get clearer over time if they have a quiet place to think. Then from his coat he produced a glass prison transport device. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau will provide you with a comfortable place to wait. Agent Choi had decided while he was at it to detain the Daydream Inc. employees together. No, I need to complete the job and return with the USB. I released my smoke, just as I began to flow out of the carrier. You there? A cool voice rang through the office. Someone new had entered and grabbed Agent Choi's arm. Cool your head. She was tall, carrying a Fort Tiger evil-slaying sword. Team leader Hijium, Black Tortoise Team 3. The agent I'd met at the cheerful theme park stood there. Ah, indeed, the staff member who helped manage your resort. Correct. Matters involving shady corporations should be handled by a team leader when one is present. Rookie agents should head to the station instead. You're still young, I guess, quite full of fire, even trying to bend the rules. I knew him, I'm practically in my prime. Agent Choi smiled, but his words carried a hint of urgency. But I still have more to say. I said go, Agent. The chaos here is all contained. Now you need to go and sweet-talk the bureau chief at the station. You're the right man for it. Agent Choi froze for a moment, as if glued to the spot, but finally turned and strode away. His footsteps faded down the hall. Who? Team leader Hijium straightened, then swept her gaze over the two masked operatives. All right, if the two of you from the field exploration team have nothing more to say, why don't you head out now? Yes, thank you. Waity, our security team personnel free to go as well. Oh, I have business with them. Don't worry, I'm not throwing them in a cell. Ah, then we'll wait. Yes, ma'am, thank you very much. Kang Yehak bolted for the exit, and after a brief hesitation, Lee Seong-hee followed. The two field exploration team members left the office. Agent Hijium watched their retreating backs with a faintly bittersweet expression, then approached the sergeant. And she lowered her gaze. To me. Golden mascot? Or should I call you resort owner? Note S. One sialiantang, ox bone soup, historically known as the dish served as a sacrifice to ancestors during the Joseon period. Agent Hijium smiled faintly. What's with that look? You even hired me as staff at your resort. Events that alter existence to that degree always leave a scar. For example, being able to recognize a former employer. But despite calling it a scar, her expression wasn't unkind. She crouched slightly toward the carrier and spoke. And I owe you thanks. Thanks. Thank you for safely sending home all the civilians caught up in the resort incident. You hired the adults even without payment, and gave the kids vouchers so they could stay the night. My word, friend, were you running that business out of charity? If that had happened back when the red zone existed, that supernatural disaster would have been classified as a fracture-sanctioned anomaly. But thanks to you, it's only registered as a phenomenon. I stared at Agent Hijium, shocked for reasons I couldn't explain. Right. That was indeed a choice I'd made long ago. And I was still the owner of that resort. Even after everything that happened, that fact hadn't changed. About that? No matter how I look at it, you just don't seem suited to Daydream Inc. S-style resort owner. Are you bound by a contract? Looks like Daydream Inc. has actually managed it, figured out a way to bind a supernatural being. A pure existence is easy prey for such corrupt deals, because they don't truly understand human malice. Negative. Not to that extent, but your energy feels different. Agent Hijium tapped on the carrier. When the sergeant tried to intervene, she raised both hands slightly to signal peace, then continued speaking. You seem very tired. You're not the vibrant, lively figure I once saw at the resort. Now, there's a murkiness. Makes me think of that magic bunny, the red mascot's true form. I remembered. That grotesque, melted red mascot form that had been consumed by its mask. And the blue mascot, who never wanted anyone to see what lay beneath its mask. Do you want to run, before you lose even more? Impossible. MIC. Agent Hijium's brows, which had drawn together in pity, relaxed as she sank into thought. Then what do you desire most right now? A form that at least resembles a human. That would have been the correct answer. It was, after all, my interim goal. But unconsciously, my smoke moved on its own. To find myself again. A vague, impractical statement. I had lost myself. This was always what I was. I had only uncovered the truth. I was about to take it back when... To my surprise, Agent Hijium began searching her pocket. Team Leader Hong compared you to a lantern, but for someone like you, always wreathed in black fog, this might suit you better. She held something out in front of the carrier. A small object. A round ornament of jade and silver. Even if you cannot see, you can hear. A bell. When you've lost yourself, when you can't see an inch ahead, when the world blurs with confusion and doubt. Follow the sound. Jingle. Realize who you truly were. The clear ring of the bell filled the air. Team Leader Hijium handed it to me. It will help. I formed a hand within my smoke and grasped the bell. At the same time, outside the office, in an alleyway in Seoul. Who? Kang Yehek sighed as she walked. Didn't earn a single coin from this place. What a shame, by all accounts, and in a situation like this, she should have been able to snag at least an item. She glanced back at Lee Seong-hee, who was walking behind her at a distance, and clicked her tongue in disappointment. No betting instincts, huh? Too bad. Next time, she'd figure out how to use this superior and squeeze out some side income. Of course, if she was going to work with the elite team, she'd rather work with a different boss. Assistant manager Jin Nassau spends money way more freely. Not that employees got to pick who they worked with. It's a company after all. Still, at least I made my base pay. She resolved to work harder and shrugged inwardly before flashing a genial smile at Lee Seong-hee. Assistant manager, will the company cover our taxi fare back to the main branch too? Lee Seong-hee stopped in her tracks. I knew it. At that moment, Kang Yehek felt a sharp premonition prickle the back of her neck as she spotted someone walking out from the far end of the alley. A sense of we're fucked. This way, then. Another agent. someone who had finished his own rescue operation, and instead of being dispatched to the broadcasting station, was set to return to the bureau to report. An agent summoned by Agent Choi when he'd rushed to the station. Bronze. PSA. Anyone who has experienced a supernatural disaster will be placed under protective custody by the National Disaster Management Bureau, ranging from a minimum of half a day to indefinite isolation, for debriefing and protection. Kang Yehak immediately turned to bolt. She had already decided to use an item if necessary. Then she saw it. Lee Seong-hee standing behind her, urgently raising a hand. It was a gesture as if she were about to use some equipment or ability, and reflexively Kang Yehak hesitated. Behind her, Lee Seong-hee smiled and waved that raised hand at her. In farewell. Commencing transport. Just before darkness fell, Kang Yehak saw a massive glass barrier descending over her. Chapter 224. Agent Bronze. Yes. Ryu Yikwon, who had been waiting, lifted his head. Allow me to guide you. Only a single day had passed since the man in the screen incident was contained. The headquarters of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau was still buzzing with unease as the cleanup continued. The incident had required not only Black Tortoise Team 1, who were on duty that day, but also Black Tortoise Team 3, who were off shift to be called in. This was because it had escalated simultaneously in multiple places. And worse, it was tied to a broadcasting station, threatening to spiral into a major mass casualty event that was barely suppressed through the intervention of state power. On top of all that, the sequence of events was suspicious. In hindsight, the timing of that report was way too perfect. Normally, when a supernatural disaster first occurs, it's extremely difficult for civilians to contact the Bureau. Most ordinary people don't even know the hotline number, and the Bureau can't pre-assign their number to incidents that haven't happened yet. But this time, they called before confirming whether there were even fatalities. Of course, that's suspicious. Sure enough, after interrogating the PD, they found out. A group of professionals in suits and masks had shown up, tampered with the editing room, and then that company had given them the Bureau's number. From all appearances, Daydream Inc. had meddled with a previously resolved supernatural disaster to harvest it, lost control of the situation, and dumped the mess on the Bureau. Officially, they were denying everything. Bronze pressed under his eyes, dark circles showing his exhaustion. What a trash company. Bringing in a Daydream employee, who seemed to be an elite team member for interrogation, was, therefore, praised as an excellent move for gathering extra intel. But honestly, that wasn't the only reason. Besides, one of the employees who looked like they were from an elite team had escaped in an instant using an item, slipping through his fingers by a hair. Regrettable. Still, it's fortunate that the situation was resolved smoothly. Yes. The administrative clerk guiding him made small talk. I heard they decided not to use the label, Episode 6 anymore, right? Yes, I heard they'll jump straight to Episode 7. The chosen solution was this. Until the man in the screen disappeared completely, they would avoid using the term Episode 6 altogether. The broadcasting station, meanwhile, would get ahead of the rumors, turning the ghost story into a marketing gimmick with their loud, skipping Episode 6 campaign. Even if they were mocked as clueless or incompetent marketers, it would neatly dispel the unsettling mystery. The two casualties would quietly be written off as overwork or accidents, and after a full-scale memory purge of those involved, the station would return to stability. Though on a different scale, this gave him déjà vu. It reminded him of a tactic used long ago by a rookie when he was temporarily assigned to the White Tiger unit, and was even affectionately nicknamed Destroyer King Rookie. Agent, we've arrived. Thank you. And that's when Bronze felt it even more strongly. That presence. It reminded him of his direct junior who had disappeared 6 months ago, leaving only a carefully written letter and a pile of items behind. Agent Grapes. Kim Solium. It felt like a warning not to make any mistakes here. You may go in now. He stepped into the assigned location. A room set apart from the area used to check in disaster survivors, a temporary holding cell for those flagged as high risk based on testimony. They called it a probation room, and it was the stage before the glass prison. Hey, nice to meet you, Agent. Agent Bronze was greeted by someone still smiling, even inside the probation room. A member of the field exploration team wearing a pony mask. The Jajangmyeon one here was great. This place serves amazing food, and it's free too, haha. Though she didn't give her real name, her personality was already well known. So if the price is right, I'll tell you everything. A shameless extreme gold chaser. But if it's about stuff directly tied to my work that day, nah, I could get disciplined or fired for that. A little token of goodwill won't cut it. Agent Bronze was used to these types, though it was rare to see one this extreme. Civilian, this is not a negotiation. With eyes sunken, Agent Bronze made his stance clear. The small tokens we offer are gestures of appreciation for cooperation, not bribes. Exercising your right to remain silent is not permitted in the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau for safety reasons. And continued refusal to testify will be considered grounds for escalation. Bronze's tone carried no hint of regret at the thought. This means you may face measures other than probation. Yet the Daydream employee didn't so much as bat an eyelash. After that, I think I can start asking for a much higher price to compensate for emotional damages too. Of course, instead of letting it get to that point, I think we can agree on a fair price through a smooth negotiation. Ha ha ha. What a piece of work. Agent Bronze suppressed a sigh as he looked at the archetypal, self-serving junior employee from Daydream Inc., seated before him. Judged as a wrongdoer, but one who hadn't yet committed enough evil to tip the scales completely. Because the scales of malice hadn't fully tipped, the Bureau wouldn't send this person to positions that required sacrificial pawns. Normally, this would follow the standard process of being locked in a glass prison, interrogated, and prevented from lying. Or I could just send her there, into the labyrinth of nightmares. After a single round in there, her attitude would surely change. Bronze was considering securing her a slot when, click, the door to the probation room opened, and someone else stepped in. Agent. Egu, how tough. Grinning at Agent Bronze and giving a casual wave, then waving to the Daydream employee as well, Agent Choi entered and dragged over a chair to sit down. I just dropped by after wrapping up my assignment. Well, since I was involved in your transport, it's only fair I chat a bit with you too, right, Ms. Employee? Shall we just cut the chit-chat and talk gold, sir? Ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha, straight to the point. Agent Choi slouched into the chair, lowering his voice as his expression hardened. But see, even if I want to give you gold, you've got to tell me something worth trading for. Do you really think intel from a field exploration team supervisor, with under 2 years on the job, is worth that much? Kang Yihek laughed. You wouldn't have hauled me in if it wasn't, would you? We took a gamble. Agent Choi leaned his chin on his hand as if thinking, then raised both hands in mock defeat. All right, just spill everything you know straight through. I'll match the price as best I can. Oh, how about gold as a deposit? Got jade, too. Wow, top-shelf stuff. Agent Bronze shot Agent Choi a look of disbelief, but Agent Choi remained easygoing, a faint air of mild discomfort under his smooth demeanor. Then, true to his word, he pulled out a piece of jewelry made of pure gold and jade, bringing it into the probation room. Note S. One jajangmyeon, a popular noodle dish topped with thick sauce made of chunjang sauce, diced pork and veggies. Kang Yihak caught it as it was dropped into her hand. By touch, she could tell. Solid gold. By weight, she knew. At least 10 don, 1. Even without accounting for craftsmanship or historical value, the raw gold alone would be worth over 5 million won. Approx 3,600 USD. With jade included, this. Impressive, right? As long as our Q&A goes well, you can walk out with that. We won't stop you. Agent. And if your intel proves really useful, who knows? I might accidentally slip you another piece. Agent, I see now. The Bureau isn't just a noble, righteous institution working tirelessly for civilians' safety, but also one that knows how to be flexible for efficient operations. Right, of course it is. Please ask away, I'll answer anything, sir. Heck, I'd even give you my dad's columbarium number. Egu, no need for that. Agent Choi didn't stop Kang Yihak from eagerly pocketing the jewelry. Instead, he asked lightly, let's start with this one as a test question. That question was, do you know who Ro Deer is? Agent Bronze froze. At the same time, he barely managed to keep his hands from clenching at the surge of tension. "Roe dear. Agent Grapes." He had been untraceable for half a year. Go Yeonjun, another prime suspect in corporate espionage, had repeatedly testified she had no knowledge of his whereabouts, and it had been the truth. In his letter, Kim Solium had said he'd gone to Daydream Inc. for the Wish ticket, wanting nothing more than to return home. Then he'd vanished as if erased from existence. And just yesterday, when Agent Choi urgently called and requested the transport of this Daydream employee, his voice had wavered slightly. Grapes, he used the Wish ticket. No one in the Bureau truly believed in the Wish ticket's power. But if Kim Solium had indeed used it, safely quit and fulfilled his wish, then where was he now? Questions, only more questions. And once again came the same answer Bronze had heard too many times. "Ah, yeah, we were in the same intake batch. Then he went missing. Isn't that something you already know all about? But I didn't know about the Wish ticket, honestly." "I'm telling you with 100% honesty, for the sake of future trust." "Trust her." She must have guessed the Bureau could prevent false testimony, yet her tongue remained intact. Bronze frowned slightly, while Agent Choi fell into a long silence, then finally changed his question. "How much do you know about the security team?" "The security team?" "Yes, you were even accompanied by one of them, weren't you? The field exploration team squads don't usually work with security team members. Was it a special assignment?" Agent Bronze had heard this line of questioning, too. Wasn't it the security team that mentioned the Wish ticket? He thought Agent Choi might be digging in that direction, but instead, the conversation veered off to an unexpected path. "Do you happen to know about this particular security team member?" A description of a peculiar employee. Black smoke trailing around them, a massive cluster of horns on their head, wearing a gas mask, and their eyes were yellow. "Agent, that's..." Agent Choi nudged Agent Bronze's leg under the table with his own to quiet him, then continued speaking. "The security team member you were with seemed to be familiar with that employee, too." "Huh?" Kang Yehak blinked. "Agent, you met them there as well, that employee." A heavy silence settled. "What are you?" "I thought you were asking because you already knew." Kang Yehak answered casually. "The carrier, I mean, the one that the security team member was holding." "The carrier?" "Yes. 35 cm wide, 50 cm long, 36 cm tall. An opening barely the span of 2 adult hands, barred with metal. Portable equipment." "That employee." A strange chill crawled through the air. "He's inside that case." I emerged from the carrier. In my hand, hidden away, was the bell Agent Hejium had given me. Jingle. "Oh, friend, what an action-packed day it's been, don't you agree?" "Yeah. Or rather, if I'd had a physical body, I'd probably have been drenched in cold sweat." "Crazy." Lying on the bed of the containment room, I recalled everything that had just happened. Agent Hejium had handed over only the bell before generously letting us go, and the sergeant and I had safely returned to the company. I heard Assistant Manager Lee Seonghee also made it back safely and submitted the USB. It seemed the mission was marked as a success, though official processing would probably be finalized once working hours resumed tomorrow. The sergeant had already returned to his assigned quarters, leaving only my carrier in the containment room, as dictated by my new containment protocols. Jingle. He's probably meeting with Supervisor Park Min-seong right now. Now I had time to rest too. In any case, it was a relief that everything had been resolved safely, though there was a bitter taste in knowing we dumped the problem onto the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Daydream is just being Daydream, I guess. Still, after all that, walking away with something from Agent Hejium as a token of gratitude felt strange. Though realizing that I still retained my identity, as the owner of the resort left a strange impression on me. Am I happy about that? Maybe. I adjusted my angle so the CCTV wouldn't catch it, then raised the bell in my hand and gave it a slight shake. Jingle. I'd heard it even from inside the carrier, and its tone was pure and clear. It felt like a cleansing chime, as though some lingering filth was being shaken loose. Is this why the agents all carry bells? Like the one attached to Agent Choi's jackdo? Not that it really mattered. Maybe it was meant to ward off contamination, though I wasn't sure if it would have any effect on me. Jingle. Regardless, the sound was pleasant. It made me want to keep listening, and I almost felt my head grow lighter. Jingle. I found myself oddly entranced by that sound. And I wondered if Braun could hear it too. Mr. Roe, dear. Can you hear this? But of course, loud and clear. Oh, and I have a question for my dear friend as well. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Restless. Realizing I'm not human and knowing my body will collapse into sludge without this suit, it's hard to feel good about that. Not to mention signing an exploitative employment contract that pawned my life to daydream. Wait, Jingle. Wait. Finally. I shot up from the bed. What is this? Why? Can I think? My thoughts no longer felt dulled, melted, or swallowed by fog. There was motion. Fluidity. No strong emotions, but the habitual, natural flow of thought I'd once had. It's back. Jingle. To think you'd recover your losses from the resort in such dramatic fashion. What a stunning twist. Congratulations, friend. I was myself again. Note S. 1 dan, as a unit of measurement, means a weight roughly equivalent to 4 grams. So the bracelet Agent Choi presented to Kang Yihak is 40 grams of solid gold and pure jade. To chill, the word used here was the homonym of Solium's name, Kosatum Enus, which means chill or goosebumps ho. Chapter 225. I slumped back down on the bed. The bell was still in my hand. A marker to guide me back into thinking like myself. Jingle. Oh, I suppose now it's safe to ask you again. Mr. Roe, dear, how does it feel to realize you've regained your ability to think? I lifted my head. My head feels clear. Surprisingly, I felt like myself. That's truly excellent news. Right, but that in itself felt strange. That I wasn't overwhelmed or moved to tears by the realization that I was back in my right mind. I felt a little dazed, and so I noticed the sense of dissonance. For example, why am I not scared? My word, there's nothing frightening in this bedroom at all. Of course, this pink merchandise plushie is frighteningly charming. Why, yeah, but that's not what I meant. Given everything that happened, I should absolutely be terrified. My body was some grotesque thing, my future was a dumpster fire, and right now, I was locked alone in a ghost story containment cell. Normally, wouldn't I be silently screaming, choking back sobs? But all I felt was uneasy. When I used Nostalgia Kitty and briefly became Supervisor Roe Deer again, I'd regained and then lost my body and mind, feeling terror and an unbearable despair. It had been a situation where panic was justified. But now, even though I'd regained clarity, I was oddly calm. Sure, I was a little scared, but it was as though something like a fear switch was turned off, like I'd taken some kind of tranquilizer. Is it because this bell was designed for agents? Does it simply block out extreme or negative emotions? But if that was the case, then any subtle or nuanced feelings should be dulled as well. In ancient times, a Greek philosopher divided the human mind into layers: reason, will, and emotion. An antiquated theory, yes, but intuitive for an era with no real scientific grounding. Shall we apply it here? In that case. So I've only recovered part of my reason and will, something like that. A state where I can't fully feel emotions. Since emotions are closely tied to the body, it makes sense in a way. As quick-witted as ever, Mr. Roe Deer. Of course, it's just speculation, but from your perspective, that seems like a fair assessment, friend. Once you adapt and get used to things again, the rest might return over time, perhaps. If that's the case, maybe this is actually better for now. In this insane world of ghost stories, being numb to panic and fear could be an advantage. What happens later, I don't know. I stifled a sigh, then realized sighing would only release smoke from my body, which was a bit depressing. Let's just be grateful I only feel a little depressed. I turned my focus to something productive. Jingle. For the rest of my rest period, I shook the bell at different intervals to measure how long its effect would last in keeping me clear-headed. The result? Around 4 hours. After 4 hours, it became difficult to maintain coherent thought. If I wanted to stay rational, I'd have to hear the bells chime every 4 hours, at least for now. I stared thoughtfully at the small bell. Would using it too much wear it out? All things are consumables, except in very rare cases. But it seems perfectly fine for now. Looks like something crafted by a skilled artisan. In that case, I could use it for a while without issue. Thank you, team leader Hijiam. I sighed again, then tucked the bell securely between the base of the horns sprouting from my head. I could move my skull, and by extension my horns. This way I could ring it only when needed, and it would stay out of sight. With that, the urgent tasks were finished. Until work resumed, I could finally let myself drift into thought. I lay down as comfortably as I could, and deliberately steered my mind away from topics that might shake me, instead reflecting on everything I'd experienced so far. Mostly, the faces of people I'd met flashed through my mind. Kwak Jekang J3, Supervisor Park Minseong, Assistant Manager Lee Seonghee, Kang Yehak Agent Choi. And as my memory traced back to the very first scene, I realized something. Jang Hyo-woon, one of the new employees who visited me in room 666 in basement floor 13 of the annex, during that special recruitment experiment. Back then, I'd felt only a faint joy finding out that Jang Hyo-woon was alive, but now that I could think, I realized it wasn't something to pass over lightly. He would have recognized me. Jang Hyo-woon entered the cheerful theme park resort alongside me, knowing full well that I was Kim Solium, and in that process, he also saw the security team costume that I wore, which meant he could easily connect the dots between the current me and the Kim Solium he knew. Of course, that came with one big assumption. If that really was Jang Hyo-woon, I see human faces as melted mosaics. Voices are also hard to identify, so I rely mostly on mannerisms and tone to tell people apart. Expressions are somewhat visible at least. But if his wish ticket worked properly, why would he come back to this place? And he wasn't marked as missing or dead like me, but simply reassigned to a branch office. He could have just stayed there instead of returning to the main office. Did he not contact Director Ho? Why? HM. A chilling thought passed through my mind. What if Jang Hyo-woon was never able to return to being human? And if the wish ticket had been used to turn him back into a human? Then Jang Hyo-woon wouldn't have a wish ticket left to fulfill his original wish. That would mean the reason he returned to the company was to earn another one. It's possible. There was definitely a chance. Wait, what if it was the other way around? What if Go Yeonjun used her wish ticket to save Jang Hyo-woon? I couldn't say. Most people who pass the aptitude tests for the field exploration team and attend orientation are probably people who have wishes too desperate to ignore. Either way, that's a rather chilling and fascinating line of speculation, Mr. Roe dear. It seems plausible. And it seems this has sparked another thought, hasn't it? Right. If Jang Hyo-woon used a wish ticket to regain his human form, then couldn't I also use a wish ticket to get a human body? No, that'd be a waste. If I somehow managed to earn another wish ticket, I'd make a proper wish this time. With a perfectly phrased wish, I could go back home. But wasn't that blind, instinctive longing for home something implanted into me during the experiments? Had I forgotten that experiment log, the one that used me as a good friend to summon me into this world? My insides churned with nausea. The thought of trying to get another wish ticket. It was impossible anyway. The security team earned barely any points. All of mine went toward maintenance costs. On top of that, basement, laboratory, shattered incubation tank, collapsing body, falling. No. Jingle. The rapid collapse of my mind steadied again at the sound of the bell. I exhaled sharply, then rang it once more between my horns. Jingle. Pull yourself together. Forget about clinging to the idea of earning a wish ticket through daydream. I needed to come up with another way. First, I needed to fully understand my situation. Goal, get closer to the truth. And I realized something. Even with my fragmented self, that had been my resolution, and even now with a clear mind it hadn't changed. I'd been heading in the right direction all along. A faint stirring rose in my chest. I mentally pictured myself taking a deep breath and steeled my resolve once more. And one more thing. Additional goal, meet Jang Hyo-woon again. Good. If possible, I'd make that happen. You found your direction, friend. Excellent. And just then work began. Your work shift has begun, please wake up. Your work shift has begun, please wake up. Seriously, that's so loud. I couldn't even sleep, and yet it insisted I wake up. Such a crude, graceless way to draw attention. I should have guessed from that tacky training video, but this level of cost-cutting is enough to make one's head ache. I sort of agreed with that. Before long, the complicated locks of the probation room's door clicked open, and someone stepped inside. Mr. Employee. Researcher Kwak Jekeng. The researcher who had dismissed the security team, stationed outside, entered with an expression brimming with excitement. Now that I was in my right mind, he seemed even weirder than before. And I mean, why won't he regenerate the tip joint of his pinky finger? He should have enough points, but was he choosing to endure it until further physical loss occurred? Or maybe the red finger, ghost story made regeneration potions ineffective. The wiki didn't have exploration logs detailed enough to say. Either way, both were plausible, and the fact that he didn't seem bothered by it made him truly fit the mad scientist archetype. Did you rest well last night? Ha ha ha, the man in the screen you so brilliantly captured yesterday was safely delivered to the research team. Detailed explanation of the processing procedure. Cannot be omitted based on arbitrary reasoning. Of course. And just as he had pinky sworn, Kwak Jekeng thoroughly explained everything. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau had successfully brought the situation under control. Director Cheng was pleased they had acquired a darkness of at least C-class so quickly, saving processing costs in the process. Who? And then, Supervisor Kang Yihak has gone missing. Oh, they said it seems she was taken in by the Bureau. Well, nothing will come of it, right? Even if they find out about the USB now, it's already in our hands. It felt like my non-existent digestive organs ached. Ah, no, maybe. Were they there? With my clarity of mind, I could examine my body more objectively now. Even though it was broken and collapsed, it felt like they might still exist somewhere. That's an interesting line of thought, but you seem to be veering off track, friend. All right. In any case, Kang Yihak was still just a supervisor, so nothing serious should happen. And it was probably better for humanity that the Bureau knew Daydream had taken the man in the screen. A flicker of longing or regret started to rise, but it wasn't strong, and I could easily push it aside. I asked Kwak Jekeng for the next step. Results? Results, of course there are. Thanks to you, Mr. Employee, I even managed to secure a private meeting with Director Cheng. Kwak Jekeng burst into laughter. It was the first time I was able to have such a long conversation. I managed to pull so many fascinating tidbits, valuable enough to count as real intel. Ha, to think I'd live to hear such things. The researcher's eyes gleamed with the thrill of having satisfied his personal curiosity. These are foundational pieces of information that bring us closer to our goal, to the truth about your origin, Mr. Employee. Request for explanation. Of course, it's about how this company collects darknesses. It's surprisingly structured and multifaceted. Kwak Jekeng pulled out a pen, flipped over a sheet of paper, and scrawled out diagrams in front of me. This company's methods of collecting darkness are broadly divided into two categories. External collection. Internal collection. The former, of course, is something you're already very familiar with. Collecting from the outside. Discovering and retrieving wandering new ghost stories, or reclaiming those that had been intentionally redeployed among civilians for recycling. External collection capture. External collection retrieval. And the latter, this is where the research team really shines. The work done inside Daydream Inc. Development and excavation. Internal collection, development. Internal collection, excavation. First, development. That's creating new darkness by grafting or experimenting with existing ones. True to this ghost story world, this was known to be the standard work of the development-related research team. Research aimed at raising the grade of darknesses while keeping survival rates high, or hypothesis building for manuals, and so forth. Naturally, this was all familiar to me. That meant the important part was, but you haven't heard of excavation before, have you? The final part. Exactly what it sounds like. Excavation is digging up darkness from beneath this company's very floors. Kwak Jekeng beamed broadly. Do you happen to know what's beneath our company? Cheerful Research Institute. I knew it would be related somehow. Ha 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 ha. I looked at Quack Jekking silently. He quickly stopped laughing. That's right, yes. If you go further down below the lower floors, you'll see endless repetitions of the same office layout. I know. I've seen it twice already. And the sergeant had risked himself to find and tell me. If you go deeper underground, the same office corridors just keep repeating. It must be the same place, but maybe each one is a slightly different time. I thought that was information I didn't need anymore since I had already used the wish ticket, but I was wrong. That is the ghost story called Cheerful Research Institute. The entire place itself is a massive ghost story. Quack Jekking showed me copied documents, pages about Cheerful Research Institute that he must have requested access to himself. They matched the sergeant's account, and within it, you can find all sorts of prototypes they produced back when Cheerful Research Institute was still active, as well as artifacts that serve as mediums connecting to ghost stories. The source of the earliest darknesses when Daydream Inc. was first founded. This is where Daydream excavates ghost stories that can become darknesses. Especially in the early days, this was the norm. Quack Jekking's eyes gleamed with the thrill of uncovering new knowledge. So one could theorize that Daydream built its headquarters right on top of it. Ha ha ha, fascinating, isn't it? Goodness, this man's comedic timing is so poor he'd be pelted with rotten eggs if he tried stand-up. Anyway, they've already scoured everything they can from the shallower floors. Now they have to go deeper. But the further they go, the stranger things get, so they're struggling. Quack Jekking looked at me. Even the standard security team finds it difficult, so wouldn't the help of a special division staff member be crucial? I'm certain it's connected to why you were created. I clenched my invisible hand within the smoke. In the end, this excavation assignment will be given to you, Mr. Employee. Request for expedited progress. Of course, but to get to that stage, there needs to be a solid foundation of trust first. Quack Jekking was suddenly trying to feel me out. For example, that I, as your supervising researcher, prove that my method of operating 130,666 is reliable. Ha ha ha. In other words, I'd need to appear obedient enough to justify moving on to the next stage. To make the company believe they could control me to some extent. This is driving me nuts, seriously. Well, I already signed that damn slave contract, didn't I? Let's do it, that way I can move more freely. Affirmative. Excellent, then I'll come up with a very suitable and fun method. Please, for the love of everything, stop talking. I quickly shaped my smoke into words. Perform standard security team duties. The excitement drained from Quack Jekking's voice. Right, well that's rather dull, or should I say plain, though coming from you it's a little different. I'm not done yet. Justification. I've discovered an additional method of control, and I wish to test it. Ah, so you're framing it as an experiment to see how well you can be controlled. That's good. Fear, pleasure, rewards, and punishment, which is it? Haha, whichever direction it is. Money. Greed based on disciplinary measures. Requesting wages based on the employee pay table. Oh, I see. Thank you, Kang Yehakasasai. People driven by money are, ironically, easier to predict. And Daydream has plenty of it. A few days later, I was seated at the Annex's front desk with 2 security team members. They said they'd pay me, that's nice. A bit sad, though, that I was still inside a carrier crate. Sniffle. And one more thing. Oh, that looks like an ear friend. During the quiet hours of my shift, I began rationally examining my deformed, melted body, mapping out what part was where. There was something I wanted to confirm, if any part of me still retained its proper shape. And then I found it. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The inventory tattoo. Chapter 226. An evening where darkness had settled over. The annex lobby of Daydream Inc. 2 black-clad security team employees sat at the front desk, a carrier crate set between them, greeting visitors. Hallway 32, it's that way. Thank you. Of course, greeting mostly meant briefly acknowledging people, unlocking their hallway access and relaying instructions. Usually there was only one staff member on duty, and it was rare to see a carrier crate sitting nearby, so employees often froze up or stared with a cold sweat, wondering if this was some kind of experiment. And inside that exception of a carrier crate was me. "You okay?" "Teb. Got it." The sergeant occasionally checked on me, but mostly lounged at the desk with a bored expression. Ordinarily, the security team wouldn't be assigned to handle public-facing duties like this, but since they'd been designated as my handler team, they ended up doing all sorts of things. "Sorry. Still, this is nice. Peaceful, don't you think so, I mean, Mr. Employee?" "Teb." I agreed with Supervisor Park Min-seong's comment. He said his role in the security team mostly involved psychological suppression, so he rarely got to do peaceful work like this. He seemed to genuinely welcome this assignment. He'd also been delighted to see how much calmer I was during this shift, compared to before. "Looks like your conditions improved a lot. I'm glad, Ro." I hadn't told them I'd regained my full clarity of mind yet. I planned to wait until I'd adjusted more to the bell and could steady myself completely before revealing it. And I need to control my body first, too. And so, inside the carrier crate, I was once again examining my body. Let's see, yep, it's mangled. Pure mush. I tried to mentally categorize the crumpled mass, stuffed awkwardly inside the security team's suit, based on a human body's structure. Brain, esophagus, eyes, ears, stomach. I could faintly identify the parts that still had sensation or those I consciously focused on. Like a sliding puzzle, isn't it? Excellent, let's piece it together. Braun's advice was also proving helpful. Of course, someone with proper medical expertise like Go Yeonjun SSI could probably give me a much broader assessment. But, for now, this was my limit. What the hell even is this? How many eyes do I have? Honestly, many parts felt unfamiliar. Ah, what splendid scales, friend. At the end of what I'd call my forelimb, no, my arm, I felt the texture of reptilian scales and talon-like claws bizarrely strong. This is driving me nuts. Still, knowledge was power. If my emotions were functioning properly, I'd have gone mad long before this knowledge could help me. At least I was aware that this was a deeply grotesque task. Maybe if I can stay calm, I might be able to reconstruct my body. It felt like I could move parts I'd identified. But I wasn't sure yet. Maybe I could attempt it if I ever got out of the suit, but the risk seemed too high for now. More importantly, I'd found what I was looking for. Chinese letter. The inventory tattoo. Fortunately, it hadn't shifted too far from its original spot. It was buried under the flesh of my left arm, just beneath the shoulder. The other tattoos were probably crumpled even deeper inside, impossible to find for now. Maybe I could use them if I managed to properly organize my body someday. But for now, this was my focus. Would I be able to use this tattoo? You're already looking forward to the end of today's shift, Mr. Rowe, dear. That's right. I can't exactly pull my arm out and check while I'm inside this crate. So first, let's just get through this first day at the annex front desk without incident. Fortunately, work at the annex ran smoothly into the late night without any major issues. I did see quite a few familiar faces, though. Most visitors here were likely members of the field exploration team or the research team, and naturally, I'd probably run into them during my own shifts before. It left me with a strange feeling. Hallway 12, Mr. Employee, would you like to hand it over? Eek. For reference, when I extended smoke through the carrier crate to write out instructions and hand over the access card, the seal-masked field exploration team employee nearly rolled backward in panic. Oh, I remembered this person. I used to work in the office next door that employee's squad. I am sorry. Watching the employee snatch the card and sprint away, I displayed a line of text. Survival instinct, excellent. Talent suitable for the field exploration team. Supervisor Park Min-seong's voice was the kind of laugh you make when you can't quite cry. Well, at least it meant I'd done something resembling normal work for the first time in months. At around 3 a.m., a very familiar face appeared. An unexpected VIP. Assistant Manager Jin Nassal. A sharp-eyed employee wearing a butterfly mask, her hair neatly tied back, nails polished and dressed in a suit. Assistant Manager Jin Nassal of the Elite A Squad. She seemed to finally make the connection as she glanced at Supervisor Park Min-seong, who had slightly bowed his head while idly touching her nails. D Squad. Yes. Heard you moved to the security team. You're still alive, I see. Normally, even if people recognized him, they either ignored him for being in the security team or treated him politely with a bit of fear. But of course, she was different. And as if on cue, another member of the elite team visited the annex. Hello, Tilda. It was assistant manager Lee Seong-hee, who had worked with us just yesterday. She set down a large snack set wrapped in recycled paper, packaging on the desk with a confident thump. I heard you were here. Thought it'd be nice if the three of you had something to snack on while working, so I brought this. Thank you. For reference, it was seaweed oranda, 1. I couldn't eat it, but the sergeant looked interested, so that was fine. To my surprise, assistant manager Lee Seong-hee didn't stop there. She gave the carrier crate I was sitting in a light tap and whispered. Hey, couldn't you come out? It's not like civilians come here anyway. Come out what? At assistant manager Jin Nasal's puzzled reply, assistant manager Lee Seong-hee scratched the back of her head awkwardly. Assistant manager, right? You're here. I didn't bring any oranda for you. The sergeant, who had been sniffing at the oranda and then popped one in his mouth, lazily turned his head toward them and weakly gestured toward the box. Want one? I'm good. He didn't offer twice. Note S. 1 oranda, a confection that is made by deep-frying small snacks, then coating them in syrup and letting them harden. Depending on how it's made, its texture can range from moderately crunchy to rock-hard, and some versions are sticky like taffy. In some products, nuts such as pumpkin seeds or peanuts are added. Source, Namuwiki. Either way, assistant manager Jin Nasal didn't seem to care, and just gave assistant manager Lee Seong-hee a look of disbelief. You want to take out a darkness that's been secured in a carrier? Are you out of your mind? He's not locked up. I think he's just in there because it's comfortable, right? Partial confirmation. Adapting to public-facing duties. Assistant manager Jin Nasal stared at the smoke I used to write words outside the crate, her expression shifting like she had a lot to say. But then she unexpectedly apologized right away. My apologies. Not at all. That was a perfectly reasonable thing to say. Supervisor Park Min-seong hurriedly spoke up gently, addressing assistant manager Lee Seong-hee. Thank you. Your teammate got taken in by the Disaster Management Bureau, so you must be feeling uneasy. I appreciate you thinking of us. Oh, Ms. Pony. Lee Seong-hee smiled faintly. We're not from the same team. The air went quiet for a moment. Not the elite team. Nope. I see. That was the end of that conversation. It seemed that Kang Yihak wasn't exactly a good person, in assistant manager Lee Seong-hee's eyes. And assistant manager Jin Nasal didn't seem to care at all, even though the two of them had worked together in the mermaid grave. They really are such consistent people. Feeling like my mangled stomach might start hurting, I decided to shake my bell again. At this point, shaking it every time I felt stressed made it feel like one of those stress relief dolls or balls they give you at the dentist's office. Just give me the access card. Yes. Supervisor Park Min-seong handed over an access card to assistant manager Jin Nasal while nibbling on oranda. Then, after some hesitation, he asked, Pardon about our squad leader, I mean D-Squad Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Is he doing well? How should I know? Assistant manager Jin Nasal frowned, but surprisingly answered anyway. Better than before, I guess. A new batch got hired recently, too. I see. Well, it's not unusual for all members except the squad leader to change out completely, so he'll manage fine. As for Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, I think he went on a long-term darkness exploration a couple of days ago. Some boarding school ghost story, I think. Assistant manager Lee Seong-hee spoke up, and she added that it'd probably take 4 or 5 days. Only then did Supervisor Park smile and nod. I see, thank you. After the two women left to go about their business, Supervisor Park whispered to me. If we're lucky, we might get to see Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun too. If he comes back from that darkness this week, I'm kind of looking forward to it, aren't you? Tab. All right. And as Supervisor Park smiled, I carefully and discreetly made a request. There was no one else around. Request, transport secretly. Who? I poked the item with smoke. Oh, you want this? Tab. Would it be fine though, Sergeant? Here. Thank you. I carefully gathered the various writing tools the sergeant pushed into the carrier crate, collecting them into the smoke surrounding me. And after my first night's shift at the annex front desk ended. A place of rest. Of course, it's a windowless structure with no ventilation, but since my friend wears a gas mask, it's not much of an inconvenience. I returned to the isolation room and sat down on the bed. Then, very carefully, I tried to become aware of my body. To recognize each part I could identify and move it. Come out. Outward. To where it's supposed to be. CRRRK. Wriggle, wriggle. Strange noises seemed to echo inside my body, and a wave of nausea rose, but I managed to move. After what felt like enough time for my body to be drenched in sweat, or, I mean, if I could even sweat. Done. I extended my arm, touched the security team uniform near my left arm's wrist, just below the elbow. Then I opened the zipper. Zip. Inside, beneath the unzipped uniform, I saw strange, shapeless flesh barely holding form. But I also saw exactly what I had intended to locate. A tattoo. Its color shifted as if activating. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The inventory tattoo. Found it. I reached into the tattoo. It works, it's still functional. This leads to the passage connected to the cheerful theme park manager's office. I recall how that unworthy mountain lodge keeper ended up working in far too grand a position thanks to you, Mr. Roe dear. It wasn't quite that, but yes, it was a much larger space. And of course, it was mostly empty now, as it should be. I'd cleared everything out before using the wish ticket. Some items had been left with the Disaster Management Bureau. In the end, I handed almost everything over to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. I recalled leaving almost all my gear in a subway locker and sending its location and password to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Yes, it made sense for it to be empty. But there was a strange sense of presence inside. Something occupying my space. There's something else in there. But I couldn't keep my security suit unzipped for too long, so I couldn't investigate further. For now, I quickly checked only the things I could hold in my hand, the items I expected. First, the blue scale. It's from the Blue Dragon mascot at the cheerful theme park. I hadn't given this to anyone out of fear of the consequences. The dragon did say I could call upon them, but right now, if I tried, it'd probably just add another incident report to the company logs, so I'd hold off. I'll just keep it in mind. I pulled my hand away from the clear, smooth, and cool sensation. Then the next item caught my attention. Second, a paper boat. It was left behind by Baek Deoksu when he escaped Jisun village. Allow this brawn to guess. Because it's a somewhat personal item and its value is hard to gauge, you chose not to give it to anyone, yes. Correct. And maybe, thanks to that, it would be invaluable. It could be a way to learn what happened during those 6 months I spent in the basement, in that shattered body without a self. And perhaps about Jang Hyo-eun's SI, too. Oh, a passageway. Exactly. A boat is a means of sending something somewhere. And paper is for writing. Put those two together and... this could be a communication device. I took the paper boat out of the tattoo. Then quickly zipped my uniform closed and straightened it. Done, I'd managed that safely. Then I looked closely at the boat. It was folded from somewhat worn paper, but it had clearly been carefully kept. Despite being fragile, it wasn't torn or crumpled. Thinking of it like an item, this is probably how to use it. I carefully unfolded the boat, flattening the paper, and revealed the side hidden inside. Oh, jackpot, friend. There was writing on it. Are you dead? The pencil-written letters were in Baek Deoksu's handwriting. Of course, I couldn't know when it had been written. But judging by the nuance of the words, it wasn't something he'd scrawled randomly before fleeing Jisun village. This question seems directed at me. Or more precisely, at the Agent Grapes, who had drawn the golden stick in Jisun village. Good. I searched through the writing tools the sergeant had given me and picked out a pencil. Then I wrote on the paper, I'm not dead. A moment later. What the... A reply came back. The handwriting was hurried and jagged, as if shocked. Chapter 227. Let's think this through. Baek Deoksu left this paper boat behind in Jisun village. He probably left it for Agent Grapes, who he met back then. Of course, he wouldn't know that codename. If he had known, he would have already realized I was Kim Solium. Since he didn't, he left a communication item behind. Which meant that, in this situation, I should answer like an agent to keep the conversation going. I wrote as neatly as I could. But because my melted body was crammed into my suit, my handwriting wavered slightly from uneven muscle control. The civilian I met in Jisan village. That's you, right? And if I am, so what? You seem to have gotten out safely. I'm glad to know that. Baek Deoksu didn't respond. But after a moment the words I'd written faded away, as if he'd read them. I continued writing. Sorry for the late reply, I read this just now. That's why it's late. I didn't realize. You had to unfold the boat to use it. Are you perhaps an idiot, sir? How could you not know that? I knew you'd be like this. That Viper personality hasn't changed. I wondered how to hold my ground as an agent and keep this conversation productive. Well, I guess you might not know. You don't seem very experienced. Couldn't even guess that much. You haven't been an agent long, have you? Yes, that's correct. Still, I think I handled things reasonably well back then. At least that's what I think. Another silence. What's with this? Either way, since you left. This communication paper. Do you have something to report? Report, yeah, right. I left it because I had something to ask. The sharp handwriting that came without hesitation earlier now appeared more slowly. What happened to the village? Jisan village, you mean? Do you think I'd be asking about? Some other village, of course that one. What happened back then? My word, pestering my friend over something that happened 6 months ago. No one would blame you for being annoyed over his laziness, Mr. Roe dear. Not laziness, at least. More like he's too scared to check. It seemed Baek Deoksu hadn't gone anywhere near Jisan village since he escaped. He had probably sensed, by sound or pressure, what happened there as he ran. And after that, any messages from the village probably stopped altogether. It was already almost October. With Chuseok right around the corner, maybe his anxiety had only grown while wondering if he needed to go back, if the Disaster Management Bureau had failed, if the village had become even more horrific. I wrote concisely, the supernatural disaster you fear has been eliminated. There will be no more lotteries or festivals. The centipede sage the villagers brewed with liquor and sealed under the shrine was gone, and it should now be under the Disaster Management Bureau's care. You are free. For a long while, Baek Deoksu didn't reply. I continued. However, since I can't confirm the exact state of the village right now, I'd advise caution if you visit. I've been stationed at other supernatural disasters since then, so I haven't been able to hear any detailed updates. It was true by coincidence. I almost felt a pang of depression, but I managed to finish with the kind of information an agent would responsibly share. Of course, Mr. Civilian, since you are aware of that disaster, and a survivor at that, if you contact the Disaster Management Bureau, through official channels they'll ensure your safety. As if you'd ever do that, though. Forget it. Figured as much. Your handwriting's awful, by the way. Why the sudden personal attack? Well, sorry, but if your entire body was mush from head to toe, you'd realize how hard it is to control fine motor movements. Honestly, it was a miracle I hadn't shredded this paper entirely. My apologies. My hand is injured. And again, there was no reply. Then the topic shifted, and a new message appeared. Hey, are you contacting me from within a darkness right now? In a sense, yes. But about you using the term darkness. What, are you going to pretend you don't already know where I work? The agent who was with you seemed to recognize me. Mr. Agent, you already know who I am. Trying to threaten me with that info won't work. Why is this guy always so quick to snap like this, just like back at new agent orientation? I have neither the need nor the intention to threaten civilians. And if someone really means to threaten you, during a conversation, don't try to fight back like this. And just walk away, that's the safest thing to do. Silence again. I held back a sigh and continued writing. I just wanted to ask you question. Personally, about Daydream Inc. Are you insane, you think I'd just hand over something like that and create a paper trail for the company to use against me for free, lol. Stop wasting my time, sir. Understood. I figured as much. Naturally, I started going through options for what kind of bait to use next. Then suddenly, a new message appeared. What do you want to know? The heck is your angle, is what he must be asking. But I went ahead and asked the question I'd prepared. I wanted to know if there are any new hires, or if previously employed people were rehired, and if you happen to recognize any familiar faces, Mr. Civilian. First, I needed to confirm Jang Hil-un SSI. I could ask Kwak Jekeng, but I didn't want that mad scientist catching wind that I was paying extra attention to Jang Hil-un. That would only spark his curiosity. Even if he was technically bound by the red finger curse, it wasn't wise to give a nutjob like him motivation to look for loopholes, especially when the subject of interest wasn't myself. Same reason I haven't asked about Go Yeonjun SSI or assistant manager Yoon Hage. Of course, Baek Sahyun wouldn't cooperate for free either, so while I was deciding between the carrot or stick. Give me some time. I'll check when I go to work tomorrow. Did this guy eat something weird? I honestly couldn't believe it. Still, since he agreed, I wasn't about to complain. Thank you. Yeah, don't forget to show some appreciation. Have a decent item ready. And don't even think about sending me some lame coffee gift card or anything. Hey, I can't even afford a coffee gift card right now. I'm afraid that'll be difficult. I'm sorry, I'm not in a position to acquire any items at the moment. So you're not even going to promise to pay me back later? You're completely clueless and inflexible, yet somehow you've managed to survive. As an agent, huh? This man is a proper Grinch. My thoughts exactly. Then I'll compensate you later. When I can, thank you. It seemed that Agent Grapes had earned some degree of trust from Baek Sahyun because of the Jisan village case. How did that happen? I've got no idea. This is completely unexpected. And I'm not even an agent anymore. Yet I was still able to communicate as one. It felt strange. At any rate, I decided to wait for Baek Sahyun's answer to this first question. Besides, I was in the phase where I needed to quietly continue my annex duties to progress to the next step. Now get some proper rest and prepare for tomorrow's shift, friend. Right. And so a few days passed like that. I continued quietly working at the annex front desk, all while keeping up the unspoken pressure on the company that they must pay me on payday. Incidentally, I'd also gone out to capture another darkness in that time, and once again returned safely. Since it was a darkness listed on the Dark Exploration Records, Wiki, analyzing the manual with a clear head made it neither particularly dangerous nor difficult, especially with my dulled fear and blunted emotions. Other than that, things were relatively peaceful. Surprisingly, Assistant Manager Lee Seong-hee had stopped by several more times during our shifts at the annex, each time bringing snacks. If I manage to locate and reconstruct my digestive organs someday, maybe I'll be able to try some. For now, I handed everything over to the sergeant. Baek Sahyun's paper boat still hadn't responded. It seemed he hadn't yet had the chance to check all the new recruits' faces. And so time passed until today, when my shift setup changed slightly. Working alone at last. Don't worry about boredom, friend. You have this quick-witted raconteur at your side. That's right. A solo night shift. After I had spent over a week working quietly, the company seemed to decide, let's test things this far and station me alone at the front desk. If it were me, I wouldn't have risked it. But of course, this was a Ghost Story World's company, so here we were. The sergeant and supervisor Park Min-seong were both back to their original duties, ready to respond if I triggered a security alert. And so I remained alone at the front desk, sitting in the carrier, its door open. The result? About 7 out of every 10 people approaching the front desk hesitated. Who? Thankfully, they'd had a few days to get used to seeing the carrier, or else I'd probably have already triggered a security team call. Mr. Carrier, Mr. Employee, I'd like access to Twilight Glass self-cookie. Issuing access card. I used my smoke to write the words, and at the same time extended just my left hand from the carrier to scan and toss the employee their card. Thank you. Please use safely. I could hear murmurs of surprise about how efficient I was as the employees hurried down the hallway, almost fleeing. That's not something you should be saying so audibly in front of a carrier case, suspected to be holding a darkness. Must be a new hire. There were a lot of them around. It had been a few days since the new hire test, and this was about the time when the new employees were being shown around the annex and encouraged to use it on their own. I'd been through that too. And that's when I got my personal equipment made. I remembered when my superiors at the D Squad had helped me back then. I was quietly passing the time with smoke drifting around me when the annex's entrance doors opened, and another employee in a suit carefully stepped inside. Hello. Another newbie by the looks of it, a tall man. But as he walked in, he froze when he saw me at the front desk. Can't blame him. Question access card necessity. At my words, the new hire's pace quickened. He nearly stumbled over himself as he rushed to the front desk. Specifically, his reaction was to the sight of black smoke and yellow light spilling from the open carrier. As if he recognized me. I quickly put up another question. Question, circumstances at time of joining. Visit to Annex Basement, floor 13. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed as he approached the desk. Do you remember me? That tone, his build likely polite expression, relatively long hair. I assumed you wouldn't recognize my face, or that you wouldn't be able to identify me. Question name. Slowly from his melted, mosaic-like face, his mouth moved. I'm Hye-woon, sir. As expected. Mr. Employee. Once again, I was face-to-face with this employee, who was from the same recruit batch as mine. Countless questions flashed through my mind. Reason for rejoining. There's something I need to find. His hand, resting on the front desk, tensed slightly before relaxing. With CCTV cameras present, we couldn't have a more detailed conversation. So my guess was right. It seemed that Jang Hye-woon, who had regained his humanity through a wish ticket, had rejoined Daydream to fulfill his original wish. Mr. Employee. I wanted to talk to him more, but this wasn't the place for it. At least we've recognized each other. That's enough for now. Issuing access card. Thank you. I granted him access to the Twilight-class darkness he'd mentioned. But after glancing around the annex, Jang Hye-woon SSI soon handed back the card and left. I'll come see you again. That was all he said. Did he come here to confirm the rumors? Rumors that a security team employee using a fog was stationed at the annex front desk. In other words, that I was here. It was possible. Who? At least it was a relief to confirm that he was safe and still human. If he'd still been contaminated like when he was at the resort, he wouldn't have been able to extract dream essence or even pass the field exploration team's evaluation. Did I ask that guy Baek Deoksu for nothing? Maybe I should have asked about something else, but I didn't expect to run into Jang Hye-woon SSI so soon. Since there was no one around, I quietly pulled out Baek Deoksu's paper boat from the smoke inside my carrier, unfolding it in a CCTV blind spot, beneath the shadow of the metal bars. A response had arrived in the meantime. It was Baek Deoksu's reply to my earlier question of whether there were any recruits who had rejoined after working here before, or if he'd seen any familiar faces. There aren't any. What? There's no new hires who have rejoined. Daydream, and there's no one I recognize either. Nobody looked particularly famous or anything. Is this really what you wanted to know? Wait a minute. Then, who was the Jang Hye-woon who just walked out of this annex? Hey, you've read it already, so why aren't you replying? Thank you, I'll contact you again. I folded the paper boat back up and tucked it into the smoke. A storm of possibilities crashed through my head. The chance that one of them was lying, or that both were lying, or that both were telling the truth but there was a misunderstanding somewhere. And then the simplest, most primitive method came to mind. Something so obvious I hadn't even thought of it until now. Braun? Oh, what is it, friend? Thanks to the bell keeping my mind clear, my rationality asked calmly, cutting through the foggy shock that had dulled me before. I turned to my good companion who was always by my side, someone who could recognize human faces for me. That person just now, was he really the Jang Hyo-un I knew, the Daydream Inc. employee who wore the bison mask? And Braun's answer was this. Why, you'd know that better than anyone, wouldn't you, Mr. Roe dear? Me? Of course, but since you seem to have forgotten, allow this host to give you a hint. In that pleasant, old-fashioned announcer's tone, Braun said 3 words. Flower Golden Resort. I may no longer have a human shape, but there's one identity I haven't lost. The mascot of the Flower Golden Resort. That's because it was forged through contracts and achievements. Which meant I could summon Jang Hyo-un SSI, a retainer of the mascot and employee of the resort at any time. Correct. You personally employed him as a permanent staff member of the resort, so naturally you can know anything about him and command him as you wish. Right. That was why I'd been able to hand him over to the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau in the first place. And I hadn't interfered since then because he was in their custody, undergoing some procedure to restore him to human form. But in a situation like this, it'd be better to summon him and see for myself. If he didn't respond to the call or if I couldn't sense his presence, then that would mean he'd been restored as a human, and I could relax. So I took a deep breath, and I summoned him. Jang Hyo-un. Yes, Mr. Mascot. I froze, right beneath the front desk where my carrier sat. Someone was crouched there. Good morning, Mr. Mascot. My current location is beneath the front desk on the first floor of the annex of Daydream Inc., located in Seoul's special metropolitan city. The contaminated Jang Hyo-un, the staff member of Flower Golden Resort, whose custody I'd handed over to the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau, had answered the mascot's call and appeared. Chapter 228. Right now, beneath the desk where I sit, something is there. It calls to me. The employee of the cursed resort, the one I summoned. Mr. Mascot. The corrupted Jang Hyo-un. My colleague who died and has yet to be revived, calls out to me as part of a ghost story. To me, the one who turned him into a ghost story. Please give me instructions for the tasks I am to carry out. Thank you for summoning me. A dizzying sensation. I realize in an unpleasant way that I have regained the feeling of chills. Like a spinal reflex, I shape words in the smoke and send them under the desk. Question your current status. Please. I am stationed at the Yongchan Ferry Bath Special Rehabilitation Zone, part of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau located in Gangwon Province, carrying out duties as per your orders, Mr. Mascot. I am accommodating all requests from the agents, as long as they do not hinder resort operations. Yongchan Ferry Bath, a well-known paranormal phenomenon registered in the Bureau's wiki, used for contamination treatment and physical recovery. So that's where they sent him. My confused mind calms slightly as it encounters familiar knowledge. The voice from beneath the desk echoes. The agents have me look into the 33 pools of water gathered around the hot spring, checking what reflection of myself appears on their surfaces. But then, they ask me if I see the form of Agent Hwagek, who I was before signing my contract with you, Mr. Mascot, but I never do. I always answer them politely. What? No. No, I mean, it's only been half a year. Progress might not have been made yet. But surely something has changed, even a little. Okay. I suddenly caught onto a clue. The name I called him by. He responded when I called him Jang Hyo-un. Because I had just met another Hyo-un. The strong impression led me to call him by his real name, but I had definitely contracted with Mr. Jang Hyo-un under the code name Bison. He had responded to his real name. Doesn't that mean he's regained at least some sense of human identity? It's his own name. Oh, Mr. Roe dear, that's how servitude works. Even if a master calls out with vague names like, hey, or you there, if a subordinate feels they are being addressed, they will gladly respond and take their place. So rather than a sign of recovery, it's just proof that his subordination to me is absolute. Then what about the wish ticket? If he used it, wait a second. Question Go Yeonjunesi's status, including whether or not you've met her. I do not have that information. Shall I investigate separately if needed? Question Wish ticket usage status. I do not have that information. Shall I investigate separately if needed? Question Your identity. I am Bison, Honored to be employed by you, Mr. Mascot, at Flower Golden Resort, currently stationed on assignment. No, something is wrong. Seriously, deeply wrong. What is going on? If the Jang Hyo-woon I summoned just now has shown no recovery whatsoever, if nothing unusual has happened to him, and he's simply been managed by the Bureau for the past 6 months. Then just now, who was the person that introduced himself to me as Hyo-woon, the employee who recognized me? And where is the wish ticket? This won't do. I need to get in touch with Yeonjun SSI. As soon as possible. But I don't even have a smartphone, and someone as intelligent and cautious as Go Yeonjun SSI would have changed her number long ago. How in the world am I supposed to reach her? Mr. Mascot. May I dare to ask a question? Affirmative. Proceed to ask freely. Thank you. That unnaturally cheerful, polite voice from under the desk wavers slightly. When will my assignment end? Have I been summoned now to return to the resort with you, Mr. Mascot? I can feel it. Anticipation. A product of will and desire. Something a resort employee does not need. Oh, I sense a faint individuality. Right. Has something changed? Perhaps the Bureau's measures are working. To be sure, I quickly composed a reply. Response negative. The sound beneath the desk stopped. I continued speaking. Return condition. Must be able to request personal desires unrelated to work from the mascot. But I have no personal desires. My joy has already been fulfilled, and the things I wanted before becoming a staff member are meaningless now. Who? Find something. Mr. Mascot. I briefly considered handing Jang Hyo-woon the bell I held, but soon realized it was meaningless. After all, Agent Hee Jiam was the one who took custody of Mr. Jang Hyo-woon. If that had worked, she would have given it to him long ago. More importantly, if I delayed any longer, the agents might start tracking him or initiate emergency measures. If there is any progress, they need to keep receiving it from him steadily without interruption. I decided to send Jang Hyo-woon SSI back immediately. To make his sudden absence appear natural, I instructed him to perceive the summons as a dispatched employee satisfaction inspection, called by the mascot. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mascot. And just before I ended the summoning and sent him back. Will you summon me again? Affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Mascot. A bright voice responded. Then the dead man beneath the desk vanished. Beneath my left arm brace within the smoke, the red inventory tattoo briefly gleamed with golden light. As if the lodge keeper, currently serving as manager of the resort, had acknowledged my orders. Who? Friend, you've learned how to handle subordinates. Congratulations. If only we had a fine bottle of champagne to celebrate. I couldn't bring myself to thank him. Curled up in the carrier crate, I waited until the dull, creeping sensation of chills subsided. Then I asked, so the person who came to the annex earlier wasn't Bison, was it? Because the Jang Hyo-woon I contracted with remained unchanged. Correct, Mr. Roe dear. But every spoken word carries intent. What intent that person had in addressing you, friend, even this announcer cannot tell. Right. In that case, I need to start by finding basic information on that employee. Oh, are you planning to use that vulgar researcher? If I recall, you were reluctant to bring this matter up to him directly. That's true, it might only provoke him. So, I'll just make him bring it up himself. That day after my shift ended, with some time left before rest. Did you enjoy your shift, Mr. Employee? I silently stared at Kwak Jekeng, who had come to see me. Mr. Employee. And just as he began puzzling over the situation, I displayed words. Permission to confess. Confess? Haha, I do have quite a lot to confess, but well, since it's you, Mr. Employee. Topic, today's visitors to the annex. Kwak Jekeng picked up a file folder. You mean the new hire, Jang Hyo-woon, don't you? I did not respond. Wait a second, I didn't send him. No, I'm telling the truth. I can't lie to you, right? And it's not like I could stop him if he insisted on going. I stayed silent, as if willing to listen to his excuse. As if I were suspecting him of provoking me just to extract specialized data. Until the fear, branded into him when he felt his life was in danger during my escape, rose up the back of his neck. Because really, there's no way you didn't know. Even if he hadn't summoned him directly, he would have been thrilled to draw attention. He surely watched everything through the CCTV, observing and recording the conversation. So, prove it. How? Submission. Today's duty log for 130,666. Haha, yes. Whether from excitement or fear, Kwak Jekeng's hands trembled slightly as he handed me the file folder. I accepted it with a gloved hand. Flipping past my profile, operating instructions, and observation records, I found today's log entry. The record of all visitors I had interacted with. Scrolling down to the time slot for the new hire who introduced himself as Hye-woon. 2:12 a.m. Interaction S. Employee Kim Hye-woon. The Kim Hye-woon, 130,666, inquired whether the employee was personally acquainted. It is presumed this inquiry was based on prior contact during the new hire orientation experiment. The employee confirmed familiarity, after which 130,666 issued the annex access pass to the other party without any further response. Up to this point, the report was refined and reasonable enough that Director Chenge would not find it suspicious. However, the next entry was this. Special note, during the orientation experiment, the employee used the name Jang Hye-woon in place of his legal name. In a subsequent interview conducted after the experiment, the employee stated that this action was taken to gain courage. The employee repeatedly claimed to have been an acquaintance of Supervisor Jang Hye-woon, stationed at a branch office at the time, and to have been aware of his employment at the company. Have you read that part? The researcher's voice, previously suppressed by fear, now carried a spark of curiosity. It's a rather flimsy excuse, but at least that's what they said in the interview. Then glancing at me, he added, Haha, at the time I was curious how that name would sound to you, Mr. Employee. They do look a bit alike, too. Wait a moment. So they're saying it was just a person with the same name, but a different surname. And an acquaintance of Jang Hye-woon SSI. That's all. No. That felt strange. I clearly remember. After the deceased Jang Hye-woon became corrupted and was resurrected as a resort employee, he had casually shared his past with me. I was an orphan and grew up in a facility, but 3 years ago there was a huge fire, and all the family I lived with died in it. I just barely survived by chance. And now there's supposed to be another person close enough to know that he'd joined this company. The very fact that someone would show up claiming that felt unnatural and suspicious. Moreover, that person recognized me. That much I was certain of. But is that really the case? What if that person was just expressing kindness toward the friendly monster he had met on basement floor 13? What if I'd misread the context? What if my crushed brain wasn't functioning properly? What if? Jingle. Who? Let's not spiral. I discreetly shook the bell once more within the smoke, organizing my thoughts. At the very least, I needed to remember 2 things clearly. First, during the 2 times we'd met, that person showed no signs of sudden or dangerous behavior. And second, since he was working as part of the field investigation team, the Dream Essence Collector had deemed him human. Those 2 facts would be enough to hold on to. Suspicion is a companion of wisdom, but if it is too sharp, it wounds as well. Oh, Mr. Rowe dear, your careful and polite approach is admirable. Yeah, thanks. Aha, so that person is really bothering you, isn't he? Damn it. In that case, perhaps I should designate them for special monitoring, just in case. Denied. Oh, understood. Let's not cross that line. Restrictions. No personal summons involving the individual in question. No assignment of tasks related to 130,666. Prohibition of any additional troublesome actions. I continued to impose comprehensive restrictions on Kwak Jekeng, suppressing a sigh. That new hire definitely said he'd come back. In that case, I'd better keep my access privileges at the annex front desk open, so I could remain stationed there. I had a feeling that if I probed through Kwak Jekeng's side recklessly, I'd end up hitting a nerve I shouldn't. And it's not as if that's the only way to get information. The whereabouts of the wish ticket. No matter how I looked at it, speaking to Go Yeonjun SSI would be the right call. I'd need to figure out a way to reach her. Understood. Kwak Jekeng seemed to wipe away a nervous sweat, but quickly recovered. Once I returned the folder, he even looked a little disappointed that nothing more dramatic had happened. Well, this was certainly an intriguing conversation. But surprisingly, aside from that slight disappointment, he didn't seem overly excited or scheming. I realized why after seeing his expression. There was something else far more important on his mind. Now then, would it be all right if I returned to the reason for my visit today? Affirmative. Excellent. Excitement returned to his smiling face. Well, Director Ching's orders have finally come through. Mr. Employee, it's time to prepare to excavate darkness in the main building's underground Cheerful Research Institute. Ha ha ha. Chapter 229. Excavating Darkness. Entering the endlessly repeating scenes of the Cheerful Research Institute deep beneath the main building to extract the darkness hidden within. Acquiring new ghost stories to harvest dream essence is one of the core operational processes of Daydream Inc. However, by now, most of the darkness from the surface levels of the Cheerful Research Institute has already been excavated. So it has reached the stage where employees must be dispatched into the deep levels, which were dangerous, poorly understood, and riddled with anomalies. And so here you are, Mr. Employee. Ha, Special Division's very own 130,666. Yes, that's right. The employees of the Special Division were ghost stories bound to Daydream Inc. As employees, and they were the ones best suited for this task. As of today, I am one of them. A week of dutiful annex work had finally paid off. Though I hear you won't have to go that deep today. Right. This is my assignment for today. Excavation of new darknesses within the surface levels, at or below basement floor 30. Kwak Jekeng lowered his voice. Of course, if you'd like to go deeper, I'd welcome it wholeheartedly, Mr. Employee. If I kept descending, maybe I could even find the ruins of that strange dream incubation chamber where I woke up. Just the thought of it made my stomach churn, but I held it in. After all, today I intend to show them I can work diligently. I need to lay the groundwork, mentally and environmentally. Naturally, this is a solo assignment given only to Special Division employees, so there's no need for the carrier crate either. Maybe I should tag along. Who said you'd get that chance? This is a solo mission for Mr. Employee. Really now a mere guard team grunt who's barely even done a few underground expeditions. Request silence. Kwak Jekeng shut his mouth. The sergeant, as always, looked completely indifferent to that guy. He seemed to only pick fights with JSSI in particular. Does he have some kind of personal beef with him? Now that I was clear-headed, I felt it even more strongly. But if the sergeant really was the same man recorded in the wiki, the one who was the B-Squad leader, shouldn't he be the one holding a grudge against the research team? What a peculiar power dynamic. But the sergeant was focused mainly on today's expedition rather than Kwak Jekeng, and he seemed deep in thought, as if debating a course of action. Beside him, Supervisor Park Min-seong was also watching me with a worried expression. Both of them were probably wondering if someone like me who's in this abnormal state should really be entering such a dangerous level of darkness alone. I secretly drew words in smoke where Kwak Jekeng couldn't see, in the same tone that Kim Solium would speak. I'm clear-headed now. Don't worry, I'll be careful and return safely, JSSI. And Supervisor Badger. The smoke dispersed, but Supervisor Park Min-seong stayed silent for a moment. Then his voice came, soft and heavy. All right, be safe. Take care. Still bound, I was escorted out of the isolation room to be transferred to the main building. To the elevator. Ding-dong. I boarded the elevator. It wasn't the ground-level elevator in the main building. I'd used to escape the isolation room. This was an elevator that descended deep underground. The same one I'd taken once before, dressed in guard team gear, when the sergeant and I entered the ghost story of Sangun Nim. But unlike back then, there were no supplies. Only the well-organized briefing in my head, compiled by Kwak Jekeng and handed to me in a folder. Like the Dark Exploration Records, Wiki. Main Building Underground Exploration Log, Cheerful Research Institute. This particular darkness is classified as a special management type and can only be accessed via a dedicated elevator leading underground from the main building. Its appearance and black square have been confirmed to almost exactly match the interior of a certain facility once called the Cheerful Research Institute, and it has been designated by the same name. Though standard-sized emergency stairwells can be found inside, there are no records of anyone returning to the surface through those passages. Keep this in mind during exploration. The appearance of the Cheerful Research Institute on each underground floor is nearly identical in structure, but displays increasingly bizarre anomalies the deeper one goes. Basement floor 1-29 are considered the surface levels. Basement floor 30-59 are the middle levels. Basement floor 60 and below are the deep levels. And so it begins. Basement floor 2-9, the office in vacation season. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened on basement floor 9, revealing the site of the Cheerful Research Institute. A brightly lit hallway with a calm atmosphere. It looked like an ordinary office space, nothing you'd expect in an underground facility. From behind the frosted office, windows came occasional sounds of scribbling or quiet conversation, but for the most part, silence. In the corresponding surface levels, the Cheerful Research Institute maintains a typically quiet and composed atmosphere. A significant number of office personnel are presumed absent from their workstations, and there is little to no observable activity. Risk level minimal. Most of the darkness here had already been excavated. This wasn't my destination today. Instead of stepping out to walk the office hallways, I turned around inside the elevator. And pressed it. The call button for the elevator was located immediately to the left. On the dedicated elevator in the company's main building, floors are labeled only until basement floor 9. Levels numbered with 2 digits or higher may occasionally be displayed, but pressing those buttons is not recommended. The official exploration procedure is to exit at the lowest floor normally displayed on the elevator panel, and then transfer to the elevator on the left. On this left-hand elevator, buttons leading further underground from that level are highly likely to appear. In most cases, 10 levels are displayed. Press the appropriate button to proceed with the exploration. Let's go downward, ho. To strike gold, oh, I feel like singing a miner's song, like Snow White's dwarves. Basement floor 10-19, the office at lunchtime. In these surface levels, the Cheerful Research Institute is somewhat more active and noisy compared to the upper floors, and personnel occasionally exit their offices. Risk level low. Basement floor 19. From here on, I had to start being cautious. To avoid being noticed by the residents of the Cheerful Research Institute lurking behind those office doors. Even if they came into the hallway, I wouldn't see them. The same goes for them. Explorers entering via elevator and personnel of the Cheerful Research Institute do not perceive each other. However, each party is aware of the influence they have exerted on the other. It's obvious what that means, right? I can't see them and they can't see me. But if I destroy this hallway, they'll know that some intruder has destroyed it. And most ghost stories are never forgiving to intruders. Avoid detection whenever possible. I heeded the advice, moving cautiously. Further down, I stepped into the left elevator again, searching for another button that would take me deeper underground. Basement floor 20-29, the office at midnight. This is my assignment for today. The edge of the surface levels. Ding dong. With a cheerful chime, the doors opened, revealing basement floor 29. A dark hallway. Utter silence. Occasional strange clattering noises. On these levels, all lighting is turned off except for emergency lights. Little to no activity from office personnel is observed. However, fatal mental and physical hazards caused by individual manifestations of darknesses occur frequently. Deployment of security team personnel who have not passed contamination inspection is strictly prohibited. Risk level moderately low. Civilian fatality rate over 50%. This was the stage where the danger level spiked sharply. It was a relief that my fear response hadn't fully returned yet. I could still act rationally, even alone. I walked down the hallway. The black smoke surrounding me was swallowed by the darkness, barely visible. Only my eyes, glowing like yellow lanterns, cast a faint light down the corridor. Even that I kept as dim as possible. All attempts to use artificial light brought in from the surface have resulted in disappearance. A note left by guard team R16 has been recovered. Authorization granted to attach the document. Contents of the note: turning on the lights after they were switched off is IMPO. Following the manual made me feel like I was back on the field exploration team again. Whether that was really necessary now that I wasn't even human anymore, well, that was another story. So friend, where will you begin your search? To the darkest place. I would seek out the places people would avoid. That's where individual ghost stories would remain. For the first time, I truly appreciated that I had a body that wasn't hindered by the absence of even a speck of light. I moved toward the office farthest from the emergency lights, to the place on basement floor 29 that had the fewest exploration logs. 3. The sign on the dim office door was distorted beyond recognition. But no sound came from within. Safe for now. Starting here. I grasped the office doorknob, turned it smoothly, and opened the door. The interior came into view. It is identical in structure to the dream incubation chamber. Before the shock could overwhelm me, I rang the bell. The clear chime jingle echoed in my head. I steadied myself. Who? Okay. The office was unmistakably very similar in form to that underground dream incubation chamber I had found, right down to PCs and desks of the same model and dimensions. Only the incubation machines were absent. Maybe this office isn't directly connected. I felt a sigh of relief slip out of me mentally for reasons I couldn't even explain. Then I began to scan the room. Clean. It looked like an ordinary office that employees might start using first thing in the morning. But in the dark, strange details stood out one by one. There were colorful toys on desks like something for children, stacks of hand mirrors piled atop a desk, PCs covered in sticky notes. Pay attention to differences from standard office environments during exploration, and exercise sound judgment. There's always a possibility that these are byproducts of ghost stories capable of causing unconsciousness or instant death through mere interaction. If retrieval is not possible, they hold no value as a darkness. Easier said than done. Who? I tried not to imagine the expressions of the unlucky employees who had done this work before me, carefully inspecting each bizarre item. Crude, but one could call it creativity. Because I was aware of that creeping chill, this wasn't exactly a pleasant search, but it was much better to have someone to talk to. No unusual reaction so far. Then I moved on to the next desk. Wait. This. Between two desks on a storage shelf, I spotted a palm-sized, round object. A black model, shaped like a disc set upright on its edge. A roulette wheel. It looked identical to the black roulette I'd spun at the Dark Exploration Records pop-up store. Right next to it was a replica of the button that had looked like a walkie-talkie, the same one I had pressed back then. How could this be? What is happening here? A hint. The realization struck me instantly. I reached out. I needed to see what it did, if I could figure that out. Wow, it's really good to see you, Solium Nim. I turned my head, the hand touching the roulette my hand. Beside it, a man's bare hand, almost overlapping mine, grasped the roulette. Following that hand upward. Have you been well? Director Ho. He was looking right at me, with an employee ID card of Cheerful Research Institute hanging around his neck. Chapter 230. The Cheerful Research Institute Office. Director Ho. A black roulette. Something dangerous. Solium. Instinctively, I shrouded Director Ho's face in smoke. The man wearing a Cheerful Research Institute employee badge vanished into the black fog, his silhouette swallowed. I tried to read its nature and parameters to erase him. Did you know killing me would violate company regulations? Maybe if you had proof I was a threat to the company, but do you? I dispelled the smoke. Emerging from it, Director Ho still wore that unchanging smile. Leaving a trace of smoke around his neck as a precaution, I conveyed my words. Request for explanation of situation. I was making rounds to check security team operations, and I just happened to see the button for basement floor 29, so I pressed it. Liar. Yes. I raised my hand and flicked the ID card hanging from his neck. Prepared in advance. Glancing down at the badge, Director Ho's lips curled in a crooked smile. Still sharp as ever, even after ending up like this. He swept his gaze over me, as if mocking the security uniform prototype he himself had given me, before continuing. That's right, I come down sometimes too, looking for a certain darkness. With this badge, I can wander this hell in relative safety. Hell? A strange choice of words. But what was more important? Origin of employee ID. Sorry, but I don't see any reason to tell you, unless you'd like to borrow it. Want to try wearing it? Director Ho whispered kindly. If you put this on, you'll be able to see the employees of the Cheerful Research Institute. Just for you, Solium Nim, I'll let you see them. I turned away and resumed my search. Solium Nim. No need to get dragged in anymore. I'd found at least one upside to being bound to Director Cheng, while no longer in a human body. I didn't have to flinch or answer to this guy's words anymore. Solium Nim. I slipped the roulette into the pocket of my uniform and kept inspecting the office. Why are you taking that? Is it a darkness? I thought so. I suspected it too, but I guess you spotted it right away. Director Ho's tone was almost casual as he went on. Maybe darknesses created in the Cheerful Research Institute can recognize each other. I froze. Just now. I know you were born from the Cheerful Research Institute's last dream incubator, Solium Nim. Question, time of discovery. Of course, from our very first meeting. But I suppose you made a bad wish, seeing how you ended up contracted to Director Chung. I turned to look at Director Ho. He grinned at me with a smile that's like a painting. Still, this is better for you. Daydream Inc. will take things in no matter what form they're in, as long as there's value to exploit like you, Solium Nim. Twisted logic. And that name. Request change of address. Do not call me by my real name. But Solium Nim is still Solium Nim, right? Was it deliberate? Hearing my real name spoken in the middle of a darkness made every nerve stand on end. Especially here, in the Cheerful Research Institute. And even more so because it was coming from Director Ho. If it bothers you so much, I can change how I address you. How about Ro Dear Nim? I stared at him. Silence means yes then, Ro Dear Nim. Question, things you know about me. I know you're someone very special. Special enough that the last remaining researchers of the Cheerful Research Institute risked everything to summon you and smuggle you out. And Director Ho's voice flattened, stripped of all expression. Special enough that, despite never running any intelligence operations, you could tell me information about Sekwang's special metropolitan city as if you already knew it when I asked. So he was suspecting me. When I handed over intel and claimed my wish ticket, I hadn't cared if he found me suspicious. I never imagined I'd run into him again like this. But I realized something. He doesn't know who I really am. That I'd come from a world without ghost stories, where this world existed only as the Dark Exploration Records, Wiki. Even if he'd seen the experiment logs I had read while rummaging through this underground Cheerful Research Institute, he didn't have the full picture. Which meant he wanted information from me. And I had no reason, nor intention, to give him any answers. I resumed my search. How about a trade? We exchange what we know about who we really are. Not necessary. Could I come with you? I get scared walking alone. Statement of fear. Grounds for disqualification as a daydream employee. It's fine, that only applies to regular employees. Director Ho once again smiled kindly, like a simple-minded staffer. I'm a contract worker, so it's fine, just like you. If being permanently bound and having your life mortgaged could be called contract work. Ro Dear Nim. I stepped out of the office. Footsteps followed behind me. So did his voice. Ro Dear Nim. Please let me come with you, Ro Dear Nim. Warning 1. Reason, obstruction of duties. Cumulative warnings, 1/ strikes left until disciplinary action, 2. Are you saying you're going to discipline me? Warning 2. Reason, obstruction of duties. Cumulative warnings, 2/ strikes left until disciplinary action, 1. Did someone tell you could treat me this way? Director Chung Dali, Researcher Kwak Jekeng, Guard Sergeant J3, Supervisor Park Min. Warning 3. Reason obstruction of duties. I turned around and grabbed him by the neck. Cumulative warnings, 3/strikes left until disciplinary action, 0. Execution. The smoke coiled around Director Ho's neck surged upward, covering his face once more. Director Ho reached out his hand, but... Nope. I seized that hand with my other hand, crushing it as if crumpling paper. Wet. Oh, I touched it. Goodness, careful there, friend. Director Ho's fingers bent at unnatural angles. His hand gripped the zipper at the wrist of my security suit. Zip. And pulled it down. You shouldn't say such things while wearing the shroud I crafted for you. While the covenant you made with me is still in place, you shouldn't say such things. His long fingers, joints twisting, reached for the amorphous flesh exposed as the zipper came undone. Blisters rose on that flesh. Man, you dare lay your hand. An attempt to invoke a binding. But the blisters swelled slower than before, his hand twisting unnaturally. Barely restrained. How dare you? I engulfed him entirely in smoke, and before he could recite the binding's incantation, I read him first. The record of Director Ho, employee of Daydream Inc. Too much had been redacted. What the hell is this? I should keep reading, and as soon as I read it, I erased those absurdly grand paragraphs. Wait. Since when could I recall the wiki page of someone who wasn't on the wiki? What is this? What kind of ability is this? Can I edit this what black square? No. It's crushing me, this incomprehensible, bizarre ability that breaks the mind of a human. My barely regained sense of self, my reason, is crumbling. I have to let go. Oh, good heavens. Director Ho Yuan and I pulled our hands away at the same time. Cough. I heard him pushing himself up from the floor. I hastily zipped up the open zipper at my wrist, regained my form, and immediately struck him. A short thwack echoed, and Director Ho Yuan fell back to the floor, gasping for breath. We've been discovered. From the other end of the hallway. Something began rushing toward us from the darkness, accompanied by screams. The office staff have noticed the commotion. I immediately turned and ran for the elevator. Director Ho followed close beside me. His face was swelling from the hit, blood dripping down one side. Wow, now we have no choice but to take the same way out, huh? This crazy bastard. I tried to make it to the nearest elevator, but... Too far. The numbers on it flickered strangely, no telling when it would arrive. Then... Ding-dong. I pressed the left-hand elevator call button again. The one that went even deeper underground. A strange sound came from behind me. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I stepped in and pressed the close button. Through the open elevator doors, I saw the lights in the hallway flick on one by one from the far end. Clack, clack, clack. Darknesses vanished violently, step by step as it approached. Right before the lights reached the elevator. Thunk. The doors closed. Successfully sealed off from basement floor 29. Who? Congratulations, you escaped. Director Ho smiled faintly, then began tidying his bloodied face and disheveled clothes. His movements had a compulsive edge to them. Jingle. The chime from the bell tied to one of my horns rang, calming me slightly. What was that? That ability, like editing a wiki page, no, why did it feel so natural to use it? How on earth? Since when have I been able to do that? I don't know, maybe ever since I became like this, no, I can't be sure. Even now, I feel like I could do it again if I tried. But if I did, it feels like I'd cross a line I shouldn't cross and fall apart. My mental framework would. Think of circus performers, friend. They can push their joints beyond their limits to put on an amazing show, but one wrong move and the bones shatter. Mr. Roe dear, your astounding performance also seems to require practice and understanding. Right. It's not something I can properly use while I'm still myself. I'll use it carefully. And why I can even do such a thing, I'll calmly quietly deputy until death? No. I'm going crazy. For now, I should avoid thinking about it. Even that seems to be affecting my brain. Stay calm. Focus on what I need right here and now. For example, the facts I just learned from that wiki-like document I pulled up with my ability. I took a deep mental breath and turned to Director Ho. This director named Ho Yuan. And probably the counselor from the Fox counseling room. Ro dear Nim. So he really was the same person. A faint shock rippled through my mind, but I quickly pushed it down. I had certainly received counseling from the Fox counseling room before. Back then, the counselor had seemed like a good one, but ghost stories often carry dual natures. What matters is this: the current situation. I couldn't easily erase Director Ho Yoo-won. Director Ho Yoo-won couldn't easily put a binding on me either. We were at a stalemate, and I wasn't the only one who noticed this strange balance of power. It seems it would be difficult for one side to completely overpower the other, Ro Dear-nim. Well, doesn't that make us a good pair to travel together? It's a situation where it'd be hard to use the other as bait and run away, isn't it? Do whatever you want. Because, oh dear, I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. Mr. Ro Dear has a good friend by his side who will always come to his aid. Even in a critical moment, he would serve as lethal defense, as long as the host didn't take an interest in the other side instead. And so I allowed Director Ho Yoo-won to accompany me. Thus began a strange exploration of the Cheerful Research Institute, with two people who couldn't even collect a single drop of dream essence. I'll be in your care, Ro Dear-nim. I felt a pang in my stomach. Now that I actually knew where my stomach was located, the sensation felt all the more real. Folding my arms, I turned my gaze toward the floor panel of the elevator, wanting to sigh. And since I took the left-hand elevator of all things, from here on, we would be going to the deeper levels. Inside the still unmoving elevator, I checked the buttons. Even further down, beyond basement level 30. Basement floor 30-39, the office in celebration. On these levels, the Cheerful Research Institute is in a celebratory state, typically characterized by noise and audible laughter. Hallways frequently feature celebratory decorations such as balloons, confetti, and canopies. All attempts to read congratulatory messages written on the canopies have ended in failure, with a 60% probability of inducing mental confusion. Entity activity is highly active, and so caution is advised. However, they are confirmed to be relatively less hostile. Risk level moderate. Would you go lower, Ro Dear-nim? Maybe. If I was going to take the risk, I might as well go further down. Basement floor 40-49, the office at debate. On these levels, loud arguments can be heard from several offices. Explorers have often described these sounds as resembling high-stakes corporate decision-making. While the content of the conversation seems faintly audible, focusing on them prevents comprehension and causes loss of orientation, making it impossible to locate the elevator. However, entities rarely leave the office rooms where discussions are ongoing, resulting in low external activity. Risk level moderately high. Going that deep might not be a bad choice either. I'll get off at basement floor 39 first. But as my gaze slid down the panel, "Oh, please look this way." Director Ho Yoo-won pointed. At the very bottom of the panel, a solitary, alien-looking number. 96. Way down there. A floor number that shouldn't exist in reality. The depths of this ghost story. Basement floor 90-99, redacted. Do not press the elevator buttons. If pressed by mistake, close your eyes, press the elevator's close door button and escape to another floor. Access is prohibited to all regular employees, including but not limited to those from the field exploration team, research team, and security team. Risk level redacted. There it was, the button leading to that place. A dangerous option. A situation where no one in their right mind would press it. But, Ro Dear-nim, aren't you at least curious? I pressed the button. The elevator began to move. Downward into the depths. Chapter 231. The silence that had settled inside the elevator pulled down like a weight as the space descended. Downward, into an abyss of unmeasurable depth. To basement floor 96. You pressed it, didn't you? Yes, that's right. I'd chosen the option that plunged us into the distant depths of the ghost story, an incomprehensible, unfathomable deep layer. It would be a lie to say I didn't hesitate. I'm not confident I could face that incubator I came from and keep my wits about me. But, put another way, I'm not afraid of anything else. Right now I can't feel fear. If Braun is right and my emotions slowly come back like my rationality has, Then from that point on, every time I explore the Cheerful Research Institute's underground, I'll tremble in terror. Maybe it's better to understand what I can before that happens. A sort of preventive injection. An effect of removing fear through repetition. A classic, validated learning method. However, there's an entirely unexpected variable at your side. Ho Yuan. That might be part of the thrill of a live broadcast, but if it's uncomfortable, why not leave him behind? If you need this host's help, I'll pitch in a little. What? No, for now I'll bring him along. It's the employee ID he's wearing that bothers me. The Cheerful Research Institute employee badge hung from Ho Yuan's neck. I glanced at it again. Amazingly, I'd already seen an object of exactly this type before. It was the card key the dead employee had carried in the underground dream incubator, where the prototype incubator was located. Cheerful Researcher. Black. The part with the name and cheerful had been roughly crossed out with a pen. That's what I had used to activate the incubator. It's probably still stuck in that incubator, unless someone else took it. Even so, I'm not sure I could retrieve it. In any case, it wouldn't be a bad idea to observe what effect exactly this badge has within this Cheerful Research Institute ghost story. Ho Yuan met my eyes, and after a brief look of surprise at my pressing the button without hesitation, his smile returned. His face was still busted and swollen. You startled me, Ro dear Nim, how brave of you. Well, you've got courage, so you'll do well exploring, right? I'll follow faithfully. What a seriously irritating prick. I ignored him. The elevator's floor numbers had been plunging alarmingly fast, and finally, they reached the destination. Basement floor 96. Ding-dong, the door opened with the same cheery chime. And a peaceful corridor came into view. From the offices came occasional laughter or the light clack of keyboards, but that was all. It looked perfectly normal, as if we'd come back up to basement floor 2, utterly ordinary. Which made it even stranger. This can't be right. Ro dear Nim. Ro dear Nim, aren't you getting off? It's an ordinary office corridor. Are you scared? If you're really frightened, cover your eyes. I can give you a little push. Warning 1. Reason: obstruction of duties intentional. Cumulative warnings: 1/strikes left until disciplinary action. 2. Pardon, I was only trying to help. This is so sad. Who? And I worry you might not be able to carry out discipline properly. You failed earlier, didn't you? Proof of successful disciplinary action. Check your own left cheek. Only then did he quiet down. Please just shut your mouth. Why is half his face still like that after being smashed? Anyway, I moved forward, mindful of dust on the floor and any presence at the office doors. I stepped out of the elevator. Step. I kept my footsteps as quiet as possible. No fear, but I remained vigilant. I wrapped the smoke thickly around me. There's definitely something here. I walked slowly to the end of the corridor. But in the peaceful, sunset-lit corridor of the Cheerful Research Institute, there was nothing odd at all. Just a quiet office hallway. Really strange, isn't it? I gripped the handle of the office door, where there was the least sign of life. Shall we go into that office? But inside there might be. I can hear a music box playing. Ho Yuan and I turned our heads at the same time. But there was no one speaking to us. Instead, at the far end beside the elevator, one wide-open door could be seen. An emergency exit. From deep inside the dark emergency stairwell, with no windows and only the glow of an emergency light, something was coming out into the hallway. Fire! Flames poured from the stairwell into the office corridor. A shrill alarm began blaring through the hallway. And all the office doors swung open. I pressed myself flat against the wall at once. Beyond me, Ho Yuan too had pressed his back tightly against the corner. From the offices, countless presences came rushing out all at once. The residents of the Cheerful Research Institute, unseen by explorers. Normally, in the event of a fire, the basic safety protocol is to use the stairs. But this time, that place has become a passage leading straight to death. That's right. The footsteps of those who could no longer escape through the emergency exit reverberated with confusion, fear, panic. Some rattled window frames as if desperately trying to pry them open. Others clattered faucets, as though bravely fetching water from the restroom to fight the flames. but most followed instinct. Oh, they've run to the elevators. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, followed by the rough, crashing sounds of bodies cramming inside. The warning chime was drowned out by the elevator's announcement. Capacity has been exceeded. Capacity has been exceeded. Where could that thing even go? No, would it even be able to depart safely? The doors refused to close. I didn't need to see it to imagine. The researchers of the Cheerful Research Institute swarming the elevator, jamming the doors, the weight overload setting off alarms. Then suffocating to death there, or burning alive. And then, I soon realized there was no need to imagine at all. Thud. It began with a single one. But as time passed, they multiplied exponentially. 2, 5, 8, 15. The dead researchers of the Cheerful Research Institute. They began to appear, filling the corridor and elevator. The dead are judged as objects, and those corpses of Cheerful Research Institute entities, once recorded in exploration logs as unknown beings that caused disappearance upon mere contact, now looked no different than ordinary people. Broken nails clawing at elevator doors. Disheveled hair. Two in lab coats collapsing together in the hallway, burning, one having tried to cover the other's mouthpiece. Every last one. Until the moment of death. Ro dear Nim. You see them, don't you? You do see them. Ho Yuan frowned slightly, smiling with feigned pity. How unfortunate, don't you agree? But congratulations all the same. You chose a good floor. From now on, traveling through the 96th floor will be much easier. That was when I realized I had recovered one more emotion. Aversion. Even with this body that no longer suffered from poisonous gas or searing heat, I stood there quietly, enduring that wave of aversion. Together with the likewise unharmed counselor of the Fox counseling room. Chiiek. The sprinklers finally activated. But what poured down was strangely black water. The stench of iron and brine, like fresh blood, reeked from it. The black water subdued the flames along the hallway a little, and the charred office doors collapsed out into the corridor. The smoke eased slightly. Cough. A cough came from Ho Yuan. It was almost ostentatious, but when I turned my head, his hair wasn't even singed. Perfectly intact, impossible to believe of someone who had inhaled toxic smoke and stood inside a firestorm. I asked the ghost story a question. Question, the sounds made by those evacuating. Well, I'm sorry, but my hearing is poor, and besides, I think they've all died already. Warning 2. Reason, non-cooperation. Cumulative warnings, 2 strikes left until disciplinary action, 1. You're too harsh. Do as you please. I pulled myself away from the wall and stepped into the incident unfolding within the Cheerful Research Institute. Squelch. Something crushed wetly beneath my steps on the sticky corridor floor. Who, my friend's feet stepping on such a filthy floor? Doesn't matter, it isn't frightening. Where should I start? I looked at the burning Cheerful Research Institute, its shattered windows and charred walls exposing the interior. A view thrown wide open, almost like a single vast chamber. So my eyes immediately fell on it. There behind a collapsed right-side wall, and a door torn loose by the flames. A transparent cylindrical apparatus. It's a dream incubator. There was a dream incubator here. I had to check it, I think I had to, but it's hard because of ibidis inside the incubator. Ro dear Nim. Ro dear. It doesn't seem to be the incubator that you were born from, Ro dear Nim. It's broken. I staggered and straightened myself up. At some point, I had nearly collapsed to the floor. Beside me, Ho Yuan was brushing ash from his hair and fixing his clothes. He kindly inclined his head and reached out his hand to me. You sat down, you must have a lot on your mind. I stood up without taking that hand. Ho Yuan looked at me with a face that seemed disappointed, though I already knew he felt no such thing. Instead, watching as the flames left in the corridor slowly began to spread again, he asked, were you perhaps worried that those flames might ride the elevator and spread to other floors? Negative. No. I had never worried about such a thing. From the start, the floors aren't connected, because reason, separate timelines. That's right. Do you remember? Each floor of the Cheerful Research Institute is an identical structure. Identical enough that even certain marks on the walls match. This was something the sergeant had once said, and with it, his speculation. The same exact office, the same layout, even the same scratches, so it must be the same place, but maybe each one is a slightly different time. Ah, you knew up to that point. No. In truth, it doesn't stop there. Using that testimony, I had also formed a hypothesis before entering. Indeed, if all the underground floors here are projections of the same space at different points in time, and if that space was part of the Cheerful Research Institute, then as you go deeper underground, it's not simply that the scenery grows stranger. The deeper you go, the more important moments of the Cheerful Research Institute will appear. The trend is clear. First, the lower levels. The Institute here shows timeframes when few people are present, or when it's oddly outside working hours. Lunchtime, vacation season, after work. But the further down you go, the more work-related keywords appear. In the middle levels, the nuance is explicit. Celebration, debate, and the number of people increases as well. So what are the deeper levels, the innermost floors? Looking at the trend, the answer shows itself. Moments more strongly tied to work, critical moments will appear. The key events of the Cheerful Research Institute's operations. Which means I can speculate about this situation as well. This fire is a very important event, tied to the operations of that toy shop. Is that what you're saying, friend? That's right. And we already know well what kind of work the Cheerful Research Institute was engaged in. The development of ghost story merchandise for play. It would make no sense for a place like that to collapse this far because of an ordinary fire. Which means this fire might not be natural at all, but itself a ghost story. An incident monumental enough to decide the fate of the Cheerful Research Institute. And remembering the Institute's experimental logs that summoned me. This would be Cheerful Research Institute's final project. Chances are high that it's closely tied to the very reason I was summoned. Remember this. I steadied myself with a deep mental breath, then slowly stepped toward the broken dream incubator. Reaching toward the slot I recalled in my memory. The card key register point of the incubator. Click. The card key slid free of the slot, revealing itself as an intact employee badge. Cheerful Researcher. Lee Hye-woon. What? Oh, the name is the same as the employee who was sent to the Disaster Management Bureau. That was Jang Hye-woon SSI, wasn't it? I turned my head. And it's also the same as this year's new hire, right? That was Kim Hye-woon SSI, wasn't it? Ho-Yuan was smiling. And I realized. The one who knew better than anyone the whereabouts of the spy dispatched to the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau, and could make contact. The one who had access to the profiles of every new field exploration team recruit this year. The one with no need to worry about being handed over to Director Cheng. What a fascinating phenomenon. Do you have something you'd like to ask me, Ro Dear Nim? Right before me was the route to uncover the truth about Jang Hye-woon SSI. Chapter 232. Ho-Yuan, the director of this company, who'd know more about Jang Hye-woon than anyone else. You must have a lot you're curious about. But he was an untrustworthy man, and he was smiling at me. Here, in a corridor turned skeletal ruin of corpses by fire and smoke. He asks me if I have anything to ask. In that case, I can approach it this way. I let the smoke rise. Proposition, one-on-one Q&A ritual. Conditions, 2 participants. Questions and answers must alternate in strict order. One must always answer the other's question truthfully. If unable to answer, one must state aloud, unable to respond, then receive the next question. An answer cannot be delayed for more than 96 seconds. Ah, fascinating, setting such specific conditions for no reason. It has a slightly ritualistic, incantatory feel to it. I did it deliberately, because this is with something not human. And this one definitely has questions for me too. In this formal, ritualized form of exchanging questions, he can't help but take the bait. And if one deliberately conceals the truth during the ritual, punishment is inflicted. Haha, are you imitating me? Yes, have a taste of what it's like to be on the other side. Ho-Yuan laughed a few times, then answered brightly. But I like it. Yet a faint gloom rippled in his eyes. Fair, isn't it? I could impose a binding to enforce punishment, but I won't. I want to trust you, dear Nim. Lie. That's just something he says, because he can't easily bind me anyway. He tried to bind me and got punched for it. But it doesn't matter. Agreement. One-on-one Q&A ritual. From now on. Ritual start. Clap. All right, since you proposed it, I'll let you ask the first question, dear Nim. And thus, on basement floor 96, in the strange fire of the Cheerful Research Institute, two ghost stories began their exchange of questions and answers. Friend, what fact do you wish to know first? Start with the most important thing. Question everything Ho Yuan knows about Jang Hyo-un. You're asking a very broad question, dear Nim. Ho Yuan answered. What I know is this. Male in his 20s, no family, raised in a rural religious welfare facility. 3 years before his year of joining the company, that facility was burned down in a fire, and he was the only survivor. What I once heard from the contaminated Jang Hyo-un matched this exactly. So his wish is probably tied to that fire, perhaps to revive the people who died or to make the fire as though it had never happened. Accurate. Did he look into it more deeply while selecting him as a spy? Then it's my turn to ask a question, dear Nim. Ho Yuan looked at me. If you already knew what I just said, then from whom did you hear it? Precisely from what kind of being? Response. Staff member of Flower Golden Resort, Bison. I thought so. The rekindling flames cast his face in backlit shadow. I read in the field exploration team reports that one died in the theme park and came back as a resort employee. But you actually heard it directly. So Bison wasn't just someone who you helped revive. He's your subordinate, isn't he, dear Nim? Who? That wasn't a question. That was certainty. You really are human, dear Nim. You make choices you'll regret. Ominous words, though they carried a shade of regret as well. Instead of lashing out, I simply looked at Ho Yuan. Anyway, what you're curious about are the 3 Ho-uns with different surnames, right? I'm curious too, so maybe we can try deducing together through this Q&A. Shall we continue? Unshaken, I moved on to the next question. Question. Everything you know about new recruit Kim Hyo-un. Now this is where it gets interesting. Interesting. He has the exact same background as Jang Hyo-un. Male 20s, no family, raised in a rural religious welfare facility. Fire trauma. For it to be just someone who grew up in similar circumstances, the keywords are far too identical, aren't they? As if they were cast in the same role of a game. The puzzle pieces in my head begin slotting together. Then it's my turn, dear Nim. Did you distribute the wish tickets you received to the Daydream employees who infiltrated the Disaster Management Bureau with you? To be exact, to whom did you give how many bottles? Response, 2 bottles to employee girl. Requested that they later be delivered to employee Bison. As expected. Wait, as expected. That sounded as though he already knew, surely not. Question, tracing the usage records of the 3 wish tickets. Rather than tracing them, I just already know. The wish tickets I gave out were part of my personal collection, so I treated the bottles a bit. I can tell whether one has been used or not. Ho Yuan smiled. And the 3 bottles I gave you are all used now. You used one, didn't you? The implication was, the 2 that went to Go Yonjin SSI have already been used too. A chill prickled up my spine. Go Yonjin SSI used both bottles. If they weren't stolen, no, theft seems unlikely. Go Yonjin SSI is the type to manage danger cautiously. And she's the sort of person who wouldn't have used Jang Hyo-un SC's wish ticket recklessly. So it's likely she used it for Jang Hyo-un SSI. But why is the Jang Hyo-un I saw unchanged? Then here's an interesting hypothesis. We can try. Maybe someone wished the wish poorly. Ho Yuan smiled with mock sympathy. 6 months on, poor Bison hasn't shown signs of recovering from contamination, so in desperation, she might have used the wish ticket on her own initiative. But perhaps due to some error, it was Jang Hyo-un who appeared in this world, but Kim Hyo-un instead, and thus the wish was granted. A hypothesis that made my spine go cold. Is that so? Let's speculate more concretely. So like this. If Go Yonjin SSI had wished, Please let Haoon live as a human in this world, then. Instead of the contaminated Jang Haoon returning to being human, a person might appear in the world whom Go Yeonjun would accept as Haoon. Wish tickets are personally omnipotent, so such a ghost story outcome is plausible. Skeptical judgment withheld. There's a mismatched puzzle in that case. The person on this Cheerful Research Institute employee badge. Cheerful researcher. Lee Haoon. This researcher named Lee Haoon is the only one left now. A person who existed in the Cheerful Research Institute of the past, and was likely unrelated to the Wish tickets that were used recently. There's clearly something else going on. Haoon. Something's amiss. The keyword fire overlaps too. Someone who lost everyone in a fire at the facility where they grew up. Judging by the state on basement floor 96, this Cheerful Research Institute employee shares a similar background. Why would they have such a background similar to Jang Haoon? Wait. Isn't it the other way around? If you think in chronological order, Jang Haoon and Kim Haoon resemble this Cheerful Research Institute employee in background. Russell. Ro dear Nim. Did you see that? I did. Just now. The pile of corpses was moved. No, more precisely, it looked as if the piles of corpses in front of the elevator had moved. Something buried beneath them had shifted. Is someone there? There was still one living entity left, haha. A Cheerful Research Institute employee had noticed us. That unseen, unheard thing tore through the corpses, rose to its feet, and looked at the intruders that did not belong in this time-space. The corridor distorts. Flickering, the space beyond the offices spasms into my vision. In the flickering sight, it seems the unseen one's twisted lower body, garbed in a gown, is appearing. Over there. Voice it, how, voice it, the voice it, how, voice it, please medu, please save me, please over thorough rent you, Ryther, Ryther. You're right. Here. A sensation sucks me in. A pull into some time-space, projected onto basement floor 96. I realize. If you get caught, you disappear. The invitation is rough. You don't even need to refuse politely, friend. I pocketed Lee Haoon's employee card. And confirming the approach of the unseen one by the way the corpse pile reacted as it tore through, I shot smoke and strode toward the elevator. Then I grabbed the scruff of Ho Yuwon's neck and flung him upward. Ho Yuwon's body arced and landed, trampling the corpses in front of the right-side elevator. At the same moment, I reached the elevator. Create space between the doors. Ho Yuwon and I shoved the corpses pinched between the elevator doors outward, just enough for the doors to be able to close. Faster. Fortunately, the elevator's door, which had long been open and warning, will close the moment a gap appears even without pressing the close button. Ding-dong. Through the closing doors, I saw the surviving entity collapse. Having used the last of its strength, it became a corpse. Inside the elevator, it was just Ho Yuwon and me again. Along with a dozen or so researcher corpses. Honestly, you didn't really need to help me like that, but I'll accept the sentiment gratefully. Thank you, Ro dear Nim. Without your assistance. Situation reproducible immediately. Please, just shut your mouth before I open the elevator again and throw you out. Who? Finally silence. I looked at the elevator's panel. This is the reason the Cheerful Research Institute could be explored by so many security team units. When riding the right-hand elevator, you can return to Basement 1, the main building from any floor. I pressed the button for Basement Floor 1. Ding-dong. With the cheerful, old-fashioned chime, the elevator rose. To reality, and the corpses filling the elevator began to crumble and vanish, as though time itself were passing. Looks like we can't bring the corpses out. Must be because they're not darknesses. Ho Yuwon checked whether his shoes had been dirtied, even as he casually stood on a dead researcher's shoulder blade. My head throbbed. Still, I had to check what needed checking. Question, report to researcher on whether today's exploration companion will be disclosed. You mean whether or not we should reveal that we explored together? Why don't we just say we traveled together casually, excluding the part about going down to basement floor 96? I agreed. Ho Yuwon smiled brightly. Then it's my turn to ask a question. What? That last one was a question from you, wasn't it? Right. What? I felt it from his tone. Doesn't seem like he's trying to provoke me. A strange feeling went over me. As though all the answers so far were only leading up to the question he really wanted to ask now. I could refuse, but that would mean forcing it. I nodded. Yes, then I'll ask. Ho Yuwon smiled like a picture, but before I could say anything else, he spoke quickly, as though impatient for the answer. It was, what kind of place is Sekwang's special metropolitan city? Please tell me what you know. The ghost story he requested we smuggle out of the Disaster Management Bureau. I met Ho Yuwon's eyes. In them I read an unnervingly deep stillness. I sent out my smoke. Answer. Sekwang's special metropolitan city is a deleted region of Korea. A redacted existence. With an area of about 552 square kilometers, it is located adjacent to the border of Cheongcheong-do and Gyeonggi-do, and at present, no one has the natural ability to perceive the city. This can, in a sense, be regarded as a cliché within the theme of a wiki that manages ghost stories. In other words, a last resort. Some ghost stories are so lethally harmful, spreading uncontrollably and killing countless people, that the only conclusion is that they cannot be contained or ended through moderate means. Thus, the government approves a shocking, extreme measure. Due to a certain annihilation-sanctioned supernatural disaster that resulted in numerous casualties, the region itself was sealed off to prevent further damage. Subsequently, nationwide memory erasure was authorized in order to completely block rescue attempts and accessors. Authorization was granted to manipulate cognition into a state of non-recognition. Even so, conclusion, Sekwang Special Metropolitan City exists in Korea. Ho Yuwon's lips parted. How did you KN? Unable to respond. Question order, me. Ask me anything. Then, question, reason for interest in Sekwang, Special Metropolitan City. The silence dragged on. I expected to hear unable to respond. But an unexpected response came. There's something I left behind in Sekwang, Special Metropolitan City. Left behind. That means he had once been in Sekwang City. This director might actually be from there. Which could explain why Daydream, as a project, so obsessively tried to insert people into Sekwang's special metropolitan city. So that's it. It felt strange, hearing about personal circumstances that weren't written in the wiki. Ding dong. We've arrived. At that moment, the elevator reached its destination, basement floor 1. Beyond the doors, outside the ghost story, back in reality, I heard the various noises of Daydream's main building. But then, dear Nim, if you've finished listening, it's my turn, N. Recommendation, suspend conversate. I looked at the doors. Person standing in front of elevator doors. The doors opened. And what I saw was, hello, Mr. Employee. The new hire Kim Hil-woon. I've come to see you again. Chapter 233. The one waiting for me in front of the elevator. The new hire Kim Hil-woon. Mr. Employee. I cannot distinguish human faces. They look like melted mosaics, and their voices are as indistinct as an old radio recording. Therefore, I cannot tell how much this new hire Kim Hil-woon, standing before the elevator now, resembles the Jang Hil-woon I once knew. But one thing I can be certain of. A strange situation. This is strange. And the one who knows this better than I do is standing beside me. One of the directors of this company. Hello, you must be the new hire with the field exploration team. Yes, sir, my name is Kim Hil-woon. I see, but how did you come in here? Pardon? You're with the field exploration team, aren't you? Then you wouldn't have been able to enter this security team sector on your own, so how are you here? Silence. And how did you find this elevator? And to that this Mr. Employee would be here. Ho Yuwon pointed at me. How did you know that? The mouth opened. I imitated. What? I imitated a security team member to get in, and I imitated the research team to learn the employee's location. Imitated. The moment a sense of foreboding rose. A smile spread across Kim Hil-woon's indistinguishable face. But with this, my purpose for joining has already been fulfilled, so I don't mind being fired over it. And he looked at me. Mr. Employee. The purpose of joining the company. It's because there was something I had to find. It was me. You don't need to worry. Nothing troublesome has happened. I only came here to seize the opportunity to introduce myself properly and to express my gratitude. Then Kim Hye-woon bowed deeply before me. Thank you for saving us. Thanks to you, all the people at the facility survived. Wait. Because of you, Mr. Employee, Jang Hye-woon's wish was fulfilled. That means... Aha, how unfortunate. Looks like my guess was wrong, Ro Dear Nim. I realized. The 2 wish tickets delivered to Go Yeonjun SSI being used did not mean. They weren't used to save Jang Hye-woon himself. From the start, the chance that such a smart and composed person would suddenly make a sloppy wish on a wish ticket was low. If anything, she would have felt more unsettled to keep both wish tickets in her possession, because someone might find out and steal them. And she may also have heard that, while the Disaster Management Bureau was doing its best to improve Jang Hye-woon's condition, there was no telling when he would recover fully. In that case, before some mishap happened while holding on to the wish tickets indefinitely, it would have been far more reasonable for her to use one on Jang Hye-woon's behalf. Recovery from contamination had precedence, like with security team members, so she couldn't trust that much to the Disaster Management Bureau. Instead, she would have made the true wish. Like this, please grant Jang Hye-woon SC's wish. And Jang Hye-woon's wish was, I wanted to save my precious family. Before my eyes, I saw the result of Jang Hye-woon's wish being granted. A family member bearing the name Kim Hye-woon. One of the people from a countryside religious welfare facility where the orphan Jang Hye-woon had grown up, a place that had burned down in a fire. What an interesting situation, friend. But moreover, how exactly does this person know that it was you, friend, who was the one who handed over the wish ticket? And doesn't the explanation of I imitated strike you as rather vague? That, I have a suspicion. The chill crawling up my spine told me. A single hypothesis that struck me like a shock in my mind. I'll narrow it down through Q&A. Question, relationship with Jang Hye-woon. We are family who grew up in the same facility. Out of 8, 7 died in the fire. Question, reason for sharing the same name. In the facility, those who lived together were given the same name. The surnames differed, but we shared the given name, because we're family. Question, rules shared by the family. There weren't really rules, but we received the same education, ate the same food, and slept in the same place in order to have a lifestyle fitting the name, Hye-woon, so that we could each have the same experiences fairly. Question, example of a lifestyle fitting the name Hye-woon. It wasn't difficult. For example, going to bed late and waking up late. Reading poetry collections more than twice a week, becoming afraid of blood, starting middle school 1 year early, and dropping out of high school. And when meeting shamans or other religious figures, not introducing one's own name. The final question. Question, name of the facility. That place is. And I already knew the answer. In this world, there are countless bizarre groups, but only one insane group that operates a childcare facility in this way. It is a facility called Paradise of Love Shelter. Paradise of Love. Do you know it? I know it. A fairly well-known cult within the settings Korea. I had even seen its name once before at the Disaster Management Bureau. Human life is filled with fear. The lover of paradise, who will protect and love you so that you no longer have to be afraid, is waiting for you. Come to the Paradise of Love. Back when the White Tiger unit, at my suggestion, dealt with the ghost story of red clothes at Exit 4, the agents had pretended to be missionaries of this very cult while writing their recruitment lines. But to me, there is something beyond even that. This group was registered on the Dark Exploration Records, Wiki, as having its own page. Paradise of Love, one of the emerging religions that spread in Korea in the early 2000s within the setting. Promoting slogans like, you can meet your ideal partner, or we will make you into the ideal type you imagine, they proselytized in ways appealing to the younger generation, becoming popular on the early internet. But in truth, it was an unethical, ritualistic cult that forcibly reshaped the lives of its followers to become suitable for a specific being called the Lover of Paradise, through bizarre ceremonies. And this process gained interest for the hypothesis that it was influenced by the mimicry sect of the Church of the Luminous Unknown, and eventually it was established as one of the Church's affiliated organizations. That facility belonged to the Church of the Luminous Unknown. Jang Hye-woon grew up in a facility of the Church of the Luminous Unknown, and he joined Daydream Inc. In order to save the fellow sect members, he grew up with the orphans of the facility whom he called family, who had become subjects of those same rituals. By this point, it became clear how Lee Hye-woon of the Cheerful Research Institute was connected. Hye-woon was the target of the ritual. Under the circumstance that the lover of paradise is a real, existing person, an attempt may be made to usurp the narrative of that individual through the ritual process of imitating that person. Thus, it is an act of following the doctrine of the Church of the Luminous Unknown, which seeks to become a meaningful existence in this world. Is it that they raise someone in order to imitate Lee Hye-woon of the Cheerful Research Institute, to steal that researcher's role? Stories not written in the dark exploration records, details I did not know, reached me through the words of those around me. The sensation of cold sweat running down my back felt like a hallucination. To imitate every twist of someone's life, to fashion a role that would produce a story resembling theirs. As if inheriting the spirit of industrial capitalism, they treat stories like machine parts, carving and processing them, as though running them through the same process could yield identical products. And one of those products now stood before us. A replica fashioned after Lee Hye-woon. Kim Hye-woon lowered his head. Pardon, actually, it was a lie when I said I only came here to introduce myself, sir. I came to make an earnest plea of you, Mr. Employee. He spoke with extreme politeness. An absurd request. Just as you took in Jang Hye-woon, could you take all of us in as well? We can tell, because we are the same. Hye-woon isn't Jang Hye-woon happy now under your care, Mr. Employee? My head began to ache. Reason for the request. There is nowhere else we can return to. His voice lowered. The facility we were in burned down, and as for the other Paradise of Love shelters, we cannot go there. We cannot live as we did before. There was no need to ask why. The fire. That fire had also been part of the ritual imitating the narrative of the Cheerful Research Institute researcher. And from that fire, surviving with the story of having lived through a great fire at one's facility, Jang Hye-woon was the finished product. But this one was among those culled and used as material in the process. Please, I implore you, grant us the same name one that Jang Hye-woon received. Then we too can exist as the same person, because that is how we were raised. His voice grew desperate. Even the fact that Jang Hye-woon entered first feels meaningful, doesn't it? As if, being the eldest, the firstborn, he received the surname Jang. Then we could continue. I raised my hand. Kim Hye-woon hastily bowed his head, adopting a posture as if expecting my hand to reach him. But from my hand, smoke rose. Rejected. Pardon. Alternative choices. Depart from Lee Hye-woon's life. Live your own life. Pardon, but I... A faint chuckle slipped from Ho Yu-won beside the elevator, as though he'd just heard the most absurd of proposals. And then... I've already received the mimicry sex authority. That's why, well, what I did to enter this place. If it continues like this, I won't be able to escape. You became unhappy, didn't you? Kim Hye-woon was cut in two. Before my eyes, his bisected body tilted, the upper half toppling to the floor with a wet splatter. Blood spread. Blood soaked the tips of my feet. And thus, for the first time, I was able to see Kim Hye-woon's face. Because in dying, he was no longer human. The dead face of a man in his 20s, bearing a somewhat dark and gentle impression, one quite resembling Jang Hye-woon SSI, was frozen, stained with expectation and despair. Now you'll be happy forever, congratulations. And then I realized. Wish tickets are personally omnipotent. That is why, in the process of Jang Hye-woon SC's wish being fulfilled, instead of Go Yeonjun SSI or Jang Hye-woon SSI themselves being transferred to another world, the fact that as many as 7 people had simply come back alive made it clear. This wish had been judged as one incapable of greatly affecting the world in the first place. Because they would soon die again. Hello. I lifted my head. Drenched in Kim Hye-woon's blood, the one smiling so serenely was a delicate-looking adolescent girl. This kid was even wearing a ragged, old-fashioned school uniform. But with the emergency broadcast of the company beginning to blare, her true identity began to dawn on me. Evacuation alert. High-risk intruder containment failed. Evacuation alert. High-risk intruder containment failed. Evacuation alert. High-risk intruder containment failed. So I thought. Kim Hye-woon said he entered by imitation. That he had received the mimicry sex authority. But that wasn't something one could obtain unless raised in the ritual facilities of the Church of the Luminous Unknown's outer cults, disguised as new religions. Which meant only one thing. He'd had help from someone. You look kind of cool. One who had likely swallowed dozens of fragments of the sacred law scriptures. Someone who had fanatically and willingly become closer to a ghost story than a human. A follower of Iram Nim. Do you by any chance know Iram Nim? A high-ranking member of the Church of the Luminous Unknown stood before me. And from her words and actions, I could infer a denomination of the Church. Not the mimicry sect, this was. Happy Ending Sect. A sect within the Church of the Luminous Unknown that pursues the most altruistic values. To those whom Iram Nim does not look upon, to those who have no chance of surviving the end, to those considered without meaning in this world, the sect strives to bring the gift of a true happy ending. And the path is simple, death. For the dead can never again fall into unhappiness. Even if you don't know, that's all right. Fox and Dragon both so cool, let's go together. The elevator we rode in. Twisted. Let us all serve Iram Nim together. Note S. 1. Don't forget, name equals Iram.